It's a big day for Sharks fans everywhere. Welcome to the 2025 NHL Draft. Teal Town is here. We're going to break it down, and we're going to have some fun at the same time. Let's do this. Good afternoon, everyone. It is Friday, June 27th, 2025, and this is Round 1 live coverage and reaction to the NHL Draft Round 1 on Teal Town USA. If you want to be part of the show, chat with us and fellow hockey fans all over the world and in Sharks territory on the YouTube page and the app. You can always follow us on the social, and you can find everything at tealtownusa.com. And if you want to support the pod, by all means, do so at Teal Town USA on Venmo, or you can do us live throughout the at least 3-4 hour coverage here on with a super chat donation. And with that, I say good afternoon to you from SAP Center in San Jose, better known as the Shark Tank. I'm Eric Hura. I'll be joined by AJ, Jules, Mark, and Ian in just a jiffy.
Hello.
Oh, there's Jules right there. We're expecting somebody to come in any moment now to talk with us, but good afternoon to you all. If you're not aware, the Sharks do have picks 2 and 30 in this first round of the draft. We'll get the scroll bar going here. Obviously, a lot of speculation going on as to what they're going to do with this pick. Hell, what they may trade this pick for, if you believe some of the experts and insiders and reporters and bloggers and all of that nature. Within less than an hour's time, we will be ready to roll and find out what that is. Again, we were waiting for a guest to come in, but for now, we will...
I'm the guest.
Oh,
no,
Jules is finally showing up here.
Hi.
Okay, Jules. How are you?
Hello. Is anything fun happening in the chat?
Let's see. Let's find out in the chat here. Got from Jacob, let's bring Misa home.
Baller move if New York. I just don't think they will.
So let's see what else we got. Hello. Wait, go back to that. Hello from Jamestown, North Dakota. Burge, what are you doing up there, dude? Good to see you there. Content Machine Go Burr. Oh, okay. Great to see you as always here. But Jules, you've been on your Twitter machine all day today.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know who the Sharks are drafting. All I can tell you is the Sharks are drafting 5 players at 4. AJ, come say hi. Come talk about the CBA. AJ gave me a paper with the CBA information.
All right, so that got ratified earlier today.
We'll talk about it. We have plenty of time to kill.
Yeah, we have. Fake.
It's a green screen.
I don't know if you can say it's a green screen, but okay, sure. So
no, I do think the Sharks still go Misa. I'm pretty confident in that.
Misa, not Hagens, not
Hagens, not
Daniel.
I mean, if the Isles don't take Schaefer,
then all bets are off.
Sure, why not? 54 watching, sick.
Oh, come on, tell all your friends, gang. About to pull up to the tank soon. Okay, careful. We don't want you to get a ticket for watching while driving. But I appreciate you support. We are about. I think we're by section 120 in a suite. So
you'll see our banner.
Yeah, you'll see our banner. Just wave and say hi on that. Let's see. Just another Andy G saying, whoever the Sharks pick, it's going to be 2 to 3 years until that person plays.
Depends.
Brian M. mentioning...
if you look at the odds right now, I think Misa's at what, like minus 450?
So we'll see how that goes. Indeed. So let's get to earlier today. I spoke with Kim, Isles Girl 3, as to what her team is thinking down the road and where they came from. 5 years ago, this team was, within earshot of the Cup final. So let's get to that right now. Back to your Islanders, because your team does have the number 1 pick. it's just been a crazy change of everything. A couple of years ago, 2020, 2021, you were this close to returning to the Cup final, just freaking Tampa gets in the way. You go through a coaching change, not too long ago with Patrick Waugh. Now you're going through a regime change with, and he was briefly a Shark for maybe a couple of games, except for when he was in Worcester. Matthew Darsh. What's the buzz been like over there in Long Island for kind of a refresh, a reboot of sorts?
Yeah, it's been kind of a hallelujah. We wanted change. Islanders fans wanted change. Like, I will give all the respect to Lou. He did put respect back in our organization. He made the Islanders go as far as I've ever seen them in my entire life. Except for that one goal. One goal. I swear, one goal and we would have beaten the Canadians that year too. Like, it just, ooh. But you never know. Again, but Islanders needed a change. Honestly, at the end of the season, I felt deflated because I felt like we were just going down and down. I feel like this is a way for us to stir the pot and maybe possibly do a retool and get back in motion. So I'm not as depressed. We are doing a keep your friends close and keep your enemies closer kind of thing with Darsh, which I'm actually really stoked for. Well, we didn't win the cup, right? Well, who did?
Yep. Tampa.
Darsh. He won the cup. What did he? If he knows how to get the edge, that's why not take that GM who knows what he needs to do to beat a cup, who knows how to get the pieces together, what a team's missing to bring it all together.
Right.
So I was actually pretty stoked about that. If there's anyone who's going to help us out, coaching wise, Barry took the promotion and is now the general manager of the Nashville Predators. I'm not going to put anything against Barry. I love Barry Trotz with all my heart. But Lane Lambert was not the solution. Good luck, Seattle. And we're going to go on to Waugh, who I think has not really had a chance. I feel like he was promised more of a say in this team than Lou really gave him.
Okay.
There was a lot of slow shading in interviews with Waugh, post-game interviews, where I feel like he's a little pissed off that he's not as able to make his roster how he wants. So I'm excited to see this change. As a fan, I'm excited with Darce that we're actually going to be able to hang out with our players. Like, we actually have players going to this draft party. With Lou?
Oh, nice.
Oh, hell no. We have opportunities to, as season ticket holders, to have events with players that we haven't had in 5 years. Like, we are actually reconnecting with the team. Darsh went and called season ticket holders. Like, things to reconnect with this team to its fan base and also give it that passion and excitement back. So that's like a huge thing that I'm really excited for, is reconnecting with my team. So that's something that I'm really excited about, this change. I'm curious to see what Darsh does at this draft. It's going to be a big, on his report card, this is going to be a big, because we all want, the Shagans. We'll see what happens. But I know Islanders fans were stoked for a change in the pace. Sometimes you got to shake it up. I've said it about the Islanders 1,000 times. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. And that's what the Islanders were doing year after year. We were keeping the same squad. We weren't changing it up. We were stagnant. And now we're having a change. And so I'm hoping to see a change in this team.
Yeah, it looks like it has a lot of pieces there. You have like Anders Lee, Bo Horvat, among others already there. Your goaltending is phenomenal already. Defensively, there's been rumors ad nauseum about Noah Dobson. If anything, I'll give you Mike Greer's telephone number if need be. But just putting that
He
out
is an
there.
RFA.
But, yeah. So what are the biggest needs for this team? I don't think you're too far, especially since you draft. I think you got the steal after Celebrini with Cole Eiserman, later in the first round of last year.
Yeah. I was stoked about that pick. really, really stoked. I've been happy with the trade with Colorado that we got for Brock Nelson. Um, that was a great prospect pickup. I feel like Lou did honestly really well with that trade. I'm really not upset. I wish Brock the best. I know he signed an extension there. Sad to see him go, but again, changing it up. I feel like I was talking to my family about this, my brother especially, and a big thing with us was defense and getting the puck out of our zone. We are so hemmed in so much, and I mean, how many times this season the other team would score first, and we're always the team dragging behind. We're never the ones on top, keeping leads, things like that. What was to me, it was like, what is a lead? This season
Trust me, we know.
Yeah. So that's exactly what it is: brushing up defensively, having a hard core that's able to get the puck out. We can focus on goal scoring after we get defensively sounder. People were crapping on Sorokin this season, but one, Varlamov was hurt. He was out the rest of the year, something going on where he needed like surgery.
Right.
And our backups were AHL goaltenders, and it was rough.
Yeah.
Sorokin had to play majority of games, and then being hemmed in the zone, taking 40 shots a night. I said this back in 2018-19 when we were first getting Lou, that these goalies were not getting defensive help. Barry Trotz came in and actually kind of whipped Pelech and Pulock and everybody into shape. When we were a sound defensive team, that's when we were going to the Eastern Conference Final. So if there's anything, we gotta whip the defense back up into shape. And so I think that's a big piece that we have to focus on.
All right.
Goal scoring can come after.
And Eiserman looks like he's going to be a great one, but you already have bits and pieces, including one of the favorites out here, Anthony Duclair, which I hope he can turn it around for you guys.
Yeah, that was
next season.
It was a little bit of a with him and Wah.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
I don't know. He didn't even. I don't know how he was with you guys. He even stopped it for fans after the season. He booked it out of there.
No, he was the fan favorite for us, and then
I loved Duclair with you guys when we got him. I was stoked. I have a Duclair jersey.
Yeah, no, I really loved it because he would just give you all that he can, and so whatever it was between him and Wah, I hope it gets rectified. Again, if not, Mike Greer will be waiting for the call. Not that I'm trying to steal your entire roster or anything, but you have good bits and pieces that you, like you said, a retool will be, I think, helpful for you all.
I hope we were able to make one. And like I said, if we can get the puck out and be sound defensively, then we can focus on scoring. You can't score goals if you're stuck in your own zone.
Yeah, no. We've unfortunately noticed that way too much in San Jose.
It's kind of rough.
Never forget those
I've been there.
Back-to-back 10-goal games. Oh, gosh.
I've been there as an Islanders fan, so I feel you.
Oh, you've been out here?
No, I've been to LA.
Okay.
But I meant like in the standings.
Oh, yeah. I know. Yeah. Granted, your boys have just a little bit better. But
yeah, well, just 1990s and 2000s Islanders. Trust me, I know fan base has been through it. That's why we're just so hungry that we have this, opportunity just to get these little pieces and get there. Just get there.
Yeah, it's get there, then hope magic happens indeed, especially on Long Island. All right, so I'm going to do a little this or that with you here to wrap things up. Some of them are going to be funny. Some of them you're not going to like. Some of them I want your decision on. So first things first, who, if you had to have either one succeed, which other New York team would you rather be okay with?
Buffalo. Never's going to be Rangers.
I was going to say Rangers or Devils, but
oh, Devils. Oh, because we have Buffalo and New York are the two New York teams.
Right. No, I should have meant the NY metro area.
Oh, okay. Devils.
So, Devils. Devils
Anything,
for sure.
Yo, 100%.
So it sounds like it's the equivalent of the Golden Knights and Kings and Ducks over here. Anybody but the Rangers.
Anyone but. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
That's like you said New York, so I thought Buffalo.
My
they've
bad.
had it rough too.
My bad. My apologies. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Buffalo.
But yeah, if again, anything other.
All right. If you had to have one back, Islanders fisherman jerseys full time or John Tavares?
I hate both. Oh. You know what? He gives production. I'll do Tavares. I hate the fisherman.
All right. Wow. That I keep seeing that here and there. It's like, oh, bring the fisherman back. I'm like, oh, sure. Now you want it back. I'm like, no. Should have been only a third jersey back in the day.
I have been on the team of please don't let it die.
Let it die. Okay, I gotcha. We'll kind of go with this one: James Higgins or Matthew Schaefer. Schaefer for sure.
Schaefer for sure. Okay. I'm gonna. It's like kind of it's like brain versus heart. And listen, I would love Higgins. I would love the loyalty, the passion that he has as an Islanders fan. I know he's going to bring it wherever he goes. If we could somehow manage to get him too, I mean, that would be a slam dunk to me. But reality-wise, I'm not expecting it. I'm not hoping for it. If I'm talking about what's best for my team, I'm looking at Schaefer.
Gotcha. I think that's the same, which is why I don't understand why the rumors for
Dobson. That's why I started grinding about defensemen, that we need a defense. And look, here's a wonderful, young, talented defenseman.
Right.
And Noah Dobson's asking for $11 million.
Okay, yeah, I'm not giving you 4 first-round draft picks for him. Sorry. I know we have cap space, but no.
I'm just saying, that's what he was calling for us. I'm like, arbitration.
Jeez. So that was Kim Islesgirl. Obviously, that was reformed before everything transpired today with the Islanders and Habs. I'm about to join AJ Strong. AJ, what's up, bud?
Hold up.
I gotta make sure I hear Ian. Ian, are you ready to jump on, my friend? Okay.
Hi.
Hello. How are you, Ian?
Oh, I've seen that, dude.
Yeah. So
how are we doing?
Oh, just fantastic. Fantastic. What did you think of all the speculation and rumors just today alone?
I don't know. Just in regards to what the Sharks are going to do it too?
Yeah.
I'm kind of ready for whatever happens at this point. I think that there's a lot of smoke around this Frondell thing, and I think it's a lot of smoke. I don't take anything Pegnoda says seriously because I think of the quote unquote insiders, which I don't consider Pegnoda to be. His hit rate is fucking brutal.
Right.
So I don't really I don't know, man. I take everything Pegnoda says with a grain of salt usually because again his hit rate's brutal. So I don't know.
Is Frondell obviously it looks like he's had the rise for similar to Barkov, which is his comparable lately, but what do you think of that?
Okay, so here's what I think. I think that Misa is the better player. However, the Sharks have a lot of soft skill players. And I think Frondell would make a lot of sense from a point that they want to get a little bit, because I've said 100 times, this team needs more snarl up front, right?
Right.
And I think when you look at Will Smith isn't giving you any snarl. I really like Macklin Celebrini, but I don't think there's snarl there. I think he has a great, obviously 200-foot game. I think you get a little more snarl with Frondell. I think Michael Misa, you're getting the same thing, right? Now I still think again, if you look at all the draft, if you look at all the lists and everything, Misa's very consistently in that 2 range.
Yes.
You know, and Frondell kind of bounces around a little bit. So I can understand that like Sharks fans would be really pissed off or disappointed or whatever, you know, whatever adjective you want to use if Frondell is the pick. But I like, I won't like it, right? Like, I'll be disappointed, but I don't think like should we, you know, fire Mike Greer tomorrow over it? No.
I getcha. I don't know. It's like we've heard Misa this whole time. Even
I think, and that's
Chicago.
part of the problem too, right? Was like, it was just number 2, and then like, so everyone's just like, okay, well, that's because again, if you look at all the lists, right, and people that are way smarter than I am, and people that watch these guys way more than I do, like Misa's pretty consistently like the number 2 guy. There might be a few people that are like probably outliers that might have Misa at 3 or whatever, but
Right.
pretty consistently, if you look at most of the lists, like he's in that 2 hole. So I understand like being disappointed. And I understand that you kind of like, because of that, and because all we've heard for so long is how it's like it's Schaefer and Misa. You kind of, you know, everyone kind of just got in their head like this was like a foregone thing, and then you get to draft week, and then all the nonsense starts floating around and whatever. Then obviously like you've been so conditioned now that it's Misa that I think it's going to be, it's kind of a shock to the system, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just throws everybody off, and it's like, okay, did this come out of nowhere? It started with the Athletic, and we should mention. Let's say hello to all the new Sharks fans in Chicago.
Yes.
I AJ, I'll come to you a little bit. Just been like craziness going on socially with.
That's not craziness. That's called trolling.
But either way, I mean, it's been kind of the kind of fun and everything. How they've like,
Please take Anton, please. Give me a break.
yeah, or
Take
there you go. Yeah, it's just been interesting. Definitely has made the week up to the draft with no awards, no regular season schedule coming out. Normally it's this week.
Don't get me started.
Yeah, I'm not. But I mean,
Not that there hasn't been a lot to talk about between all the ridiculous speculation that's gone on all week,
Right.
and the CBA stuff that's come out. And I'm sorry, but a lot of the stuff in that CBA, awesome. Now, the thing with the 84 games, moving to 84, I like the idea. 84 games brings preseason down to 4. Yeah, that's fine because, you know, if you're Erik Karlsson, you play your way into shape anyway. And then veterans that already have 100 games under their belt, they only have to play a maximum of 2. Love that part, but I want to see if we're going to have the, you play 4 games against your division, not 3 against these and 4, everybody 4 games. Let's get that divisional scheduling going. There's no reason the Sharks can't go to LA, play Wednesday and Friday in LA, and then 3 months later, whatever, the Kings come up, play Tuesday, Thursday here, saves on wear and tear on the body, saves on travel. Like, let's get that going, please. And then, of course, the contract limits and the LTR are loopholes, RIP Vegas. What was the other I love the e-bug rule. And dress code freedom. That came out of nowhere. I didn't realize that was something that people were talking about.
Yeah.
Lou Lamoriello just died.
yeah, Lou Lamoriello just died.
Lou Lamoriello read that and he just passed away
Right?
immediately.
Well, it's like, could you imagine? Because who was the guy from that owned the Yankees for forever?
Steinbrenner.
Yeah, that was always like no facial hair, no hair below the collar, all that, like all that stuff. And it's just kind of, and I think COVID probably had something to do with the relaxing of the rules. But either way, dig everything from the CBA, and hey, no work stoppage for what, another 5-6 years? So there you go.
Ian, I mean, that's the best part. I mean, we've gone through 95 lockout, 2012-13 lockout.
I mean, the COVID CBA was the first CBA that we had without a work stoppage. Every other CBA since they were all work stoppages, except for the COVID one, and then
Right.
this one.
Yeah. Ever since the ever since the Sharks came in. There was that first strike in 91-92. So.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Evidently, they're acting like the ball's dropping on Times Square right now behind us. And it should also be noted that Mayor Mahon and Jonathan Becker and Danny Miller, they were all on stage like 10 minutes ago talking about how we were going to see, something announced about SAP Center, but it ain't going to be now. It was nice for them to tell us, spend 10 minutes telling that there was going to be an announcement about an announcement.
Yeah,
that was good.
Big time.
So look for, I guess, September. Look forward to that.
Yes. So,
do I believe in miracles? I don't know. It'll be a miracle if the Sharks get Schaefer. Then I'll believe in miracles.
All right. With that, we're going to sign off for now. When we get somebody to come in, we'll jump back on. But for now, Ian and Mark, speaking of New York and the ball dropping, here we go. Have fun, guys.
Thanks.
All right, Mark, it's time. My stream might be a little delayed here, so if you get a pick before, the pick shows up in the chat before I see it, I apologize. We do the best we can with what we've got. How are you feeling coming into this?
Yeah, I think we had that problem last year. I was delaying my reactions last year by about 5 to 10 seconds each time. I was like, but actually everything was good last year. So this year I'm anticipating possibly different reactions.
So how are you feeling coming into this? Obviously, because there's a lot of smoke right now, but what the Sharks might do.
My God, have things changed since we just met a week ago, right? Like,
I know
all of these rumors, all of this, what I'm hoping is nonsense. It's been scaring me to the point where it almost kind of ruined my excitement for the draft. I'm not gonna lie. So, yeah, at the moment, I am banking on it all having been kind of nonsense and BS, and I still think we're going to take Misa, but I don't know. There's been a lot of people saying Frondell, so I'm scared. I'm officially scared.
And I was saying earlier how, to me, the Florida Panthers, man, like if the Sharks change course here, I'm blaming the Panthers. Because I think when you look at what the Sharks have up front right now, you have Celebrini, you have a lot of soft skills without a lot of hard skills up front, and they're tippy top players. And Michael Misa kind of adds to that, doesn't he? I'm not trying to talk myself out of Misa, but you can kind of see why they would look in a different direction a little bit. I'm not trying to justify it here, and I'm not trying to talk myself out of Misa being good. I don't want people to get this twisted, right? I think Michael Misa should be the pick. But if we're having the conversation, I mean, they have a lot of soft skill up front, but not a lot of hard skill up front.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I do agree. And we all know the NHL is kind of a copycat league, right? The only issue I have with that and why I haven't really been able to sell myself on this is because I think the term skill is just in different categories here. And you're right. Frondell does look like more of a hard skill type guy, but I just don't think his skill is really on the level that Misa is. I think if they both hit on their projections, they're both very valuable players, but I think the upside on Misa is just that much higher. And it's a matter of, I just don't think you mess around with the second pick, and it's not just half and half. I'd say the general consensus across the industry, once you take out say the Sharks, but you focus on the primary scouts, everyone feels that it's the top tier is that Misa and Schaefer tier, right? And a lot of people projected Frondell to be in that 4, 5, 6 range. And then there were some that were 3, and maybe occasionally you saw him as 2. And I'm not talking about models, because I know there were some models that had him as 1 where they just do basically off of stats. But anyone who's actually watched these guys and paid attention throughout the year, I think they felt pretty safely with Misa at 2. So
yeah, and someone in the chat saying I don't even know how Frondell rates higher than Martone, but whatever. The problem is Frondell's a center, right? And Martone's a wing. I mean, that is the answer to that question. That matters a lot to things. I don't know. I think the thing for me, right, is that, and I don't, and I like, I have like, everyone has their biases, right? Like we all have our biases. I definitely have mine. The thing with Frondell that bugs me is like, in the times that I've watched him, which isn't a lot, like I'm not going to pretend that I'm sitting here watching SHL games in February and March, right? When he was apparently really good. Like I did not see that. But like when you've seen him in like international tournaments, like the Holenka, the World Juniors, like I never had that wow moment with him. And I think like if I had that, even though I'd be disappointed, like I could get more excited about it. And I think when you look at like a lot of the other guys, like I have that with some of the other players that are going to be at the top of this draft, right? Again, like I still think Misa should be the pick. And I've seen a lot of Michael Misa, and I've seen him like with my own eyes in person a bunch, right? So like again, everyone has their biases. I'm pretty upfront with mine.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I think what you said is kind of how I felt about it. I have also not watched a ton of SHL games. I did not watch a ton of under 18 games, the tournament he played with Sweden. But what I did see of him, I just don't see anyone who or a guy who blows me away, similar to what you said. Whereas Misa, you can watch him and pretty much any given game, there's going to be a few shifts where he just takes over, right? And like you're kind of blown away by what he can do. He looks like a man against boys, which to be fair, he somewhat is, because his league is a lot of like 16, 17, 18-year-olds. But it's just, I think it's watching two different players entirely. And the part that bothers me the most is that, and this goes back to the copycat league stuff, you know exactly what they're thinking. They're like, can we get a Barkov out of Frondell, which I don't even think is a fair comparison, really. But that's the thing that annoys me. It's like, if you're a team rebuilding like the Sharks, you can't be drafting with that mindset. You just take the best player available, and then later on you adapt and fill your roster.
Sort it out.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I feel like that's how we got into the situation where, he's justifying that Ostapchuk trade with Zetterlund. And it's like, you're trying to fill these pieces in, but we're not in a place to compete yet, right? Right now, we should just be trying to get the most talented players we can, and then we'll fill out the rest with depth later on.
Yeah, and so a couple of things. Let me the chat's going crazy here. So I'm just saying, so you're saying his skill set as a center is more higher value. I think among NHL teams, centers are higher valued than wingers. I think it's almost all the time. If you have guys that are, it depends on how. Like, look at if maybe you're really really high on Porter Martone, and I like Porter Martone. I'm not trying to take anything away from Porter Martone, but I just think that if you have guys that are of a similar skill set. Yeah, they're good. They're going to take the center every time. Like, I think the center is more valued in the NHL, and I think that's why when you look at the guys that make the list, the guys that really, like, again, I'm not going to pretend here like I'm this prospect expert, right? I read the lists, I read the articles, and I watch, and I obviously watch, and I try to make things with my own decisions with things that I've seen with my own eyes. Obviously, like that's going to play a part, but I just think when you look at that, that's what I'm saying. It's that they value that more. Sharks are pretty stacked at center. Wingers would be great. Yeah, but you can move a center to wing. You can't move a wing to center.
Yep. And I also don't think really we're that stacked. Think about it. Celebrini is the only one that actually projects truly as a center going forward. We saw what Smith did this year on the wing. He looked better on the wing. And I don't really know if his game is going to develop to the point where I'm going to feel safe with him as a 2C. I am all in favor of the Sharks trying it out, but I just don't think we really have that depth. I mean, who else do we have? Is Bstead a proven thing? No. Ostapchuk hasn't looked like anything special. Wenberg is a veteran. So, like, how long is he still going to be with the Sharks? I think it's really just Celebrini, and then you're building around him.
Yeah, and I I heard Martone plays more like Tkachuk. I would love. Yeah, I like Porter Martone a lot. I do, but I do have questions. Like, I do have questions about his skating at the NHL level. I think that's going to be something that's going to be interesting to see how he progresses as he plays higher levels of hockey, because you can get away with not being a great skater in junior hockey, but once you start moving up to the AHL, NHL, skating becomes a much bigger issue, and I do have questions about his skating.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Well, we do officially have Bettman talking, so that
Yeah.
means the first pick is very close, and
Hopefully,
which means we'll
maybe.
probably know the Sharks pick within about 15 minutes.
I'm hoping so.
Yeah.
I'm curious. I'm so weird at like how this is actually going to happen, because it's like it's weird not seeing all the tables on the floor. Just like,
Yeah.
this is weird. I
And then
can't
there
get
were
used to
the
this.
talks about this being the only year they do it, because apparently now some of the NHL teams are actually upset about it, even though they're the ones who wanted it in the first place. I don't know.
Too funny. What do you think about the new CBA as we kind of kick the can down here?
Well, I love the fact that we have one and we never have to really think about things like work stoppages like we used to in the past. That used to be a fear every like 5 or 6 years, right?
Right.
I'd say 84 games is something that I don't love, but I'm also not going to get upset about 2 extra games. I kind of like sticking with, I'm a big stats guy, so I kind of like sticking with the same measures we've always had. But I didn't really see anything that bothered me. I saw the neck guard piece, so I think all players entering the league next year are going to have to start wearing neck guards. That's fine.
It's great.
Yeah, I think that's a smart decision after some of the incidents we've had over the last 5 to 10 years. And then I'm trying to think of other big pieces. Shortened preseason, would love that. I don't see any reason to play 6 or 7 games in the preseason. I mean, if it was up to me, that'd be like maybe 2 or 3 games. Trying to think of other key details. Anything that stood out to you?
Yeah, I like the 84 games. The reason I like the 84 games is because now all the schedules are the same. You play every team the same amount of times. If they're in your division, you play them X times. If they're out of your division, you play them X times, and you play everyone else twice. Like,
that's fair.
Mm-hmm. I think that's good, because I think there's sometimes where like you might pull, like if you're in a tough division like the Central and you pull the Dallas Stars more times than every other team in the you know what I mean, all the other teams, like those are valuable points in the standings that can come back and really haunt you. So I like that. I think the preseason's too long. So I'm glad that they're cutting games out of the preseason, because I think that it takes forever, and I think that you can do like there's so much more data on these guys now, and you have so much more, like you have these prospect, you have the rookie camps before that and everything else. So I think that from that perspective, I think it's going to be better. And look, it sounds like the season's even going to start earlier, which is nice. So,
yeah, I wouldn't mind them moving that forward a few weeks, and then also the season ending a little bit earlier. I know they've talked about that for years, but never seems to really happen.
July.
So we'll see.
June, rather. They just need to get out of the end of June. Like the fact that the Stanley Cup was like a week ago and we're already at the draft, like silly.
Yeah.
I don't like this.
Yeah. You can't see GMs talking to each other.
Yeah,
you can't see like the vibes on the floor.
I don't know. This whole thing's just weird. I mean,
it works for the NFL, so I guess
I know, but they've always done it like that, right?
Yeah.
All right, New York Islanders up.
Wow, is the clock only 3 minutes? Did they shorten it?
No,
wasn't it always? Oh, really? Okay, I feel like I remember.
Yeah, because I remember last year my career took all 3 minutes, and I was really annoyed.
Geez. My heart rate's already going to start now. I mean, 6 minutes away from knowing. Oh my god. I to be honest, I actually just wanted it to kind of be over with our second pick, just because I was so tired of the constant like rumors and this person and that person. Some writers I've never even heard of coming out this week as insiders. It's just like, guys, please. Don't
what did you think of the Noah Dobson trade?
I was happy the Sharks weren't involved, and B, I would say I think it's kind of a fair return, considering everyone knew he was going. So the Islanders still get 2 first-rounders and a depth player out of it. I think the 16 and 17 in this draft aren't as good as a normal draft, so I feel like that maybe more feels like a pick in the late 20s in a normal year. But I think it's a decent return. I just still, and my brother's a diehard Islanders fan, so I have this conversation with him all the time. I just don't know what the Islanders are doing. They're kind of stuck in this in-between where I feel like, are they competing or are they rebuilding? And you get the number one, so now you maybe have a franchise defenseman. So maybe that's the start of a rebuild, but you also have all your best players in their late 20s, early 30s.
I wonder if they like but at those 2 picks, like I can't imagine, like I feel like they've got to be in play, right? Like they're making calls. Like I feel like
so.
Matthew Schaefer's obviously the pick here,
Mhm.
but if they could get up and get James Hagens, I think like they're all over that, aren't they?
I mean, that's what everyone here in New York has been saying for weeks. Everyone here in New York is almost like placing bets that he's an Islander. And I'm like, I know you want your own little pajama boy, but that being said, it's not easy to get a pick in the top 5 or 6, right? You usually have to give up a lot for that. So it's not, I think it would take more than 16 and 17.
Yeah. All right. Are they taking the whole time? Oh, no. Here we go.
Yep. How's your stream? Did they announce the pick yet?
Not yet. We're just announcing it now. Yeah, Schaefer.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, that's right. That's
the right pick.
That's the right pick. Good job.
Exactly. I'm curious as to what he does this year and whether they rush him to the NHL. But I mean, he played 17 games last year as a 17-year-old.
I feel like you need to send him back, right?
I think so. Defensemen also take longer. Like, I think the best thing for him would be to go to college for a year or two. But I'll be cheering with him, knowing his story and the background they've been covering for the last few weeks. Like, he's a guy that you really kind of hope everything goes right for.
Although, you know what? I hate this. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this whole setup, I hate it. But it's nice that Gary Bettman's just like, you know, we didn't have to come up. We didn't have to like thank the city. We didn't have to thank the draft party. We didn't have to congratulate the Stanley Cup champions. We didn't have to pay lip service to the whatever the cause of the day is. We're just making picks. That I like. We didn't bring the whole city to the podium.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that stuff did get kind of tiresome after a while, being congratulated for winning the cup, thanking the city, great hosts, all that stuff, pick after pick after pick. That's why I loved when, I don't remember who it was. It was the Canadians guy in very French Canadian style. He just walked up, made the pick, and like
Mark
walked off.
Good old Mark Bergevin.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. I mean, this is good. Now, oh man, I'm nervous.
Yep. So
I'm
3
super
minutes.
nervous. Like, do you put the jersey on? Okay. I was gonna be like, at least like let him put the jersey on. Is he gonna put the jersey on?
I want to actually start the clock until some of his like pictures and stuff are taken.
Right, and then obviously he's got to go talk to all the TV people.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm stressed.
So, I mean, this is it. What is your thought? Do you think they're going Frondell or do you think Misa?
I've kind of like just resigned myself to the fact that there's just way too much smoke for there not to be fire.
Yeah.
And I can understand it. And I like I said, I'm gonna be disappointed. I don't think like would it be the end of the world? No, I don't think it. I don't think the rebuild is suddenly botched. I just think it's a choice and one I don't necessarily agree with. But I think like everything I read about Frondell is good. I just like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's the end of the. I think there's some people that are gonna be really, really angry if that's the case, and that's fine.
Yeah.
And I get it, but to me, like, I know it's a different situation because these are later picks, but like, it's gonna be Dickinson and Boyum, right? Eventually, it's gonna be like, yeah, okay, fine, whatever. Like, we'll get over it eventually, right? Like, and then maybe we'll probably start watching Frondell more because he's obviously in the system. And then if that's the pick, and then, I'm sure I'll get that wow moment and then I'll be like, okay, whatever. Yeah, this is fine. But I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, my loyalty will immediately shift to Frondell, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't.
I'll be disappointed. Like I will 100% be disappointed.
Yeah. I'll be questioning it for quite some time until Frondell has like some amazing draft plus 1 year or something like that. Because it's just, with Dickinson and Boyum, it was like, I feel like Boyum was the consensus higher pick, but there were some random people who had Dickinson as high as like 4 or 5 last year. and I think it was because of his size and his skating. But yeah, I don't know. I just
Like, I was really bummed last year when it was Zeev William, when it
Yeah.
was Sam Dickinson over Zeev William, right? But like
Yep.
now, I mean,
now I'm very happy with it.
Yeah.
Well, this has been different. They have him like speaking to the GMs, I guess.
this is so weird.
I wasn't listening to what he was saying, but
No, me neither.
speaking to them, yeah.
Good for.
Clearly and understandably emotional for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome, right? Like, this is your whole dream.
Yeah. All right, Sharks clock is about to start. Oh, we got a little Berkey video. Look at that. For the people who are in attendance.
Love it.
So number 2's overall in history, right? We got Marlowe, Ziuzin, Rathje. Was he 2? I think he was 2. Who else? Stewart was 2 or 3. I always forget with him.
That's 3.
Stewart was 3, right? 1 or 2. Yeah, 2. Right after Lindros. What a drop off.
Hi guys. Sorry to if I'm barging in. We will have Tom Peterson on in just a moment here. We'll just let the kind of the pick come through here in the meantime. So thanks for jumping on. But yeah, clock is finally going. We might be ahead of you. I know you guys were talking about Berkey beforehand. So we saw that like a few moments ago. So we'll be we'll see.
What's the clock count on for you in the stadium?
Let's
Jules'
see.
anxiety has spiked severely. I enter the chat. Hi, Mark.
Hey,
Hi,
what's
Ian.
the clock at? What's the clock at in the stadium?
2:29.
I'm coping.
27.
All right, so you're about probably a minute ahead of me, I think, because mine's still at 3. It hasn't really started yet.
Gotcha.
All right.
So thought I would give you a little bit of the camera view from there if anything excited goes off. So, but all right, guys, who is it?
I still think Misa.
I hope, but I'm worried, and I'm kind of just resigned.
I mean, if it is Frondell, I mean, what are we looking forward to?
I'll let Ian take that.
Look, you're getting a guy who projects to be a good two-way center, physical game. I mean, he's a good player. He's just not. He shouldn't be the pick at 2. That's how I feel.
Yep. I'm guessing he got muted there.
Yeah. So
my clock says 150. I don't know where yours is at.
I'm like 6 seconds behind.
Yeah, I think they're going to take the full time.
The pick is in.
Pick is in. All right.
But you can see the view here is we got rally towels, we got lights going on.
I'm stressed.
Yeah. I
No
don't know
stress.
what my heart rate is right now, but it's not good.
It'll be good either way, gang. It'll be good either way.
I like your optimism.
Thank you. I'm trying to keep it that way.
Yeah, and obviously, just again, we will be doing our draft recap show on Sunday, which will be a nice militant place. What are we doing?
They're showing the draft room. Now they're showing some fans in attendance at the tank, or not the tank, excuse me, at the Peacock Theater in LA. They're showing Misa on the Jumbotron. Mixed applause.
Don't fuck this up.
It's either Saginaw or Djurgården.
Yep.
So it's going to come down to.
Where are we going? We all have this.
All right, the clock is at 0. Okay, come on, let's go already, guys.
I like that they're talking about Misa in the background, or is it just TV?
Yeah, they're
That's
talking
just I think it's just the broadcast for ESPN.
Damn it! Why are you doing this to me? Is he? Are they gonna come and like delay a game penalty for this pick?
In this draft, in terms of his ability to generate offense in different ways. And speaking of that before during Stanley Cup Final, I was blown away by him as well. He has that.
Yeah. God.
Did Puckguy say who he's cheering for? Because his reaction is going to give it all away here. So if he, I don't know if his optimism on both ways seems to help or hurt this. They are really drawing this pick out.
Yeah, Sam Cosentino was talking, and he's talking like he's kind of making the argument that I was making earlier about like what the Sharks have, right? Already in the system.
All right, gang, here we go.
Here we go.
He might Bailey will probably get an introduction.
The Sharks need to get their shit together here. What are we doing? Why are we taking so long?
For the San Jose Sharks is someone born and raised in San Jose. She's a WWE superstar.
So Gary's introducing Bailey, the WWE wrestler.
Bailey, get up there now.
Yeah, get up there and say Michael Misa. Go rogue, Bailey, go rogue.
Go rogue. All right, here we go.
Hello, Los Angeles. It is a huge honor to be here tonight and a huge honor to represent my San Jose Sharks.
Just do this right.
Watch them moves, all right? So without further ado, with the second overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the Saginaw Sphere.
Yes! Yes!
Michael Misa, you are a San Jose Shark.
Let's
Fucking
go.
Christ.
Woo!
All
Oh
right.
my God.
All is right in the world again.
All right. Give me a minute, guys. We'll have a special guest.
Okay. Oh, yes. We can all celebrate tonight.
Whew. I am so happy.
Celebrini,
Yeah.
Misa down the middle.
God,
That's
this
gonna
is
be exciting.
stupid. So
That's
fucking
gonna be
dumb.
exciting.
I love it. This is great. All right, I am so glad that. I mean, this is. Yeah, I mean, I was so resigned, man. Like I had sat down and I was just so ready to just be like, all right, let's talk about Anton Frondell and talk about why
Talk
he's
ourselves
still a
into
good
it.
pick. Yeah, and I'm so glad I don't have to do that. Michael Misa's fucking great.
Mhm.
I'm so excited. Like, so fucking.
Just think about how exciting it's going to be to watch about 40 minutes of the game with him and Celebrini on the ice.
Yeah,
The puck possession, the zone entries, the skill on display. It's just going to be amazing. You just got to fill them with wingers, and like that Sharks top six is set. Like obviously he's no guarantee, but
you need to get some. They are gonna have to add some snarl in there a little bit because again, a lot of soft skill up there. So you're gonna have to they are gonna have to add a guy who can kind of bang around and forecheck like a mother. But man, they're good. Like Michael Misa, to me, like again, dynamic player in my opinion, like just good skill. But he's again, like he's another guy who's very good in all zones of the ice.
Yep.
And just, yeah, man, I am super excited.
Yeah, and the thing is with him is even if he doesn't amount into a great center at the NHL level, he does have experience playing on the wing. Kind of like you alluded to earlier, you can move a guy like
You
him
can
to
move
the
the
wing.
guy to the wing, absolutely.
So, you know, he's I think he's a top 6 forward any day.
100%.
So,
are we gonna have to trade Smith? No. Will Smith is fine. Will Smith. This doesn't hurt Will Smith's ability to be on this team because again, I think that when you're let me get the puck guy here and we'll come back to this.
All right, guys, there we go. All right, with Sharks alumni Tom Peterson, great to meet you. Great to see you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Man, just as maybe put out the mic a little bit more. Yeah. Great moment we just saw here. You've been through a ton of great moments, not in just this building, but back at the old Cow Palace days. Yes, those were a little stranger, a little older times, but I mean, there was always unique with the Sharks first coming into the NHL.
Yeah.
And you were part of that.
Yeah, the Cow Palace, it wasn't the greatest building, but it was a historic building, and we knew we were only playing there for a couple of years while they were building this, and then we came down here and ended up, making some real noise that first year when we beat Detroit in the first round of the playoffs and kind of kick-started this whole thing here in San Jose.
And just coming from where you guys were that year before, 11-71-2, you turn it around, and I still, to my head, Garpenlov gets that bar shot to go in and goes in. But for you to experience the lowest of lows to the highest of heights for this franchise, which really put the foundation of the passion and the fan base here, that's got to make you feel real special, even now that it's been a few years gone by.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. We had a goalie named Artur Zerbe that had a lot to do with it, and then we had the Russian line, Larionov, Makarov, and Garpenlov. So a lot of things came together for that year to happen, and it was awesome to see. And like I said, it kind of kick-started this whole thing, and then then they went to the Cup in 17, and then we've had a few lean years. There's no doubt about that. But what I saw last year with these young guys, and then the young man we just drafted, and we got another pick at 30 coming up here. So brighter days are on the way for the Sharks, no doubt.
Definitely. You could see how there's that turnaround that you guys had, and how they're building with the numerous players now with Misa and celebrating and such. I almost get that feeling that we're right on the cusp of having that 94 magic reappear here. It may not happen this coming season or afterwards, but what do you think of it? Is it something that, because it's a I've seen, you talk about the off line and Urbe, but you were part of a whole team that just came together and did something magical. And it seemed like it wasn't out of nowhere, but it was something incredible.
It was out of nowhere, really. I bring up Artur Zerbe only because I'll tell you what, he was so good, and he changed the game, and he won so many games for us that year. I can't tell you how many times I slid back into the net after making an error and sliding back trying to recover and wiping everybody out, and he'd have the puck stopped, and I'd say, "Sorry, Artie, that was my guy." He goes, "Don't worry, Tommy." He was that good. And at that time, that last half of the year, after the first of the year, he just took over. And then it gives all the team so much more confidence when you got a goalie that's playing that well. And so goaltending to me is the most important position on a hockey team. I'll just go to my grave with that one.
So obviously this is completely different from when you were drafted with Minnesota, way back when. What was the process like? Obviously we didn't have social media back then, but there wasn't any rampant speculation of where you're going to be going or whoever was going to be going where at the time. Take us back to that. What was that like?
It was when the Sharks in Minnesota, they did a dispersal draft, and so they took all the Minnesota draft picks, which I was a late Minnesota draft pick, and they basically just went, okay, we'll take that. It's almost like you're playing a football game, in your backyard. Okay, I got this guy, you got that guy. You go back and forth until there's no players left, and then you got the last one. Like, okay, I'll take Peterson. I guess I'll take Tom.
Oh,
and that was, but that was all I wanted, was an opportunity to play.
Right.
And I knew that coming to San Jose that I was going to get an opportunity first, because an expansion team, let's be honest, they're gonna struggle.
Right.
And so when the team's not winning, they're going to try a lot of different combinations. And I got a chance, and I feel like I was ready for my moment, and I had my 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, you stretch that to that from 93 to 96 with this team, and you're back here in the Bay Area. I mean, obviously you fell in love with the area, just like many of alumni have in the past.
Yeah, I mean, the Northern California is beautiful. I mean, if you can afford it, and obviously that cost of living is what everyone talks about here. So that part's rough, but
yeah.
I can't do anything about that. But just cope.
Yes. And you are the creator of the Green Biscuit?
I do have the Green Biscuit, so it's an off-ice stick handling and passing puck for kids to work on their skills on asphalt and concrete. Slide just like a puck on the ice. There's nothing else like it. It's slick. Yeah. And it's a great training aid for these kids to play with.
I'll tell you, when I was growing up, when you guys inspired me, I should say, because I had a knee injury where I was partially torn. They said, skate on it, work out on it. They said, hey, hockey's a way to go. When I would stick handle with a ball or just like a regular pro hockey puck at the time, it was tough, especially on
flip over.
Yeah. I mean,
that's what the Green Biscuit makes it special. It doesn't flip over. It's designed so it stays flat on a rough surface, and then you get to spend your time working on the skills, not trying to get it to lay down.
Right.
And so that's kind of what sets it apart.
Gotcha. Any special funny moment we can mention from your time in San Jose?
Well, we were talking. Well, my time in San Jose. That was a long time ago. But we were talking before about the most exciting sporting event I've ever been to, and that was when we came back and beat Vegas in Game 7 here at the Tank. And I was watching up in the Sharks in the players' suite, and we had the 49ers in there, and it was bedlam. And so that was the most exciting sporting event I've ever been to. And thank God we ended up winning. Barclay Goodrow scored the winner in overtime, and what a year that was.
Oh my gosh. And you're being carried by linemen.
Yeah, they had me Staley and how do you say his name?
McGlinchey.
They had me up, spinning me around. I mean, it was a lot of fun.
You're like, oh, this is great. Okay, guys, let's bring it down. Let's not get crazy here. Yeah. Oh boy. All right. Well, we'll let you do your thing. I know you're busy.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. Plenty of memories from you and your team on the run, and look to seeing you in the Tank a lot more.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Ian, Mark, back to you guys.
I have to unmute myself. All right. So the Chicago Blackhawks take Anton Frondell at 3, which at 3, I'm less angry with Anton Frondell if we were roles reversed, right? Like I just think Chicago's getting a really good player here. I think it makes a lot of sense to them too. I know when we did our show, I had Caleb Desnoyers here, but for a lot of the same reasons. Like Caleb Desnoyers and Antoine Frondell, very similar players. In fact, like they play a heavier game, and I think Chicago kind of needs that. As well as, again, I mean, you're going to hear this entire draft about all these guys in their 200-foot game, but it does need to be said here again. Like this is a very good 200-foot player that Chicago just got.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of the concept. Was Frondell wasn't getting past 3. If Sharks took Misa, he was probably going to the Blackhawks because he kind of fits there. And I think, the Blackhawks can be happy with that pick. I think I personally had Martone as the 3rd best player in the draft. But again, center versus winger, there's always that debate there, and I kind of understand it. So for Chicago, I think it fits a need. It's a center who probably more of a 2C, but could be a 1C. And it really depends on whether you think Bedard long-term stays at is a C or a winger. So we'll see there, but it's a good pick. It's a good pick for them.
Yeah, I really like it. What was everyone doing here? Okay. Sorry, my phone made noise. I had to make sure it wasn't anything important. Yeah, I like it. I mean, going back to Michael Misa, obviously, like, I was kind of speechless there for a while. Uh-oh. Hi.
Hi.
Hey, guys.
Michael Misa's a Shark.
Yes.
We're all
yes, he is.
excited. We're all happy. We're relieved.
Sorry, I think I jumped in way too early. That was my bad.
That's
But I'm assuming we're all happy with the pick and it's not
We're
Frondell?
ecstatic with the pick.
Okay, because Ian, you tweeted out yesterday that you're prepared to be disappointed.
Well, there's so much. Look at again, right? Like you never know how it's going to happen until things go to the podium. But like a lot of people that are prospect people, a lot of people that are very, very in this world, we're starting to hear things, and I think it made and it made a lot of sense. Like I'm not gonna say like again, I think Michael Misa was a pick, and I've been saying that this whole show, but I could see the argument for the Sharks taking a guy like Frondell.
AJ, what do you think of Misa?
Well, look, I'm fine. I think we're all very happy with the pick. It's all part of the plan. It went according to plan. All the people, all the smoke screen with the Frondell and the Hagans and the Demigny and all that stuff. Like, it all went according to plan. So that's all that matters. But I'm insanely happy with the pick. That's where it's supposed to be. Now, Jules and I are like super duper excited. What happens if Victor Eklund happens to fall a little bit? Do we see 30 and 33 package to move up, or is it?
I don't think so.
Oh, I think he falls. I just don't think that the Sharks can move that far, but we'll never know.
Yeah. I also just don't think the Sharks.
I don't know
move
what's
up
going to happen. We don't know. Could it happen? I mean, the Sharks could have taken somebody else other than Misa. But either way, I'm very happy for the last 3 Sharks drafts. Very happy.
It's starting off good. We'll see what they do with 30. We'll give the stage back to Ian and Mark here. But yeah, I'm happy with Misa. That's all. Jules is happy. Jules is sane again. Thanks, Mike Greer, for giving me a heart attack. Appreciate it.
No shit. Yeah, I'm really I'm really excited.
So what are your thoughts on the whole Eklund thing? I personally just don't see the moves. There have been some people who have said he could fall to like 14 or 15, and I think we have the ammo to move there. But it's just a matter of that's kind of where fit comes into play. And do the Sharks need another small player into their top 6? Because at that point, pretty much everyone except maybe Chernyshov, who's slated to be in our top 6, is what, 6 and under? So 6'1" and under.
The thing that I would say about Victor Eklund is Victor Eklund doesn't play a small game, though.
True.
Right? Like, I think, but it's still, I mean, size is still size, and you can only do so much with what size you actually have. Victor Eklund plays a heavier game, like for a smaller guy, like he plays bigger. The problem is that I just think, again, you look at kind of what teams are going to do now. We're going to see, there's a lot of talk about where Brady Martin's going to go if he could like slide in like super higher than people expect him to go. Because obviously, look at people have watched the Florida Panthers win 2 cups playing some pretty heavy hockey. So I don't know, like, does that hurt Victor? Even though Victor Eklund plays a bigger game, like he's still small, and you're just going to play against really big dudes. It's a lot harder to play a big game as a small player in the NHL than it is in the Allsvenskan or in junior, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. I think he definitely fits a need in that sense. And I know some people have said Musty in the chat, but for me, I'm still not convinced in Musty. I think he's got I still want to see more out of him. I'm not slating him into the top 6 yet, whereas I actually am more convinced in a guy like Chernyshov, where I think he actually will be in that top 6. But yeah, I think it gets a little crowded up there with a lot of these prospects we have. And a guy like Eklund, sure, I would love for him to join his brother. It'd be cool to have them both in the org, but I more so would like to see the Sharks trade up and get a defenseman. It depends on who drops and who's where, but a Hensler type. I think Boumediene will be there at one of our later picks, but Hensler, Aitchison, one of those guys, if they're there in the mid-teens, I would love to see us move up and get one of them.
Yeah, I think Quentin Must. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what he does on the Barracuda this year.
Exactly.
because I think there's going to be a little. I like Quentin Musty too, but I do think like there's a little more of a timeline there than next year. I think he's going to get. I think the Barracuda is going to be a perfect place to him. Someone asked me, what are my thoughts on Tays to Winnipeg? I think it's great. I love Jonathan Tays. I'm happy that he gets to finish his career on his terms.
Yeah, I like it.
Misa is not generational. He's very good. Generational is a term that gets thrown around way too liberally these days, and I do not like it.
Even Celebrini, I wouldn't put as generational. Celebrini's great. He's not generational.
Same.
Generational is McDavid, Crosby,
yeah,
Ovechkin.
Yeah,
those guys are generational.
Here, so I guess we got Utah on the clock now. I'm fascinated to see what Utah does because they're a team that, like, obviously they get to move up in the draft. I think there's a lot of good things going on there. Like, this is really.
Yeah, they've been actually rumored for a while to trade this pick, so obviously they're not doing that. But people were saying that they possibly were interested in moving it. This is where it's going to get interesting because are the Islanders actually going to be able to move up to get Higgins?
Right.
I don't know. Is it going to be Martin? Oh, Denoyer.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
I like Caleb Denoyer for Utah actually. Because again, I think like it's another guy who you look at Utah, what they have up front, right? Like they've got they need a little more size up front. And I think Caleb Denoyer again gives that to you again. Something you're going to just get sick of hearing at the end of the show, but a really good 200-foot game.
Two-way center. It's the year.
The Islanders would have to move up with Nashville. I agree. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, some people had Higgins falling to 7. I mean, we still have Martone. We still have, I mean, I don't know. Does McQueen go that high? I think it's really Martone, and then it's really got to be the 5th or 6th pick for him. So
McQueen's going to be fascinating to see where he goes to, obviously, given the back injury and everything else. But I really, and you're right. Yeah, they did just get Peterka. That's fair.
Yeah.
I really like Caleb Denoyer as a player. So I think he's gonna thrive in Utah. It's a really good landing spot for him.
Yeah, he feels very safe as at least a 2C at the NHL level, just the way he plays.
That's it, and that's kind of the same thing I felt with Frondell too, right? Like I feel like these guys are you could interchange them, and it's
high
not
floors.
Shocking to me that they both went back to back. That's gonna be interesting because I think now that not all the centers, but like all the big centers are now off the board. Like I think the top tier of the centers, they're all gone now.
Yeah. Not necessarily big in size because then McQueen is just sitting there at 6'5".
6'5", I know. Sam Dickinson will be look at him. I'm excited to see what Sam Dickinson does. I think he gets the opportunity to start on the Sharks. I think obviously Marc-Edouard Vlasic gets bought out, so that clears a spot on the blue line for a guy like Sam Dickinson to walk right into. What was your thoughts on the Vlasic buyout?
I was quite surprised. I was kind of in the camp of let's just finish out that contract once and for all and get it over with. I didn't quite look at the numbers yet, so I didn't see what the impact was. I know is it 2 years?
It's like 2 years. It's like $2 million
it 1 year
next year.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, so it's not really a big deal. They're clearly trying to open space, but I'm very curious as to who they're going to fill that space with because that D corps needs improvement, right?
Yeah.
Like we figure Mukamadulin's in there, right? We figure Ferraro, and then from there, who else is a guarantee, right? Desharnais, sure. I don't know. I could see more movement. I would like
don't
to
think
see
it's
Dickinson, but I don't know if he's ready yet. The jump from junior as a defenseman is not always easy. Yeah,
it's hard, but I don't know what are you sending him back to London for? That's the problem, right?
And he can't go to college, so
he can't go to college. So
I think you got to give him those games.
You have to get. I think you let him play until he proves he can't, and it might be. And I think like to prepare people. I think like even if he starts, like he probably has a start similar to Will Smith had this year, and you just got to kind of be patient and let it play itself out.
Yeah, I'm fine with the load management, especially as a defenseman early on. Thankfully, he has size and he's a good skater, so I think his adapting to the NHL could be a little bit smoother.
Yeah.
But I do think this is somewhere where Greer's going to make moves, whether it's free
me too.
agency or trades. Like he is well aware and he's vocalized that he knows the back end needs improvement. So it's not going to happen with just Dickinson, right? You need to get another couple names in there.
I just I don't like this. I don't like this. Like we go into this little booth and we talked it. Like it's so weird.
Puts him in some awkward situations too. Like even Greer, when he was talking, you could see he was like, he looks a little awkward. He's like, hey Mike. He's like, hey.
I don't like this. Yeah, I really like Caleb Desnoyers. I can't stress how much I like this. This is a player I was really high on. I talked about him a lot on our draft show, and yeah, I really like that fit for the Utah Mammoth.
They've been making a decent amount of moves too this offseason.
Would John Swenson asking, would you move Ferraro to try to bring in 2 right-handed D? I just don't think Ferraro gets you 2 right-handed D.
No, and I'm still in the camp of I don't see the point in moving him. I'd rather just have him as a third pairing guy. Fill up the spots above him. I think people will like him more if he's playing 16 minutes a game against competition he deserves to be playing against.
Yeah, get the roster spot for younger guys like Dickinson or Cagnoni. Yeah, I mean Cagnoni's another guy who could try and fight for a spot on the blue line. There's not a ton of room on the blue line right now. I think I really like Luca Cagnoni too. I don't know if you can roll him and Dickinson at the same time though, and maybe that's not fair. But
yeah, I like Cagnoni, and I think he has had an amazing boost to where I think where I thought he would be at this point. I still do have concerns about his size longer term. I feel like longer term, he's probably still a second or third pairing defenseman with a power play specialty maybe, but he's been proving everybody wrong so far. So I kind of love it. I'd like to see how he does this year as well. Give him some more NHL games.
what is the Sharks currently, their projected cap space going into the season is 44 million. The floor is 70 million. So that is the answer to that question.
Yeah. So we need another 26 to get there, right? So it says our projected cap hit is around 51. I don't know if that's taking into consideration a few additional things like retention and such, but regardless, we got to spend a good, even if it's 51, another 19 million.
Yeah. It's just silly. Most cap space, yeah, they've got to be up there. Who has more cap space than they do? Nobody. You're right. Yeah, they are the undisputed.
What I was curious about was Couture. So he no longer hits our cap, right?
So here's the thing with that. Players, when people were talking to him, like, oh, congratulations on retirement, but the Sharks never said retire when they were doing like the thing. They never said retire. They just said he's no longer playing. So I think he's very much counting against the cap this year, and I think the Sharks will be happy. No, I think he's just going to count.
Oh, he's just going to count. Yeah.
So
basically, if they want him to count against the cap, he can, and if not, then yeah. All right.
Yeah, if they do something crazy and they need the space, then they can put him on the LTIR. But they were very specific to say that he was not going to continue playing and not that he was retiring. All right, so what? Nashville on the clock, eh? Who do you got here? Porter Martone. They need everything. If you want to talk about teams that need centers, the Nashville.
It would be funny if they took Higgins. I would love to. You might hear riots outside my building because all the Islanders fans are gonna be freaking out. But I would go probably Martone here.
No, you don't get to say hi to Shea Weber. Stop it.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
There were a few people who had him high. I
Yeah.
think most didn't think this high, but all right.
I love Brady Martin. So Brady Martin, for those that don't know, I live in Sault Ste. Marie. Sault Ste. Marie Greyhounds. That is my team. That is where I live. I love Brady Martin. I think Brady Martin is really, really good. But this is the Florida effect, man. Because if you wanted to describe Brady Martin's game, like, the answer is Sam Bennett. That is the most obvious comparison. I don't think they were similar players at this point in their career, because I think, like, Sam Bennett was more of just like a goal scorer in junior. Like, Brady Martin is just a miserable player to play against.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people were high on him. I think I saw him sometimes going as high as 5, 6, 7. So it's not completely off the board, but him
It's
going
not
ahead of
super off the
people
board, but
kind
he's
of-
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, let me go here. Give me a second here.
I think that does push Hagen's down to 7, though, probably. So
Probably, yeah.
Get closer to maybe having the ammo to move up to there. So we got Philly and then Boston on the clock.
So if you look at, like, if like Brady Martin, if you like, the Elite Prospect site has a consolidated list, which is basically just an aggregate of all the different lists and kind of just averages everyone out. Brady Martin's 10 on that list. So is it super off the board? No. There is a lot of talk, but again, this is the Florida effect.
Yep. Copycat league.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Brady Martin hits everything. That is 100% true. Hi. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I am pleased to join with the man, the myth, the legend, drafted in the first round also by the San Jose Sharks before I was born. I'm joking. I'm joined with
You're
Scott.
aging me now.
Sorry, man.
Okay.
I'm joined with Scott Hannan. So you remember your draft, right? What was the emotion you were feeling like, and how was it like putting on the sweater for the first time?
I mean, obviously it was special for so many different reasons. Something you go through, with your family, every single coach, every single player that you've ever played with. It was a big moment. We were in Pittsburgh. I think I had my hands stuffed in some popcorn because, I remember it as I didn't really feel like I locked in the San Jose interview. So I didn't really think when San Jose traded up that was going to be me. But, it was a good laugh that we had with Dean Lombardi down at the thing. They like to have it that way. So obviously a great feeling for me, a great feeling for my family.
And speaking of kids going up and getting into hockey, you're currently the director of the San Jose Junior Sharks. What do you tell these kids, like, the first time they're getting into hockey? Like, if you could tell, like, I don't know if any kids who want to get into hockey are watching this, but if you could tell them one thing, what would it be?
Have fun. I mean, I think, bar none, I think we get into sports sometimes early for the wrong, I don't say the wrong reasons, but we play it expecting like it's always something that we need to get to, especially at 10U and 12U. And I think the important part of that is to, build a love for the game at the beginning. Community-based sports, I think, are huge, and not have to worry about where you're getting to next. Be where your feet are is a great saying that I like. Be where you are. Enjoy and love the game. It teaches us so much other than just the sport. It teaches us about community, about working together as a group, and then, and work and compete. If you're going to play the game at a high level, that work and that compete and that enjoyment is a big part of it.
Having fun's important, I've been told. So you watched a lot of Sharks hockey this year, right? And as a former defenseman, what do you think the Sharks have to improve on defensively to maybe avoid having, so many goals against constantly the last few years?
I think that's a multi-layered thing. When you're such a young team, you got to go through your growing pains. I think they made huge strides last year. I think adding guys like, Mac, obviously, and Will Smith, and the number of, youth prospects that they have, these high-level prospects, adding the guys, Misa already in this draft. I think the future's bright, and that's the thing that we got, as fans, as players, that they have to focus in on. It's a hard It's a hard game to win in at any moment. We saw that over the course of the playoffs. But I think, they got to improve on their defense, but that's 20 guys pulling in the same direction.
So you were actually part of a young core of Sharks coming up. Do you see any similarities between that young core and what Mike Grier is building today?
Yeah, the way he surrounds the young guys with quality vets. I mean, I think when I went through that, we had Brian Marchman, Scott Thornton, Vinny Damphus. It went down the line. Gary Suter. I could keep naming guys, and those guys taught us how to be professionals. I think that's an important piece of that, and I think Guersey, when he first stepped in, he brought in a lot of guys. You talk about Toffoli, Nico Sturm, these guys that they put around them that are quality NHL players that are here. They're helping these young players grow, and you're seeing the steps that these guys are taking. Obviously, we know what the future holds for this team when you got, the guys and the prospects that they have, but I think that's an important piece, and that was something that portrays back to those early 2000 teams.
Especially adding Michael Misa, such a dynamic goal scorer. I mean, he played with Igor Chernyshov, and you look at Tyler Toffoli, the sleepover, right? I know that was kind of a meme going around, but just that character. I'm going to rewind the clock here to 2004. The Sharks are in the Western Conference semis against the Colorado Avalanche. You got so much praise for holding Peter Forsberg to, I believe it was only 3 points. What's it like shutting down that type of firehouse of a player? Just
it goes back to what we just mentioned about defense. And I mean, maybe I got a lot of credit being a defenseman and being out there, and I had a couple good battles with them. But I looked at that as a team situation on how all the guys on the ice at any given time, how we approached the game. We knew who we had to shut down. They had Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg. They had a wagon of a team there, and we knew we were coming up. We knew how we had to play. Patty Marleau was he scored big goals for us, and I think that it's a team game, and to play defense that way. I was lucky enough to have some good battles, some good face washes with them, but that was a big part for that team to up and coming to overturn a team like that. And it was a highlight.
It is such a pleasure to interview, man. You're a great defenseman. You're a huge part of the Sharks, and it's a pleasure to hear you talk during the Sharks games because you have a lot of insights. Scott Hannan, everyone, it's an absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're back. So Porter Martone is a Philadelphia Flyer, and that just makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I think it's a good fit. I think you get him a few picks later than a lot of people thought he'd go, and you're getting a very talented player there. You now have him and Michkov both on the wing. You just traded for Zegras, so all right, putting something interesting together there.
Yeah, I dig it. I think, again, really, really good player. I think Porter Martone is one of those, I'm curious to see at the NHL level, obviously, but he's one of those wingers where I wonder if he's one of those wingers who can just, elevate their center when it's usually the other way around.
Yeah, and the thing is, for a lot of the season, I'd say probably until, November, December, there were folks who thought he could go 1 or 2. Mm-hmm. Even I'd say probably as late as January, that's where the Higgins started to fall stuff. He's a highly skilled winger. He's got size. I don't think it's going to be an issue getting to the NHL. It's just really a matter of how high he can climb.
Yeah, obviously. So James Hayden's obviously slipping a little bit here. Again, this is a guy who was, I think, projected number 1 before early projections had him possibly at the top of this draft last year. Obviously, this season things change. Why is he falling?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's just it's a recency evaluation, and people just weren't terribly impressed with his college season. It's really as simple as that. In his draft -1 season, he had pretty much half as many points as Celebrini did on a stacked team, whereas Celebrini kind of was all of BU that season. He looked very good in the World Junior Championship. I will say that. Mm-hmm. But he's also one of the older players in the draft. He's about 5-6 weeks from being eligible last year's draft.
Right.
And it's just a matter of he was a point per game player, which maybe 5-10 years ago would have been great coming into your draft season. But I think people looked at his overall body of work. They saw how he played at BC, and they didn't say this guy was absolutely dominating. So he's still a talented player, but maybe not a number 1 or number 2 overall.
Is he a victim a little bit of the people that he played with? Obviously, he's playing with Ryan Leonard, and is
Somewhat.
there probably a part of like is that a part of it probably too, where I think you have to like to stand out on that line with those guys like Ryan Leonard stepped right in and played playoff games for the Washington Capitals, obviously.
Yeah, I think so. I think he kind of wasn't as noticed because of that. And also, if you're on that line, your responsibility is to get those guys the puck a lot more. I will say I think he was a bit more improved when he was taken off their line. But for the most part, I still think if you threw Celebrini on that line, you're seeing an entirely different makeup. Like those guys would be feeding Celebrini the puck. And when Will Smith was on that line, I wouldn't say was always the best player, but he stood out and he completed that line and he really made BC a better team.
All right, so Boston is up now. I think this is now where it gets really, really interesting because there's just so little consensus. I feel like at this point now, like a lot of the guys. I mean, obviously James Hagen's still on the board. I think is as one of those top guys, but I think like we've already seen Brady Martin go really high. I mean, this is where I feel like you could see. There's players like Roger McQueen that's available, 6'5" center. Yeah, injury concerns obviously, but. A 6'5" center
who has very high skill in skating too.
Right. Yeah. So, let's see here. Thanks, Ian, and thanks, Mark. Great job today. I got to run. I'll be listening for 30th pick. See you. Yeah, man. Thanks for dropping in and saying hello. And I'm glad that you enjoyed the show so far. Obviously, these shows are tricky because obviously we try not to have like too much dead air, and we try to keep the conversation obviously interesting. But also, there's no prep here. It's just kind of like, this is what happened and
off
the cuff. And so I'm glad that people are enjoying the show, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, I don't know. I think they got to go Higgins here. McQueen is very intriguing. I'm just trying to look through the other guys and see if there's anyone else that I would think makes sense here. I mean, I don't want to say like classic Bruins type players, so like a guy like Aitchison, but it's got to be between those two, Higgins or McQueen. Higgins is playing in Boston, right? We know he loves the Islanders, but he is playing at Boston College, so it kind of makes sense. I'm sure they have had eyes on him all season long.
Yeah, like again, this is where it's going to get really fascinating because I think there's not a lot of consensus from this point on, especially once Hagens is off the board, then it's going to be the Wild West for the rest of the first round.
Then there's like 4 or 5 guys that could go at any pick, really.
Right. I'm curious to see what they do here. Oh, of course we do.
Golfer.
Oh, it's Adam Sandler.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yep. There it is. Came through on your... Did it come through for you yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good. I love it.
Yep.
Man, I mean, look at again. I think James Hagen's like for Boston. Like this is in my opinion, obviously, I think the best player on the board right now. Famous Boston athlete. I love it. Yeah, I mean this was BPA, and I think this is a great pick by the Bruins. I like James Hagens a lot. I feel like James Hagens, like the way I introduced him on the draft show is he is off the assembly line of American forwards that kind of it feels like an assembly line at this point. Cause you just again, like Will Smith and Jack Hughes and like that kind of like they not obviously at like, again, I don't know if James Hagens is going to have the heights of either of those players, but I still think he's very in that mold.
Yeah, agreed. You could say similar to Will Smith in some of his style and kind of undersized, like you said. And very skilled. You know,
Yeah.
he could work out and become the best player from this draft. That's what the thought was coming into the season. So
Yep.
it wouldn't be a complete shocker if he did. But that being said, you know, he probably will go back for another year of college. I think this will be the year he probably explodes and puts up Will Smith type numbers. And then in 2 years, maybe he'll be in the NHL. 2 seasons.
Sorry, there's chaos in my house right now. Yeah, I like this pick. So now it's going to be interesting. So now I have no idea what happens next. I think Seattle's on the board next.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm
This is where we start entering,
to
I think, the next round of defenseman territory.
Right.
So I'm curious to see here, because this is actually kind of where I wanted the Sharks to trade up. I don't know if we have the pieces for this high. I think we get more into the teens and lower, like 11, 12 area where it would become maybe realistic. But
So Steve asking in the chat, because I don't think we didn't touch on this. Going back to Michael Misa for a second, NHL readiness in Michael Misa. I think he's the season out still.
I agree. I don't love the idea of him going back to juniors after the season he just put up, which is why I would love for him to commit to a college program for a season. I do think he's a season out. That being said, unless he goes to a college program, I could see the Sharks giving him a chance to make the lineup.
Yeah.
Really depends on where he goes over the next few months.
Yeah, there was rumors before that he was flirting with Boston University. I don't know how much truth there is to that, or if there's any actual fire there, but I know there was talk that Boston University was on his radar, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think that would be a good program for him. Hockey East is always great, you know, following Celebrini's footsteps. And you're constantly playing against good competition there. And again, these are guys who are as old as 24 or 25 in some cases. So you're playing against more grown-ups pretty much, as opposed to the younger teens of juniors. And especially with a lot of the skilled players or the guys who are getting drafted now going from juniors to college, I think it's the right move.
I think that's the one thing, though, that I think the new college, obviously the new college eligibility rules are good. I overall I approve, but it doesn't. You can't get your 9 games, right? You can't. Nope. You have to. It's a one or the other, and I think that's if we could somehow bridge that gap, I think it would be a perfect system.
Yeah, because to get those 9 games, you have to sign your entry level deal, and then you're a professional. College. That's why Dickinson's not eligible. So
correct
for him. I'm sure they'll have him at the summer rookie camp, have some fun there, watch him, display him for the fans, and then I think he'll probably commit to a college shortly after.
Yeah, or I think it'll be really interesting, right? Because we're gonna see. I think that's gonna be, for me, the most fascinating thing coming out of this draft specifically is how many guys sign their ELC right away.
Yeah,
because normally it was pretty much a given, right? Unless they were a college player, it was pretty much a given. Oh yeah, they're going to sign their ELC and whatever. It'll be really fascinating to see how many of these first round picks specifically sign their ELC right away.
Realistically, I wouldn't be surprised if there were 0 players from this year's draft in the NHL next year. I actually would feel like Frondell might be closest. Schaefer might get forced in by the team just because there could be an opening there, and he's the first overall pick. But I think really this year's draft, I don't think anyone's really NHL ready.
Yeah, I agree. I like Michael Misa again. I mean, if he does come back to junior, I will be happy to go watch him play when he comes through town. I think that's the one thing that makes me sad now, is that some of these guys are going to get drafted and then they're just not going to come to town anymore, and that's really sad for me. But that's a personal thing. I don't know. To me, it's going to be fascinating. Seattle's up next. I think Seattle's an interesting team. They've generally gone really, really heavy forward. I'm curious if they're the ones that, like you said, mentioned, we might see a run of D now. Don't they kind of have to pick a D at some point here?
Yeah, and that's the thing, because I think the only other forward I feel really comfortable saying is better than this next group of D is McQueen. I mean, there's arguments for Eklund, there's arguments for O'Brien, but I really like Mirka and I like Aitchison. And I know Jules was very high on Jackson Smith. I'm also high on him, but I just prefer the other two. So I think any of those three are really good at this point in the draft. And it could be like one after another, just going through that next tier of defensemen.
All right, let's see what they do.
Seattle's pick is in.
I'm fascinated.
Yeah, I feel like this is kind of where the dominoes start to fall and kind of impacts what the other teams do. So we got Buffalo and Anaheim next. I doubt Anaheim's choosing a defenseman, actually.
How would Misa develop with another year in junior? I don't look at. I want to stress something here, right? And then look at. I am a junior hockey guy, so bias out in the open. I think we're all writing the obituary on junior hockey really soon. He'll be fine. Like there's still good competition in junior hockey. Everybody's not jumping to college. There's only so many places, there's only so many programs where people can go. We're writing off them. I just feel like we're the obituary on Canadian junior hockey is being very prematurely written. Jake
O'Brien. There he goes. Yep. So another pick before the D-men. Do you remember exactly what it was the Sharks got for that 11th pick? I know it was 27, which was Beestead. I think it was 33 or 34, which was Lund. And then Havilid. But I just don't remember what number Havilid was. Was that in the 50s?
Give me a second. I will find out.
Because I'm trying to think. That's the reverse deal of what I want the Sharks to do this year. And we have the pieces for it.
There we go. Matthias Havilid was drafted with the 45th overall pick.
So it was 27, 34, and 45. We have 30, 33, and 53, right? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, it's a similar pick. You have to think we could probably get into somewhere between 11 and maybe 15 if we really want to.
Yeah. Who do I think backs up Yaroslav Askarov this year? There's the problem is that the problem right now is that there's really the goalie market isn't fantastic. I think the guy I really like for that is Jake Allen, but the problem is that this goalie market is such trash that Jake Allen's probably the best guy on there if you're looking at free agent goalies. I wonder if you're gonna settle for a guy like maybe Vladar. Mm-hmm. I think it'll be fine because obviously I think Askarov's going to be a guy who's going to start a lot of games. He just seems like he's that kind of goalie. So I don't know. Any thoughts, Mark?
I was thinking Vladar. I think it's going to be. I don't know why. That just feels like the right signing. Not that I think Vladar is anything special. But I just feel like he's the guy that they're going to sign. There's been rumored a little bit.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just seems like a fit. It's a guy who doesn't expect to be fit. A starter necessarily. And, maybe he gets 35, 40 games, when Askarov hits maybe a slump or the team inevitably gives up 10 goals in a game or two, that's when you throw him in there to kind of take that pressure off of Askarov.
Yeah, they just need a guy who can come in and give them quality starts without really overly you don't want to just give Askarov the net, obviously, but I mean, it's going to be his net. That's the reality of it. You want a guy who's going to push him a little bit, obviously, but just give you quality starts when you need to start. You don't want to throw a guy in to the point where it's if for some reason they go on just a silly run this year, like a Columbus run this year, that you're not playing Askarov 70 games, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying there's going to be a Columbus run out of this team, but you never stranger shit has happened, right? So if you do end up on a run, you don't want to be where you might sniff the playoffs. And again, I'm not saying that'll happen, but you want a guy who can come in and give you 30 quality starts. So.
Yeah. Yep. I think Askarov also is in still kind of that age range where he's a little bit mentally fragile. I mean, we've seen him kind of have really good stretches and then, get rattled. So
Yeah.
I think he need kind of that veteran presence to kind of help him through that and just ease him into being more of that complete starter where you end up getting 50, 60 starts.
Yeah. Yeah, like and like Vladar was great with Dustin Wolf last year, and that's a really good point. It's a very similar situation. You've got a young goalie that you think the world of, and you just need a guy that can come in and play well behind him. Does Demko still cost more than $5 million after the knee injury last year? Thatcher Demko's fascinating. Yeah, probably, because I still think he's Thatcher Demko. If you think that he's healthy enough to, if you still think he's, if you still think he's the guy, you have to pay him like it. But man, it would make me nervous. I'm glad it's not a decision that I'd have to make. So I don't know.
Yeah. And also just on the goalie topic, Greer definitely recognized that's another area he has to address. So it won't be internally. It's not going to be one of the guys we were rotating last year.
No, I mean, they did just re-up Gabe Carrier for another year on a 2-way deal, but I think he's going to be, Gabe Carrier had a really uneven season with the Barracuda. There was some nights where I thought he was just great, and there was other nights where I would ship him to the ECHL and never let him return. So he's back, and it's a good deal for him, I think. But it's and I think he's he gets a chance he's going to get a chance to be the starter for the Barracuda this season. I think, depending on what they do with their other goalies. I know they have the gentleman from Denver. Help me, Mark.
Trying to remember.
Davis, right? Matt Davis. What's the defenseman? The goalie they signed from Denver.
All I keep thinking of is the old goalie we had from Denver.
Oh.
Can't recall his name.
I know. I suck. What's up with Gannon Larocque? Gannon Larocque has had some injury.
Too many injuries.
Woes. Yeah, there's a point where I like Gannon Larocque, but we're at the point now where like he's lost so much development time to injury at this age that I don't really think much of him anymore at this point, and which is unfortunate. And I think it sucks for a guy's career to go that way. But I just you lose so much development time to injury.
Yeah, he had such a great draft +1 season too. That's why it was really promising, because I think if I remember correctly, he was the one who was drafted after the COVID season. So it was like you didn't really have a big sample size for him, and then he blew up in the draft +1 season. So the Sharks fans, we all thought he might have had a steal there. But yeah, he's been rattled with injuries since 21, 22? It's been 4 years now. So yeah. All right, Buffalo's pick is in.
Yeah, Matt Davis. They signed Matt Davis, who's going to be on the Barracuda. So, what are we doing? Who's pick? Oh, Buffalo. Man. What a tortured fan base.
Mertka. All right. There's that next round of defensemen.
Are they good?
I don't know. How do you feel about this for Buffalo, though? Oh, hello. Here's AJ with Dan Boyle.
And we are PG.
Fuck no.
No?
No.
Okay, good. I needed to know that over there.
Yeah,
I do like to throw an F-bomb out once in a while.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I saw the Dangle podcast. It was great.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So, Olympic gold medalist, Stanley Cup champion, Faith No More roadie.
Yes.
Dan Boyle. I was told you have limited time. So, well, all right, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm good.
As someone who's played in Florida, California, New York, what are your thoughts on how the state taxes have become a big talking point? Is it all just a bunch of shit?
I think it's bullshit. At the end of the day, I think now I'm not going to speak for 100% of the players, but you want to win. I was in a position as a free agent where I could choose where I wanted to go, and I came to California. One of the highest state tax. So at the end of the day, for me, it's about winning. I think most players will probably say the same. It doesn't hurt if the winning team is in a low tax state, but it should not be a top 1, 2, or 3 thing you're looking at. You're looking at winning. You're probably looking at place to stay with regards to your family and schools and all that, and then state tax might be like 4 or 5 down the list.
Happy coincidence.
I think you're going to a winner first and foremost, more than anything.
All right. With guys being on LTIR for a majority of the season and then that suddenly get healthy for game 1 of the playoffs, and we've had the new CBA announcements come out. Are you nice to see that loophole close?
I do. I don't know a ton about it. I quickly read about it, so I'm not overly informed. But yeah, I know like Vegas was, famous for finding a loophole and letting guys, be injured a little longer than needed to be. So I think as it's for everybody, that's what I want. I think some GMs are probably better than others at doing it, but ideally, if this like lessens the gap or makes it a little closer, then so be it. So better off.
The Sharks don't have a single defensive player, of course, signed beyond the upcoming season.
Oh,
right. So it's a metaphorical ambition on the line from careers. So as a defenseman, how would you like to see the Sharks address what has largely been the Achilles heel of the franchise over the last few seasons?
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's pretty wild. Wow, that's a good question. I'm big on like pairings and, you can't have 5 guys or 6 guys that are 6'6" and can't move the puck. You want a couple of those guys.
I remember you with Murray, pretty big guy.
You're right. You want the yin and the yang.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think you identify your the guys that you want here. Mike's going to have to do that. And this year will be a year for a lot of the guys to step up and prove they want to stick around. And then from there, you identify maybe the 3 or 4 guys you want, and then you build around that. So interesting that no one's signed past this year. So we'll very important year for some guys. Henry Thrun, for one, who I really like, but you want to stick around. You got to take that next step, and being good at this point isn't enough. You got to be better than good.
Absolutely. Well, and kind of along that line, you've stated you're a big Luka fan, Cagnoni.
Yeah. I watched. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm a fan of any undersized defenseman. Obviously, having lived through it, so I liked what I saw. But with any smaller defenseman, you see the course of year, and then 2 years and 3 years and 5 years, because the thought is that he's going to break down. The smaller players are going to break down, but we see that the ones that are built to last will not. So with him, it's just seeing him play a full year, hopefully, and seeing him play a lot. And then you can determine whether he's somebody you want to keep moving forward and sign long term.
Well, and you were a guy who played with that chip on your shoulder.
You got to have that. You got to have that. I think smaller defensemen in this day and age there's like 2 on every team. When I broke in, there was 2 in the whole league. So I don't want those guys to take that position for granted, because it's a position that took many, many years there's guys before me, but myself and Brian Rafalski and some of us younger guys helped move it along to now where those guys are now being given that position, that opportunity, where 30 years ago, even before I played, they wouldn't even look at you for under 6 feet tall. So hopefully he's the real deal, but we're going to need to see a bigger sample this year.
Well, and I would even go so far to say, like, Marlowe and Thornton, bigger guys in comparison to Smith and Macklin. So maybe the hockey's getting a little smaller?
The size thing isn't as big. And like I said before, I just don't think you need as many. Before, we were very stuck on your reach and your size, and now we're seeing that the smaller guys. I mean, I played with one of the best, smallest players in the game, Marty St. Louis, who to this day is, the best player I've played with, and I played with Jumbo and Patty, and I just think that at the end of the day, it's about results, and size isn't as big of an issue today's game than it was certainly 20 years ago.
For me, I'm also a big Eric Polkamp fan. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
I'm not. Oh, why do I? Yeah. But I don't. Yeah, if you're going to ask me a question about him, I would have to lie.
It was just that I thought he was another guy who smaller maybe in stature, but stood out during the prospects camp last year. So, is there any other guy that you think besides Luka, or obviously you're not familiar with Polkamp, but is there somebody else that you're kind of like in the Shark system? Like, this is a guy that if he can make it, come out with that chip.
Yeah, this is maybe a weird answer, but Eklund, who I ended up playing with his dad, I thought he's a smaller player, and I actually was a little nervous that he wasn't going to last, but I think I'm looking for bigger and better things from him, even though he's had a great start. I think there's more there.
All right. So when it comes to Boyle memories for fans, right, many will mention the own goal, of course because Nabby's shitty.
Obviously,
your response in the following game.
Yeah.
The coast-to-coast power play goal against Minnie. Ripping Larry Brooks a new asshole. The hit by LePerrier. Well, you might not remember that. The rest of us
I
remember.
saw the video.
Yeah. Your epic beating of Brassard. Can you tell me a great Sharks memory for you that maybe most fans don't think about?
It's an easy one for me because I've talked about this before, but my last year here was statistically my worst. Not only statistically, probably product-wise, was the year I was hit by LaPierre. I had a concussion. I was knocked out cold for 7 minutes. From what I'm told, Randy Hahn told me, they cut to commercial, came back, and I was still sleeping. So think about that. Out cold for 7 minutes. I missed 4 games. And I came back and I played the rest of that year. Although, if you look at what I was doing or my points, nothing was impressive. But for me, to go through what I went through and to feel how I felt and to play the rest of that season the way that I did, I am very proud of my effort and all the stuff that I had to deal with behind the scenes, which was like sleeping 2 hours a night, 4 hours over the course of a weekend, being dizzy, but overcoming, I guess. In hindsight, I probably should have taken more time off, but I'm very proud of my last year as a Shark, even though it was kind of a disaster on the ice. But I'm very proud of what people don't know. My ex-wife and my kids and my friends and family know what I went through. But it was a really, really difficult year for me. But I'm very proud of it at the same time.
Excellent. You're familiar with the Remenda Quick Quiz? Did you ever have to go through that?
I don't like to look at Drew, but yeah, I am familiar with it. Drew should be on the radio. Drew should be on the radio. Ruzanowski TV. It should be flipped. Drew's got a face for radio.
Is Nabby still a shitty goalie?
Horrible.
Horrible. All right.
Huge
if Mike
five-hole.
Keenan is the worst coach, who's the best?
Head coach?
Your dealer's choice.
Head coach, Todd McClellan. Assistant coach, I loved Craig Ramsey in Tampa.
All right. Most impressive beard, Jumbo, Burnsy, Dimebag.
Dimebag.
All right.
And I just saw Pantera, by the way. First concert.
Metallica?
Yeah, I was there on Sunday, and my first concert when I was 16 was a Skid Row concert, but Pantera was the opening band.
Fuck out of
I
here.
never listened to Skid Row again. I went.
Is that Slave to
I
the
made
Grind,
a hard.
or-
It was a Slave to the Grind, but Pantera I think was the opening band, and I was like,
Who's this
Skid,
skinny
bro?
blonde fucker who won't
I
shut
was
up?
I was done. I went Pantera, so I saw him on Sunday. I'm 48 now, so 32 years ago. So Pantera was a huge part of my musical
upbringing?
Upbringing, yeah. Otherwise, I would end up in some hair metal stuff, which would have been bad.
What do you think about Zach Wilde?
I didn't do a ton of Aussie and stuff, so I know a little bit about him, but I just
Reasonable facsimile?
that's more my brother. Zach Wells, more my brother type of thing. I went Pantera, and then I made a weird turn to Faith No More and Mr. Bungle and all the weird shit I listened to. But anyways, so we'll go with Dimebag.
All right, that'll lead me to band you were listening on the way here. Who's in the car on the way down?
What did I have on? Oh, I had Tool radio. So
serious?
Perfect Circle. I drive a Tesla. Yeah, I drive a Tesla. Whatever the Tesla people listen to. Pandora, I think.
Name something worse than the beach traffic through Los Gatos.
Oh, shoot. I hate two things. Well, I hate a lot of things, but slow drivers in the left lane. Can I say fuck?
Fuck yeah.
Get the fuck out of the left lane. It's a passing lane. You got to get the fuck over. Okay? It's a passing lane. That's one. Two, Shark fans. When you guys want a signature from the players and you throw your Sharpie out, don't come Sharpie at them first. Put the cap on, flip it around, cap first. I can't tell you how many times people are like, boom, Sharpie, 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 Sharpie. Don't go Sharpie end first. Flip it over, cap on the back, cap first. Those are the two things that bother me more than beach traffic.
All right. Can we expect to see you on the broadcast a little more this season? Because everybody, from what I've seen, you look at the social media response.
I don't do any social media.
Oh, no. And
Zero.
You know what? That's what you have in common with Remenda. He's the same way.
I do. I have nothing.
But the response is every time you're on, it's like, why aren't we seeing more of Dan?
I didn't know that. I'm glad it's a positive response.
Yeah.
Two things. I kind of just said, let me know if you guys need me. I can do a handful of games. That's what I did. This year, as the team gets better, that's the other thing, because I don't like to be dishonest, so I don't want to come in negative all the time, come across that way. But as the team gets better, I said I'd do more games. So ideally, but the one thing is I don't want to go to that studio in San Francisco. So I told them I would only do games here. And so hopefully, maybe we bump me up from 5 to 10-ish games or so.
Sharks, you got to have more intermission pre-post here.
And I need the fans to let NBC know that I'm amazing.
Absolutely. But know how to hand over the damn Sharpie is the problem.
And give me cap first.
Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it so much.
That was great.
All right, we got to throw it to the other guys there. Oh, well, hold on. One more thing here. What did you how have you liked the picks so far? Anybody stand out for you? Anybody?
I would be lying if I said I knew. I'm only believing what I'm told and what I'm reading. So Misa seemed like the second overall pick was going to be it. So
obvious choice.
I'm just going to be going on what the scouts and what the pros or the professionals are telling me. Two or whatever. I think now we got to get the defensive part of the game. You got the goalie. We got the forwards. We got to get the defense straightened out.
All right.
Dan Boyle. Awesome. My favorite shark of all time. And given the team, Dan Boyle was always my favorite, was my guy always. So that was fun.
Yeah. One of my faves too. Loved him in Teal. That was the first, I'd say, truly offensive defenseman I think I saw with the Sharks from the time of Ozil Lynch's first season. Everyone else between that time frame was maybe a 30-point guy, end of their career. Gary Suter comes to mind. A few others like Bill Holder had a 30-point season in there. Stewie his rookie season, but Boyle jumped on, and then what was he, a Norris candidate for 3-4 years in a row, pretty much getting 50, 60 points every season. He was a beast.
All right, so while the interview is happening, we obviously Reid Mark goes to the Buffalo Sabres. I think that's an interesting pick for them. They've drafted really heavy on defense. It feels like in the draft. Like obviously they've got 2 top picks in Dahlin and Owen Power, defenseman. Now they've taken Reid Mark at 9. So it's going to be. I mean, I just want Buffalo to be good.
I do too. Even though it is hilarious, the stuff that happens with them kind of, and also the turmoil they go through just because they constantly draft guys, trade them, draft guys, they get good, trade them. Just traded with Peterka, right? Like rumors with Dahlin, rumors with Byram, just it's endless with them. Like, I don't know. Started with Eichel and built from there.
It's really sad though, because like for a long time, if you look like regional television numbers, Buffalo was number 1 and it wasn't even close.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that way anymore. And I feel bad. Roger McQueen went to the Ducks at 10. I don't like that. I like that for the Ducks. I don't like that for that division though.
It's very good for the Ducks. I do not like that for our division.
No, really nice. I mean, again, there's definitely concerns there. I think, like there's some injuries that I don't even blink at for younger players, but a back injury is a back injury, regardless of whether you're 50 or 20.
Yeah. I mean, with him, assuming his injuries aren't initially an issue, you think about it. What do they have now? Leo Carlson, Mason McTavish, and him all eligible to play center. Obviously, one of them is going to probably have to move to the wing because they're all probably more of the top 6 mold. But interesting pick.
The Pittsburgh Penguins are on, and they selected. Who did they get? Benjamin Kindle?
Yep.
This feels a little off the board, no?
I think so. Yeah, I think he was more of a guy late teens, early 20s.
Yeah, on the consolidated list, just checking quickly, that he's 20th. So it is an interesting pick. What's going on here? Who's coming? Interesting. Oh, it's Brody. All right, let me throw it back to AJ here quick, and then we'll resume.
Yeah.
All right.
Give it time.
I think you know this guy.
Are we on?
Yeah. So, what do you think so far on what happened?
The Crosby trade?
Crosby trade. No, I want to know how do you feel? Just because there was so much speculation, it's going to be Frondell, it's going to be Misa, and then it all played out the way it was supposed to.
Wait a second. When you say there was so much speculation, who was causing that speculation?
Well,
did Mike Greer
fans?
Did Mike Greer lead you to believe that anything besides the obvious was going to happen? No, I don't want to say I told you so, but I look. Nobody told me any secrets. Promise you that. But I knew enough to read body language, and that things seemed to project that if the Islanders were going to do what they were going to do, the Sharks were going to do what they were supposed to do. And I just talked to Michael Misa, great guy already. You can tell he's going to fit in really well here. Stats are one thing, OHL resume is one thing, but I think you add into that, we need good players, good personalities. We need the culture of this team in this room to keep taking those steps. I think he'll fit there as nicely as anybody else.
Well, and I think, to be fair,
what accent was that?
It's the Shorzy accent.
Sure.
To be fair,
Shorzy.
I think one of the reasons why is because when you talk about the Frondell speculation, it's like he was a bigger guy, was playing against men, and Greer did mention at one point about, getting bigger. So I can understand a little bit of the smoke screen. Are you surprised that we haven't seen a trade to announce yet?
Yeah. So I'm going to be very honest with you. As soon as Misa was selected, I ran into my little private cubbyhole studio here at SAP Center, recorded Misa interview. So I've been a little bit in the dark in terms of what happened immediately. I saw Frondell went third.
Yep.
After that, Utah made a pick. I was working, but when Utah was picking, I was talking to Michael Misa. So I've been a little bit out of the loop of what's happened. That's why when I was walking up here, scrolling through, and I saw Crosby, I was like, "You got to be kidding me!" But I found out it wasn't not there yet.
But no trades, and I see Pittsburgh's on the clock right now.
Yeah.
Are they?
Pittsburgh's
See, and
trading
this
down.
is so funny because they had
Right
11
when you
and
said
12, and I was wondering about that earlier. Was with 11 and 12, do you take 11 and then trade
Right.
12 down or whatever?
Having 2 picks in proximity like that doesn't lead you to believe that they would actually go through with both of them.
Well, and has Victor Eklund been taken yet? And so the Sharks still have 30 and 33.
30th.
Oh, there's a trade alert.
As the
said it,
Penguins
and
are
it
up.
happens.
Wait, you're going to have my live reaction to Sidney Crosby getting traded?
Let's see here.
I'm listening to Gary. For who? No, it's going to Philly.
22 and 31.
Eric made a great point. It's Philly. This isn't Colorado.
12 for 22 and
It's
31.
picks for picks.
Picks for picks.
Hey,
all right,
so-
trading down. So clearly you're trading up to get somebody specific. Is Philly like in Eklund's?
No, I'm hoping that Victor Eklund has his night simultaneously ruined by being passed on. That he's getting the Shedeur Sanders treatment all the way until 30 when the Sharks can pick him up.
See, we were
and then
talking.
we can have the Eklund brothers here.
We were talking about trading 30 and 33, like maybe up to Vancouver at 15 if Eklund would have fallen that far.
Got it.
But hey,
Yeah,
we
right.
got our first
I was
trade.
thinking 33. I was like, what are you talking? Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep. Look, I guess maybe that being our first trade. Is that right?
Yeah, first trade so far of the draft.
I thought by the nature of it, to your point, that there'd be more of that happening today. There just hasn't been so far. So
It's pretty much gone to plan.
Yeah.
What most people said it would be. All right. So anything else to promote? Anything on the channel coming up that people, I mean, because the Cow Palace series, fantastic.
Thank you.
So fun to kind of revisit that. And really, how did it smell in there? Was it a little sketch? Still smell
it
like
used
cow
to smell
patties?
worse.
I would hope so.
I feel like it smells better now. It doesn't look any different than you went to some Bulls games, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so that
I went
was
to some Spiders games.
Was that 13 years ago? Like really the last time I was probably there in 2012 or so? It doesn't look much worse, and I say that respectfully. When we were there, the thought crosses your mind, what if? What if for one game, because I always thought that about the Giants, that they should go back to Candlestick before it was torn down when the 49ers were using it. Go back to Candlestick, play one series, whatever. It's just like at the Cow Palace, they can't even make ice there, I don't think, anymore. There's not a center hunt. It's just, even for one game, it would be a little dicey. So I don't think you'd want to risk that. But no, it was great. Development camp next week. We're basically shooting a month's worth of interviews and content and back and forth. So 4th of July, I'll be blown out. But we're doing a lot, and I can't wait to see all these young players come in here and chat them up and translate that on our all of our Sharks channels.
Well, hey, thanks so much for swinging by,
my
bud.
pleasure. My pleasure.
We got to have, the Brody impersonation of Joe Thornton saying "Holy Doodle."
Oh yeah, buddy. Hey, Lanny, is that you, bud? Oh yeah. Holy doodle. I want to drop a few F-bombs like in Joe fashion, but I won't do that here. Eric, can you? I'm just kidding. I wanted you to do this interview.
Oh, okay. I appreciate
AJ
it.
kind of wrangled me in.
Well,
I
he
was hoping you and
texted
I
you
could have a
first.
sensible
I know,
conversation.
but how are things in your part of Contra Costa County?
Look at, he's going with it. He's leaning into it.
Oh wait, what?
Things are great. It's my first off season in a while, so I'm enjoying it. I'm trying out golf.
I was gonna say, what is that like? You mean you never had a
trade or a pick?
I think a pick.
It's just
it's just scary. It's just scary.
Better not be Victor.
This draft has never been better, So, but having an off season now, it's kind of
That's
nice.
good. No, I'm enjoying it. I'm staying busier than I thought. I have to think creatively,
Right.
what do Sharks fans want to see right now. There's not games to talk about, so using my brain a little bit more, but definitely enjoying it.
Good.
Yeah,
Good,
still
good.
super thankful for this entire opportunity.
Oh yeah,
So.
and I think I know he talked about the Cow Palace series. That was something special.
Yeah, I know you would have. Both of you, I know, like that's right up your alley.
That I mean, I'll talk about the Cow Palace all day. I was talking with Tom Peterson earlier, but all right. With that, I'll let you.
Ian's ready to go.
Yeah, Ian
I
and
see
Mark
Ian.
is like ready.
Oh, Mark's there too.
Hold on. Thoughts on the decentralized draft?
I will tell you the cool part about it that I actually, when I said I didn't know they were doing that, some of my coworkers are like, "We told you they were doing that." You didn't. But when they got to like literally look at the screen and talk to the front offices that just drafted the player, like,
Right.
yeah, I was like, okay, that's a cool takeaway. Now, that's the only part I like.
Yeah.
You could do that in person, too. Like, so I'm not going to speak poorly on it. The teams wanted to try it out.
Right.
We're figuring this out. Let's really go over this and review this.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
The Michael Misa interview is about to hit.
Oh, they're going to interview
Anyway.
Misa on the big screen here.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll see how it goes.
So, Brody's. Wait a minute. Wait. What the heck? I knew it. He had a double this whole time.
I was waiting long enough so this would happen so that I could. Wait, hang on. Quiet, everybody. Quiet. Trying to talk here. Anyway.
Oh, okay.
This will be up on the Sharks channel in like 20 minutes, hopefully. So.
No, they're still watching us.
Not streaming. I did this like half hour ago, probably, or more. I don't know what time it is.
Look at that. Who gets the exclusive? This isn't even on the Sharks YouTube page yet. We get Misa and Brody on here.
All right.
All right, fine. Ian,
Your
Mark,
audience
sorry to
doesn't
jam
really
in.
want to see this. Eric, plug in your laptop, buddy. Your battery's
Oh,
dying.
yeah. Oh, who's dropped my mic? Oh, yeah. Ian, back to you. Stop unplugging my computer.
All right. Okay, so we had a trade.
Yep.
The Pittsburgh Penguins traded their second of back-to-back picks to the Flyers. And then the Flyers draft Nesbitt. Which is way off the board.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. I don't know about that one.
It's weird. Let me mute these guys here. There you go. Be quiet.
So it was 22 and 31.
Yes.
To move up to 12.
To 12 to take a guy they could have had at either of his
26. Oh god.
Maybe not like just for again, I like the consolidated list because it kind of gives you an average of what is going at. Jack Nesbitt on the consolidated list is the 28th ranked prospect. Let me just bring up his profile here quick and we'll see where he was. I mean, the highest I've seen him ranked was 17 by McKenzie, but man, he's as low as 52. A lot of like average in the, again, average in the middle, but like there's a lot of people who had him very much in the range that where they moved up from. So
6'4" center, that's what it was.
Yeah. No, of course. And again,
Philadelphia
Flyers, they do like that. Is he a 200-foot center?
That's the question of the year.
Strong forecheck. Let's see what.
I'm still gonna keep my
fascinated
hopes up.
by this now.
There's still a good group of defensemen left, so keep my hopes up.
I'm kind of surprised we haven't gone on a run. I thought we were really gonna have a run.
Yeah.
Dave, that's such a bad pick for the Flyers that I'm here for it. You and me both. Elite Prospects had Jack Nesbitt ranked at 48. Wow. I want to see what bring it up.
Yeah, I think him and Kindle are both kind of off the board. Not off the board, but pretty off the board for where we are in this draft. And it's kind of
Kindle was at least in that. I think here's my take on the Kindle pick. Brady Martin went off the board really quick, and that blew up Kyle Dubas's entire draft strategy. Because I again, like, find someone who loves drafting former Greyhounds more than Kyle Dubas. Trade up for Brusevich. I think you can have Brusevich where the Sharks are gonna pick.
No way.
Exactly. And I like he might still be on the board at 53. Honestly, like for me, when I look at Brusevich, like I think he's a guy you could target with that later second round pick. Yeah. Maybe he moves up because again, right shot D do come at a premium. I like Brusevich, but like again, the important thing to remember is like, yes, him and Sam Dickinson played really well in junior, but like if you're drafting Brucevic, you're not drafting him to play with Sam Dickinson. You're drafting him for what you project in. And he projects to me as a middle pair, steady guy. He's not there to ride shotgun with Sam Dickinson in the NHL.
No, and there's also enough D-men available in that 30 to 33 range where you don't trade up for him. If you're trading up, you're trading up for a higher tier, which is more like a Hensler or a Smith, Aitchison, someone from that class. Because Brucevic kind of fits all in with that group of Fiddler, Boumediene, and a whole bunch of others that are perfectly fine at 30, 33, and 53.
It's interesting though, like, because again, like I think there was no after Hagens went off the board, like it was gonna be the Wild West, and the Wild West it has been.
Yep. So who's on the clock now? Detroit? Okay.
I believe so. I've got too many windows up. Yes.
Another team that's been perpetually rebuilding for a long time.
I'm interested.
They're close.
This is where I think Victor Ekman goes.
Yeah. I could see that. They also love their Swedes.
Yeah. Like I would be shocked if Victor Ekman makes it past Detroit. I think he's going to be good. Yeah. Hagens, Martone were steals. Yeah. I mean, based on how far they fell, it's going to be good.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I think because so many of these guys at some point were listed at number 1, number 2, you're getting good picks in the top 7 or 8 this year. And I think that's just where you have this big drop off kind of once you get to the middle of the teens. And then I feel like everyone from maybe 16 through like 40 is pretty much the same. So top 10, that's probably why I think a team like the Islanders had a hard time getting back into the top 10 to get Hagens, just because who is going to give up those picks for 16 and 17? I just don't see the names there being worth it.
Semcast saying Desnoyers at 4. I think Desnoyers at 4 is fine, man. I really do. I believe. Him and Anton Frondell, to me, are very interchangeable based on profile. So I think that them going back to back there's not surprising. All right, so let's see what Detroit does. I'm fascinated now because again, like now we're just the board is crazy. I think this is Victor Ekman, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think they really need another defenseman prospect.
Oh, apparently he went past Detroit.
Oh, mine hasn't caught up yet.
Yeah, Dave saying I'm sitting beside you, Stuff, and he's thrilled. Like he should be, man. I love Caleb Desnoyers. I'm a big fan of Caleb Desnoyers.
Who is the pick? Enough with your life story, guy.
They need to go back, man. I do not like this format.
Yeah, it was great when Joe Jumbo came up on stage last year, and what was he up there for, like 20 seconds talking? Not a whole spiel here.
Oh my God.
Carter Bear. Okay.
I like it. Yeah, that's
not bad.
That's good.
Yeah. Scored a ton of goals.
I like Carter Bear. Carter Bear, like this is where this is a good range for Carter Bear. Carter Bear on the consolidated list that I keep going back to, he's actually ranked 13 on it. So kind of rate and range where a lot of people thought he would go. I like Carter Bear. I think he's a guy. I don't know if he's a center in the NHL, but I think again, like he's a guy who can also play the wing really well. 40 goal scorer in the WHL, which is really good.
Yeah, really good numbers. Big jump from his prior season. So yeah. I think he was primarily meant to go in the middle teens, so I don't think this is really anything off the board for him.
This isn't crazy like some of the picks we've seen so far. I think this is very much in range.
So Columbus and then Vancouver.
I do wonder though, like, because a lot of people in the chat saying like the Sharks should bundle some stuff up and go and move up. Like, I feel like we're getting into a range now where I think you could move up without spending too much. I just don't know. Like, again, I think they have to address their defense at some point.
I think if we move up, it's not for Eklund.
You have to.
2 or 3 very good defenseman prospects there. 2 of which I think are right-handed, right? Hensler is a right and Jackson Smith's a left. But yeah, if you're moving up here, I really like Eklund, but I just don't think he's in need. And at this point, I'm ready to we're desperate for defensemen, right?
Yeah.
After Dickinson, no one else projects as a top pairing guy.
Correct.
So,
like, there's some interesting guys in our defensive prospect pool, but it's an area of need. Like, if you look at the pool, it is definitely an area of weakness, and there's really no, like, as high as as much as I like a guy like Polkamp, and as much as I like a guy like Luca Cagnoni, and as high as I think of Sam Dickinson, right? Like, it's just, but that's not good enough. I don't know. And I get it. Like, brothers playing together, it's going to be great. But
yeah,
there's more important things than that.
Would it be a cool story? Sure. But being a fan of the club first, I just don't know. I like his compete.
Yeah.
Would I complain? Absolutely not.
No. Like, look at if the Sharks traded up and they got Victor Eklund, I would be happy. Like, I'm not gonna say like I would poo-poo the pick. But I think there's like would be need and would be nice are 2 different things. That's the way I like it. It would be nice, but is it a need? I don't know.
Yeah, the thing I always also think about is like, what would be this team's motivation to move down, right? So when the Sharks made that trade and ended up with Bstead, our prospect pool was so bare, and it was Greer's first draft with the team. And to be honest, I think it was Lekaramaki, Kemmel, and a few others who were available in that draft. They didn't really move the needle for our franchise, but picking up 3 bodies, which hasn't really quite developed the way we would all want them to, but it gave some depth to our prospect pool. You look at who's next. What is it? Columbus and Vancouver. Are they in a rebuilding state where that really adds anything to them? I think Columbus already has a lot of the high end picks they want. They're probably looking more for like NHL level players to fill around that. And Vancouver, who knows what the hell they're doing? So
I don't know. Michael Misa said his goal was to play for the Sharks this season. Oh yeah, man. If he can make the jump, I would be totally fine with that, right? But I don't know if that's the play. Like, I think another year of playing somewhere wouldn't hurt him. But it'll be interesting, right? We'll see if he signs his ELC, then it'll give a good hint as to what they're thinking, right?
Yeah. I definitely think it's possible. You don't put up numbers like he did, and you don't look like he did doing it without being, I think, close.
For sure.
It's just a matter of whether a center is an important position, right? You have a lot of responsibilities at the NHL level. Do they want to start him on the wing and then shift him center? I don't know.
Yeah, because I think here's the thing, right? Like, I don't think that I really like Michael Misa. I think Michael Misa is center. I think he's a center more than Will Smith is, but that's not the way it necessarily is going to play out. It could play out completely the opposite, and you know what? It would still be great.
Yeah. But I definitely agree. I think if I was thinking 5 years from now, I think he's our 2 seed, not Will Smith.
Not Will Smith.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right. So who's up next? Columbus. I'm fascinated to see what Columbus does, because I think was this last season, obviously, with everything that happened in Columbus with Johnny Gaudreau and everything, was last season fool's gold, or was it just, riding? Because I think you have an event like that, and it can totally change the dynamic in a room, but can it change it forever? I don't know. I'm fascinated to see like what Columbus is this season, if they can maintain what they did last season and take that next step, or if there's, some regression. I'm not sure. Like,
yeah, it'll be interesting. I think last season was definitely a season where they kind of rode the emotions and overperformed. I think this year you could actually see them maybe take a little bit of a step back. Yeah. But they do have some very interesting pieces there. Got Cole Sillinger. You have Fantilli. They also, they have a bunch of other guys they've drafted, I guess you'd say, towards the mid or top end of the first round. I think those are really the standouts. But I don't think they're quite like a playoff team. I do think they are more a team that probably still needs a few years. But I don't know. They're kind of in that no man's land area. You're not getting a top franchise type player in the draft, but you're not quite adding a piece to a playoff caliber team.
Eklund would make I think Eklund could make a lot of sense for a lot of teams in this range, but I think he could make a ton of sense for a team like Columbus too. I think there's a fit there. How many picks does Columbus have in the first round? I think it's a fantastic question. So Columbus picks at 14. They also pick at 20. And I think that's it.
Jackson Smith.
I like it.
Yeah, that's an upside pick at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, good defenseman. Put up decent number of points, 43 points. 54 points rather, 43 assists, 11 goals for Tri-City. I like it.
Yeah, big defenseman too, 6'3", good skater, very good numbers. I think you're pretty happy with him here at 14. So yeah, it's not bad.
John Sense with the $10 super chat. Obviously, we'll get to that here. If you guys could have one choice for the Sharks to pick up in free agency, that wasn't named Jake Allen, who would it be? One choice for the Sharks to pick up free, like just any position. God,
I think I know who I'll pick, but I'll let you go first.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
For me, I would love a guy like Besser or even Marner. I'm actually cool with either of them on a short-term deal. I'm fine with the Sharks spending a ton of money and putting a proven scorer on the team. We're not going to the playoffs still, probably for a few years, but a guy like either of them to fit in with our top six and give us some more offensive talent, I'd be happy for them to join the Sharks. So I would pick one of those two. Now, Marner going for $15 million, things like that scare me. But if it's a 4-year deal, even 4 years times 15, I wouldn't care. I'd be fine with it. I mean, it's not going to hurt us in the cap space. And 4 years, if by that point, I think we'd be in a pretty good place with how the cap's rising.
A guy that I would like, I know that the price tag's probably going to be high. Injuries are a concern, but like Aaron Ekblad would be such a nice pickup on the blue line because you still need guys to be there while guys develop, and you need guys to develop beside people. And I think Aaron Ekblad's a guy who I really like. A low key, like something a little more low key. I would love if the Sharks took a look at a guy like Jack Roslovic. I think that would be a nice sneaky pickup. Again, they think they have money to spend, but I don't think it would cost you a whole lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah, I do wonder what someone like Besser would cost. 7-8 million. I don't think he's a terribly expensive player.
Yeah.
But
cap inflation too, it's hard to say right now.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna see some random things, but I don't know. Like I look at like there again, like an Aaron Ekblad obviously could play. He could play big minutes. You could put guys like, you know, he's a right shot defenseman. You could put a guy like Sam Dickinson beside him, and like how like, you know what I mean? Like given, because right now you look at the right side of that blue line, and what are we talking about? We're gonna put Sam Dickinson with Vinny Desharnais. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, I think for sure the obvious answer is a defenseman. I know there's been those rumors with random players because the Sharks have so much cap space, but
right.
I still don't see a guy like Marner being like, oh yeah, let me go to San Jose. I love what they're doing there for like the prime of his career where he wants to be competing.
Liljegren, yes, they could put him with Liljegren, I guess. Timothy Liljegren. Oh man. I don't hate it. I just like, man, I just wish Liljegren like could throw a body check just every once in a while. He doesn't have to, like, you know, I don't want him to be crazy. I just want him to throw a body check just once in his career.
Honestly, it's so bad I sometimes forget we have him, which I think tells you enough about how I feel about it. But
I was really excited when we got Liljegren too, but I think it's, again, like this team has no fucking snarl.
Yeah, and I still think that was a good trade. I mean, what
it
was
a good
third?
Trade.
I think it was a third round pick. I mean, that's perfectly fine for the risk, minimal risk and potentially high reward. But yeah, this team needs 2 or 3 like proven NHL defensemen to really, I think, see a massive improvement in the standings.
Yeah. Oh, Vancouver, another place where I'm just gonna say it until he goes. Victor Hedlund.
Everyone loves their Swedes. That's really what it is, right?
Yeah. I need to make my phone be quiet. Fascinated to see. Vancouver is such a weird team. Like this is a team that was like, we couldn't handle JT Miller in our locker room, and then they go and they go trade for Evander Kane. I don't. There's nothing about this team that makes sense to me.
It's probably just desperation at that point, right?
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, what do we expect from Peterson? Is this guy gonna ever bounce back?
I hope so. I mean, I like Peterson, but
Bully from the locker room is now gone. So do we think he bounces back and he's like a 90, 100-point player?
I mean, that's what you're banking on. If they don't, like, I still think like that was, you had to, like, I like JT Miller. I don't get it twisted. I like JT Miller, but if you're looking at like who do you keep between the two, Peterson should be the guy you keep. So who will win a cup versus this rate, Vancouver or San Jose? San Jose next year.
Yeah, I like what we're putting together more. I agree with that.
Because like they're such a weird space, right? And then like you know, Quinn Hughes has got to be coming up soon, and they got to make a decision there, and they got to see if they can keep him. And like, if they can't do enough to convince Quinn Hughes that he wants to stay, like, time to rebuild the rebuild. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, tough place too, because like they have those stars, so those are not players you can replace with draft picks, right? Like, what do you do there? They're not old either. It's a tough situation.
Yeah, John, I love hitting on Evander Kane, but he didn't look 100% healthy during the finals. Slow wide turns reminded me of a post-injury beret. Blame him all you want. No, I just think that, like, I think he was fine in a locker room like Edmonton, because I think Edmonton has a good leadership group. But we've seen there's been, if you look at rooms that haven't had great leadership or questionable, like Evander Kane's been a problem there, and that's just history speaking, right?
Yeah. I mean, Evander Kane never lasts more than a few years. That's who he is. He's
but to his credit, like, radio silence in Edmonton, you never heard anything about, like, oh, there's anger in the room about him or anything like that. Like, when he was in Edmonton, he was fine, and I will give him credit where credit is due.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see him actually going to Vancouver and having a really good year.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2 years, he's probably somewhere else,
Let's see what they do.
It's the other Seattle player, Coots. It's about right, I guess, for this pick.
Yeah.
I did not expect Eklund to drop this much.
Me neither.
Now that he's at 16, the Islanders actually could get two good players. You got him. Aitchison is still available.
I'm surprised. Like, I was really thought we'd see like a run on defensemen here, and we just haven't, which is crazy. Yeah. Another Braden Hughes center, 26 goals, 37 assists, 63 points in 60 games for the Seattle Thunderbirds last year. But yeah, very much consolidated list has him at 14. So again, very, very in range for them. Very good pick. I'm surprised. I thought that Victor Eklund was going to fall. I didn't think it was going to be this far.
Yeah, I thought early, maybe like 10, 11, 12 range. I mean, if the Islanders don't like him, that means he's going to be at 18. So
if Victor Eklund is available at 30 out of a miracle, do we get him or do we go for a demon? Oh no, you take fucking Victor Eklund and you run.
Absolutely.
You run. You run off the draft floor and you never come back. Yeah, Elite Prospect says he's a one-man forecheck. Motor and energy use are undeniably elite. In a single shift, he can amass multiple retrievals, guiding opponents into big spinning off a check and passing, winning another race by winning inside position meters before the boards. Like, it's just, he's really, I like him. I've only seen very little of him, but again, I think this is a great pick for Vancouver.
Yeah. So Islanders are 16 and 17.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought like the Islanders were gonna dump both those picks to try and get Hagens. Maybe they tried. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, you never know now with Twitter. I mean, all that nonsense with Frondell that whole time. But they were saying that the Islanders were trying to move up again. It just might not have been enough.
Yeah.
So we got Islanders, the next two picks, and then Calgary and St. Louis, and then Columbus once again.
This is moving at a glacial pace.
I thought the 3 minutes would speed things up.
3 minutes would always it's always been like that. And, like, you got to do the TV stuff, obviously. You got to
really like
the TV gods. But I don't feel like this is as compelling as normal. I need to see Mike Greer talking on 17 phones. Like,
all that speculation is what makes it fun.
Right.
I think part of it is also just this group. Like, at this point, Eklund is exciting, but the next 10, 15 picks, no one's like, yay, we got that guy, really. Like, Eklund, yes. Aitchison, yes. Maybe you say that for Carbonneau, Hensler, but there's not a ton of guys where you're like, oh my, I'm so excited.
Hensler or Fiddler, where are you at there?
Fiddler's later. I think this would be too early. I would take Hensler over him.
Okay.
But I wouldn't. It depends on what the cost is. I would move up
Like if they're both on the board at 30, who do you take?
Oh, definitely Hensler.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he's more projectable. Yeah, I go Hensler. I still really like Boumediene, though. He's the one that I want kind of in that range. So I'm hoping he continues to stay available. I mean, most people, I think, had him in the mid-20s through even as late as like the 40s. He's one of those guys that people have a lot of varying opinions on.
Yeah.
But
Sasha Boumediene on the consolidated list is 25.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, kind of like all over the place, right? Bob McKenzie has him at like 23, Craig Button 28, Chris Peters has him at 21, FC Future Considerations has him at 31. So it's like, yeah, kind of in that later.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about Boumediene? He absolutely torched the under 18 tournament. The same tournament, people were very disappointed in Frondell because he only had a couple of points, maybe 3 in that tournament, whereas Boumediene pretty much was averaging 2 to 3 points per game as a defenseman. And I just found that interesting. I know Boumediene in college didn't have quite the impact, but I think with his skating, his overall game, I think he's a guy you have to look at in some of those later picks the Sharks have.
Yeah. Fascinating. Again, so just kind of just going through the chat here, like I agree. Like obviously Eklund dropping is reminiscent of the Musty fall. Cole Eiserman, I mean, his fall was
not as shocking. I don't think it was as shocking though, because going into the draft, he was originally number 2 overall projection, right? But then going into the draft, a lot of teams had seemed to have soured on him. So I think it was maybe 5 or 6 picks lower than he probably was thinking he was going to go. Like there were some people who even thought Sharks, when they were in the 11 to 13 range, might take him, right? But Musty, I think, was
trade alert.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Islanders. I wonder if now they trade for like an NHL player, knowing that they.
It's the Dobson deal.
Oh, really? That's a tease.
Yeah, it's just a rehashing the Noah Dobson deal. What are the rumors? Okay, wait. Do you guys believe the rumors were Crosby? What are the rumors about Crosby? I need someone to refresh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bring me up to speed in the chat because I can only watch so many things at once. What are the Crosby rumors? Please, in the chat. He's on the move to Denver. Is that is this what's happening?
Is that really a rumor? Or is that just
I feel like the people have been sending him there forever.
Yeah. Like I know he practices during the summer with McKinnon and their buddies, but I don't think there's anything really to that.
Okay. I know my heavy typer. Good times. Do the Isles take Eklund? I don't, man. He has to go at some point here. Again, I'm not surprised that he's fallen out of the top 10. I think he's a top 10 talent, but I just think that being a smaller size winger hurts him, especially when you're kind of seeing like a lot of guys are kind of opting for bigger people, even a little bit off the board. So, yeah. But I mean, yeah, I assume every pick coming in is Victor Eklund from here on.
Pretty much. I don't think it's really that close to between him and the remaining players.
Yeah,
it's him, Aitchison, and then there's I think
Aitchison's another guy I'm surprised is still on the board, given where we are. So,
Yeah, and Eklund actually played in the real World Junior Championship, the under 21 this year. He did well there.
So
yeah,
he was good. Like that was the thing too. Like when I was looking at the when I was watching that tournament, like when and this is why I was like when the Frondell talk was coming up, I was like kind of like, man, like this Victor Eklund was the star of that show for Sweden. I'm gonna scroll the chat here quick, just see what's going on. George LaRock tweeted that Crosby could be playing elsewhere. Great.
Is he an insider now? Kevin Connolly to make the pick.
All right. Yeah, the Islanders, if they don't galaxy brain this, they could take what? They have both picks here?
Yeah.
You could take Aitchison and Eklund, and you walk away with Matthew Schaefer as well. Like
that's a good first round. Very good first round. Considering a month ago they didn't have anything higher than, what was it, 11?
Right.
So pretty good. Yep. Okay. I like how you pronounce Djurgården, but
Victor Eklund. Okay. Yep.
Yep.
I mean, in my opinion, best player on the board right now. So that's the
So the brothers will play each other twice a year.
Yes. I like Victor. I'm fascinated to see how they're going to do. Obviously, they got for those that don't know, Djurgården is promoted back to the SHL, so it's going to be interesting to see how they perform back in the big league again, where they've been out for it's been a while now, right? Victor Williams last year there is when they got demoted, right?
Yeah, I think so. So I think they've been, and when they've gotten. Haven't they gone kind of back and forth too? I feel like they haven't been good for a while, even when they were up in the top flight.
Goodbye, bye, Eklund, Misa, Eklund line. Yeah, for now. I mean, trades can happen. I mean, right now, like the Islanders. I mean, winning the lottery will obviously do that for you, but I mean, we've seen teams completely galaxy brain it with multiple picks in a row. So we'll see what they do next. They could still galaxy brain this, but so far so good. Matthew Schaefer, Victor Eklund. It's a hell of a draft class so far.
Yeah, now that prospect pool starts to look more like a rebuild. They got Richie from that trade with Colorado. You got Yzerman. These two, you're starting to look a little bit more like a team that, okay, maybe now you have a future to fill in, but it's just a matter of all their top guys being old, right? Like not old, but Horvat, 30, Anders Lee, 34, Barzal, 28, right? Looking at their defensemen, Pulak and Pelic, both 30. It's just, this is not a young team. Sorokin's 29.
Galaxy brain it like Pittsburgh just did. I was thinking of Boston, but yeah, Pittsburgh too. Do you guys think Jason Robertson gets traded this weekend? I the fact that this is even a conversation baffles my tiny brain.
Yeah, I think if you're Dallas, I would be moving out contracts to keep him, not moving him to free up space. But I'm not an NHL GM, I guess. I don't know.
Now, do we trade up for a D-man? I think there's going to be guys on the board. Like, I think the Sharks are going to, there's going to be guys on the board when the Sharks pick. I don't think they have to spend assets to move up. I think they're in a perfectly fine place right now to still get something decent. I don't think there's no one on the board that I'm banging on the table to trade up for at this point. Agreed?
I would love Aitchison, but I
Okay.
also just don't know. It all depends on the cost. Let's say it
Right.
was 30 and 53, and then you still keep 33. That I'd be okay with.
Yeah.
But if you have to send all 3 picks, then no, just stay, because there's too many other guys in this next wave that I think you might be able to get 2 or 3 of them, and that's probably worth having more lottery tickets at that point.
Oh, Semcast with a name that I haven't thought of that it does surprise me that he's still on the board is Malcolm Spence. Yeah, I'm there. Yeah, I'm that's another player who I'm surprised is still on the board at this point.
There were some that I saw having him drop, so he would be a guy to focus on maybe in the late 20s if he makes it there. But
do the Sharks draft for positional need or BPA? I think when you're drafting super high, right? Like obviously, like when you have like a top 10 pick, it's always BPA. I think when you get deeper in a draft, especially in a draft that is not as deep like this, I don't feel like this draft is as deep as other years, right? And I think when you're in that situation, I think that there's not enough drop between where you can kind of look at positional need a little bit more. But I mean, BPA should be BPA always, but BPA will really depend on, what I think is BPA and what the Sharks think is BPA. Obviously could be 2 very different things.
Exactly. I think BPA is so subjective that it really, what our board is different than what this person's board is, and that person, the scouts, the teams. But I would say, I think, with higher picks, you always go BPA. Yeah. You don't want to reach for someone just because of a positional or fit within the team. But I think once you get to this point, if you have a few more, this is where you start finding a lot more guys that are probably put in a bucket of players. And that's where maybe you start picking for need, like a right-handed defenseman, something like that.
Yeah, it is. Once I feel like once the Sharks are on the clock again at like a 30, 33, like you have a little more flexibility in what you can do, and I don't think like there's a significant, there might be a guy that you might like more, but I think they're going to be very similar guys. Trade 30 and 53 for an early 20s for Hensel. Yeah, like I don't hate that idea. Like that would be a fine trade. Let's see what the Islanders do here with pick number 17.
Yep. That's exactly what I said they should do.
Son of a bitch. They win the draft. Yeah, the New York Islanders just won the draft. And it's easy to do when you have the first overall pick, but man, they have knocked this out of the park.
Yeah.
Langdon Dupont is not next year. Gavin McKenna is next year. Langdon Dupont's the year after. And if the Sharks are still drafting in top 3 picks in 2 years, there's problems.
We won't be happy. Yeah, next year's the McKenna draft.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Langdon Dupont will be the year after that. That's really good. Do any of these guys play in the NHL next year for the Islanders?
No.
Schaefer, maybe. But I think with how much he missed, with how much time he missed, like I don't think there's any rush to get him NHL games. I think having him play another year of junior or whatever is perfectly fine. I don't know what Yuri's going to look like next year, though.
Who are you referring to there?
Schaefer, the Yuri Otters. I don't think, is Schaefer going to college? There's so many guys going to college. I can't keep track anymore.
I don't think he's announced anything yet.
Yeah. So if he goes back to Erie, I don't know what Erie's going to look like next year. I don't have a good feeling for it yet, so I'm not sure if it's good.
Well, I'm a little bit bummed about this one. You remember he was very high on my list.
Yep.
I like what he brings: physicality, goal scorer, good with the puck. So I would like to have traded it up for there, but it's a good pick for the Islanders. Come away with 2 good defensemen,
Really
one that's
good.
elite, and then a forward who probably fell further than he should, but he's probably slated for your top 6 in the future. So
Yeah.
that's a good haul.
Hi, Eric. How's it going?
Good, guys. Just checking up on you. I mean, it's been a crazy, well, let's see, 3 hours. So we started this, and we're at
Pick 17.
pick 17. All right.
This was supposed to be better. It's not better.
I mean, I'm just waiting for Butcher Cross to say, we'd like to welcome those of you who are watching the Tonight Show as we get to the Sharks pick at 30.
Yes.
I don't know I don't know. Sorry to barge in. I thought
No, it's fine.
see how it's going. Damn it! I was hoping we get a trade there at 16.
Well, that's what we were looking for.
Yeah,
I
it
was
was like-
having back-to-backs.
Yeah. Oh boy. But what do you guys think of those Isles picks? I mean,
Great.
I think
They've hit it out of the park, man. They've hit it out of the park. It's like, obviously, again, the draft balls were kind to them, which gives them Schaefer. But like these 2 picks, great. They, to me, and Mark has echoed it as well. Like, these were the best players available, and they took them. Which sometimes teams galaxy brain this shit. Boston Bruins, when they had 3 picks, come to mind, and none of those guys became in. Oh, okay, Jake DeBrusk became an NHLer. That isn't fair, but the other 2 did not.
And that was a very good draft, too.
Yeah.
that was what year?
That was the McDavid year, 2015.
Oh, 2015. Oh, that's right.
It was Zach Sinishin, Jake Zaboral, and Jake.
It was when a lot of Sharks fans wanted us to take Barzal, and we took Meyer instead.
Yeah.
But
I thought we were after Rorensky then.
Rorensky would have been nice, but he was off the
got-
board by the time.
That's right. That's what it was.
Yeah.
All the D were.
Yeah, him and Provorov both right before the Sharks.
Yeah.
But no, I think the Islanders had a great draft so far. I was also hoping the Sharks would trade up there. I was very big on the 2 the Islanders just took. So if I was an Islanders fan, I'd be very, very happy. And I think there's an argument to say that you're better off holding on to those 2 picks and getting the guys they got, as opposed to piecing those and something else to move up for Higgins.
Yeah. Yeah, they've got to be really. Islanders fans should be ecstatic with this draft.
Oh, big time. I think they're on the right track. Who's of all of them, are they NHL ready of sorts, or
No,
I don't think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think there's like I don't think any like. I think you could make an argument for Matthew Schaefer. I think you can make an argument for Michael Misa, but I think that if none of these guys plays in the NHL next year, it's fine. I just don't think they're not those players, in my opinion.
Looking at the chat, Michael Morton's. I'm starting to think the clock is meaningless. You might be onto something, my friend. Oh boy.
Good for him though.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2.5 hours, and we're at pick 18.
This is painful.
I feel like it's longer than most years. I think usually the draft, what does it feel like, 4 hours most years? We're not.
Usually it shows like if we start closer to the draft start, it's usually a 4.5 hour show.
Yeah.
I want to say we finished up. I want to say it was like 7:30 when we were in Vegas, because I know we came on at the end to recap such. I don't know. I'm sure there's some ESPN execs calling some people right now asking what the problem is.
Tiger in the chat earlier said Gary Bettman's gonna like walk into the next board of government meeting and like, I fucking told you people this was a bad idea.
Sure, it was his. It wasn't.
No,
his.
Gary Bettman is very against this format.
Which
He's
is
come out and he said that he was not thrilled with it. But this is when people like. This is why I always like say like people give Gary Bettman a bad rap, but he's just the mouthpiece for the owners, man.
And that's the thing, because you look at the NFL, the commissioner's doing most of the picking except for like maybe here and there, and the same thing with the NBA, like we saw the last couple of nights. So
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the video calls are really dragging this out. Yeah, you're not wrong.
I'm loving this though. They're showing the feed of McQueen getting helicoptered to Disneyland right now. That's hilarious. All right,
Is that a
Calgary's
trade
up.
announcement in the background?
No, it's Gary, and it's I'm thinking they're gonna show Lanny McDonald. Yeah, Lanny McDonald's gonna make the selection for the Calgary Flames. And I'm sensing I've been ahead of you guys, so my apologies if I
That's fine.
Oh, it's
give
okay.
an outburst.
The spoiler with Misa was the best moment of the podcast so far, so we love that.
Yeah, I have a lot of clipping to do tonight. Oh, boy.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Dude, that was like when they said Sagan, I was like, oh, thank you, Bailey.
I still like to think she went rogue and just changed the pick.
Oh yeah. John Swenson, Dan Boyle was a highlight. Oh yeah,
Dan Boyle's great, man.
We knew when we had Boyle that was going to be a pretty epic one. All right, here we go. Are you guys hearing this?
Yeah, I'm hearing it.
The Calgary Flames are very proud to select from the Victoria Royals, Cole Reshny.
Oh, Cole Reshny. Cole Reshny. I like it.
All right. And that was the pick from New Jersey, right?
Yeah. There's Cole Reshny. Again, like, I put up a ton of points this year. Cole Reshny plays for Victoria, obviously. 62 games played, 26 goals, 66 assists for 92 points. Really, I like that for the Flames. I think he kind of fits what they're doing.
Yeah.
Not too far. I think he's like maybe a little high, but not. We're still in range. I think consolidated list had him at 21.
Yeah. And I think we're going to see a lot of that here. I think primarily he was towards the mid to late 20s, but where we are now, it's if there's a guy you like, those GMs, take him. It's perfectly fine.
Who are on the board? Like guys that are left on the board. Obviously, Logan Hensler. On the board.
I like
still.
Carbonneau,
yeah. Carbonneau's like of the from what I'm seeing here, unless I missed somebody, he's the highest ranked player left out of on the consolidated ranking at 15. So
yeah, like we said earlier, Malcolm Spence is good as well. And then a lot of the other guys I think are guys that I'm just cool waiting for. Around 30, 33, and so on.
Would it be worth it to trade up to get Hensler at this point? Pick 30 and 33 are going to be Magic Means, Hensler, and even Fiddler are more like they might be on, but with the way things are going, they might still be there.
Yeah. I don't think anyone is at this point is a guarantee to go anywhere. Like,
yeah,
you really, if you're Greer, you'd have to be reading the room, making calls and seeing who people are interested in. I don't know if how they do that whole thing. They kind of get a feel a lot of times for what other GMs are doing. But I think you'd have to be kind of playing some guessing games because you'd be taking a risk right now, throwing a couple picks together and moving up. What is it? 7, 8, 9 spots. What are we at? 18 right now? Okay, so 18, it's 12 spots, but yeah. I don't know. I like Hensler. I don't know if I like him enough to pair two of those picks together. Like, because you really got to think, it's not just Hensler, it's the jump from a guy like Fiddler, Boumediene to Hensler, and is that big enough to also give up another second round pick?
Yeah. Biggest reaches so far, it's Nesbitt.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think it's particularly close. Kindle was kind of a reach too, but Nesbitt is a reach.
Yeah.
I hate this. Come in this booth and talk to your GM. So dumb.
Yeah, I think it's a one and done. That's my guess.
Yeah,
it better be. Sorry, I'm trying to update the lower third. Well, while you guys were talking, you don't need me going like this the whole time. So, Yeah, dude. I get it. It's supposed to be a nice touching moment, and the one with Schaefer, that's special. But
Sure.
man, oh man,
I just don't think it's. This is not good TV.
No, and I don't understand why they wouldn't want to be in the same room. It kind of adds the pressure to it. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, this
I
came
want
from
GMs
ownership.
to talk about
Yeah,
dinner, and I want to think that they're trading their franchise player. Like,
Is it really that much of a cost savings that makes it worth doing it like this? I don't
it's
know.
not.
I'm
It
sure
wasn't the
is,
cost
but-
savings. They just the problem is the season ends so close, and and now the draft is so close to free agency. That's their bitch, is that they have to they come and do the draft, and then they have to rush back home to do free agency, and it's a big hassle for them. That's their argument.
And now you have to wonder. I mean, it's just 2 games into and 2 more games coming up in the near future. I mean,
as Mike Greer's phone died, someone get the man in charge. I don't think again. Like, I don't feel that strongly. Like, there's any player here where like I'm banging the table over.
Yeah. When I wanted the move up, I wanted it to be more into the higher range, 13,
Yeah.
12. At this point, I just don't think it's worth it.
they're showing Megan Chaika's best available with Hensler, Ian's cousin Cameron.
Yes. Oh yeah, Cameron used another guy who's
Carbonneau and Fiddler and
Boumediene.
Thank you. I usually try to get these, but that one had too many vowels.
bang the table for Cardinal. But what's the cost, right? Like, yeah, I can understand banging the table for those guys, but what is the cost? That's my question.
30 and 53, I would do for Carbonneau. I
Sure.
think I would do that. Yeah, I would not do 30, 33 or anything like that. But
No,
one of those
no.
30 picks and then 53, I'd do.
Yeah. I was just suggesting maybe use the pick to grab an NHL to help this season, or trade a 7th for the 2. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm really disappointed that Greer hasn't traded that 30th overall for some help on D. I think he can do it. I think they can do that in free agency, though.
What are your thoughts on Byram? Because I know that was kind of one of the rumors for a little bit. What do you think there?
What does it cost?
Yeah,
That's what I was just going to say.
What's the cost?
What are you saying?
I don't hate the
Buffalo?
player. I think I think the player would be fine, but what's the cost? That's my concern.
Yeah, I think we all feel kind of the same way about that. We'd be happy to have him, but at the right price.
Yeah. I'm so terrible at like this is where like I can analyze things that happen. I have a really shit imagination for like, oh, I think this is a good trade, and there's people that are way better at like pulling cool trade ideas out of their ass than I am. It's not my strong point, man.
Nikki Glazer is going to make the pick at the Blues draft party.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh, yay.
Yay.
Congratulations.
That's great. And I love how you're using the old logo on your mic flag, but that's okay. Okay. Come on, break out the joke.
Let's go. What are they going to do?
Yeah. So.
What do you think of the blue sweaters? Puckguy, you're the jersey guy.
I think the jerseys were good. The numbers are awful.
Hi guys. Hi mom. Sorry.
Jesus fucking Christ. Hi Jules.
The joke.
Hi, Jules.
Hi. I have questions about some of the picks, but
Who wins? Who's winning the draft so far?
Islanders. It has to be,
Yeah,
right?
Right,
Yeah.
100%.
Like
We
they
all
got
agree there.
Victor Eklund slid all the way, which we kind of saw. We kind of figured he would, right? Because he's on.
I didn't think you would slide that far. I thought he was going to slide. I didn't think it was going to be that.
I don't love the Benjamin Kindle pick for Pittsburgh.
Nope.
I don't
We thought that was
love-
a bit off the board.
I didn't love who the Flyers traded up for. When they traded up, I literally thought they were trading up for Victor Eklund, which would make sense, right? Are we at the point where we just want Mike Greer to stay put because it looks like a defenseman's going to fall to us?
That's what we've been saying. It's not probably worth the cost.
Yeah, because then you can also keep 33, and like you're probably getting a double whammy of defensemen there. Because like Blake Fiddler's still available, Sasha Boumediene. I don't have a list in front of me, so if I'm missing people, someone just yell.
There
at me.
goes Carbonell.
Okay. Yeah, that's
fine.
That's fine.
That's actually probably very good value for the St. Louis, right?
Yeah.
Because we had Carbonell. Yeah, that makes sense. I could see that. Any other shocker picks you guys were talking about? I don't know.
Nesbitt.
It was mostly just those two, Nesbitt and
Kindle.
Kindle, yes.
Because what happened was, what I said was that when the Greyhound Brady Martin got taken off the board, it completely blew up Kyle Dubas's draft plans. That's my theory.
He could have not. There was no way he was falling to 11. But
I think there was a world where that could have happened. It's just the joke, right? Because what was the thing in Toronto was just always accumulating all the ex-Greyhounds. So.
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious what happens here now. I don't think a goalie goes, not that the Flyers don't have any more picks.
I wonder if the Predators will use a later, like one of their
the one that they got for Askarov.
Yeah,
on a goalie.
Yeah. No, I'm curious. I kind of now just want the Sharks to stay put, but we'll see. Naturally, they'll do the opposite of what I want. So
there's no one like, to me anyway. Like there's no one I'm banging the table for that. Like if we don't get this guy, the rebuild is cooked.
The only one I'd say maybe Greer tries to trade up for is Blake Fiddler if he keeps falling. But I'm also higher on him than most are. And he's not really falling per se.
No, he's kind of where we should be right now.
Yeah, he's kind of... I would be very not surprised to see him go in the next few picks. Also, this is the longest fucking draft in history. What the fuck are we doing?
Feels like it really feels like
does.
it. Right?
It was 2.5 hours just to get halfway through the draft.
I wonder if they're gonna start like speeding things up a little.
Telling people to stop talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Enough for the guests.
I'll log on.
What's wrong?
Yeah, no, nothing. Sorry, Puckguy was telling me he's leaving me. I was like, that's fine.
Jerk.
I know, right? To be fair, I haven't done anything yet, so I should probably do something.
I'm not leaving you.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
And just a reminder for again, I just want to reiterate for the people that are watching live, and we appreciate everyone who's tagging along with this live. We're trying to keep it entertaining as possible. This draft format sucks. The thing that I do want to average, 14 minutes per pick. Yeah, that's pretty brutal. We are once the draft is all said and done, we are going to have a recap show on Sunday. So if you're looking for more concise, something you can take on a podcast, maybe something that doesn't have a bunch of dead air like this show does, where you're kind of just reacting, where we kind of get time to kind of collect our thoughts and really kind of dig a little deeper here. So we're going to recap the entire Sharks draft on Sunday at 6 Pacific, 9 Eastern.
Have they not started the clock for... Okay, I was about to kill someone. All right.
They've been doing this. They'll let the interviews go and then finally start the clock 5 minutes later.
All of us were freaking out why the Sharks are taking so long. Why are you... it should be obvious.
Man, I'm so happy that Michael Misa is a San Jose fucking Shark.
It's... The concerns are done now. Now we
yeah,
just
I am so... Oh...
No, yeah, because what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that rumor going around? I know what it was.
I think it made a lot of sense.
There's probably some truth to it, but it also, they're going to take BPA.
Yeah, I think, for me, the reason why I kind of talked myself into it, or at least talked myself into not being just livid and angry about it, was that you look at the skill sets that a guy like a Desnoyers or a Frondell, because I feel like they're very interchangeable players. They bring a little more physicality, right?
Yeah, I get why they like Frondell. He's definitely something they don't have in the prospect pool. They have wingers that I think provide that physicality, but centers, Celebrini will grow into his body. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he's already difficult to get off the puck. It's not like he's a guy who is soft. We watch Smith play, and I feel like he's pretty easy to take a puck away from at times. But Celebrini is not easy to get the puck away.
No.
Yeah. Semcast saying Blackhawks passed on Martone. Big mistake. I don't think so. I think Anton Frondell actually makes a ton of sense for the Blackhawks. Again, Anton Frondell's a good player. He just wasn't the player that should have gone at 2.
At 3, I can see it.
Yeah.
Like, I'd be more mad if they took Desnoyers than Frondell. And I know, Ian, you're super high on Desnoyers.
I love Desnoyers.
Ian, who do you love? Sorry, we didn't quite hear that.
I love Caleb Desnoyers.
Hey, Ian, are you excited to cheer for more London Knights, by the way? Bruce Savage at 33. I'm calling it.
Oh, here we go. All right. Well, we'll see if that happens. We'll see.
What are we doing now? Like, can we hurry up, please?
I can't remember the Blackhawks pick. It was a month ago. It really was. It was Anton Frondell, which is a fine pick at 3.
All right, I'm gonna let you boys roll.
Okay.
If you guys need us, you know where to find us. And to all the Sharks fans who are watching this, Michael Misa is a San Jose Shark. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah. All right. So that was Jules and Puckguy, and it's always fun to see those guys pop in. If you are at the if you're at SAP Center, go and say hello. They would love that. If you're just sitting at home though, stick with us. We're awesome. Commercials. We don't need commercials.
So Columbus up next, making their second pick of the first round.
Ooh, I'm fascinated to see what they do. How did Utah do? Utah drafted Caleb Desnoyers. I love Caleb Desnoyers. I spoke very highly about him on our draft preview show. I think it's a great pick for them. I think they did well with their pick. We got to get up there to get Fiddler. I think if Medvedev is around later, second round pick, I wouldn't be mad either. 53 for Medvedev. I don't hate it.
What on your list? What did you see what the number was for Fiddler? Because everyone's talking about trading up. I don't think he was a guy who was meant to go this high. There were a few that had him this high.
Fiddler consolidated ranking is 27, but he has a lot of people have him like he has gone up people's boards more recently.
Yeah. I don't know. I like him. I just don't see anything more than a second pair of defensemen, which is fine. I just don't see the reason to trade up for that.
Do you trade up for that? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I just see zero difference between a guy like him, Boumediene, Hensler. There's a lot of these guys. Brasevich. These guys are all like second pairing defensemen, most likely. I'd rather have a chance of getting 2 of those 4 at 30 and 33 than moving up here to get 1 of them.
Yeah. What do we got here? Sasha Boumediene. And where's Logan Hensler?
Before the season, Hensler was one of the guys that people were thinking for top 5 to 10.
Mm-hmm. I think, and the thing is, like, again, like with Fiddler, I think the reason why, is it's the Florida Panthers effect. He's a 6'4" defenseman who shoots right. And I think that has definitely added to his stock. Which of them play on the right side? So, Logan Hensler is also a righty. I believe Boumediene's a lefty, though, right?
I think so. Brasevich,
Brasevich
Hensler,
is a righty,
and Fiddler are all righties. I want to check on Boumediene. Boumediene's left. Yeah,
he's a lefty. Do we think that GM MG, my career, will take on bad contracts? Let me just click this on the screen here. Do you think we'll take on bad contracts this year with assets that come with them to fill cap space? It's definitely something that Mike Greer said was on the table.
Yeah, I think it's something that time will tell based on what other teams need to do. Teams that need to get under the cap, get under the cap. I could see them offloading a player for including a pick or kind of a B-level prospect or something.
Yeah, Luigi saying Fiddler is really good at what he does, but he will never be a PP1 or PP2. That's fine, but he doesn't have to be, right? Like he doesn't have to be.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that, right?
Yeah. The Sharks kind of like they have that covered a little bit. Not perfectly, but they have options there. Let's see who the pick is again here.
Wow. Really? That is a surprise. That's a very big surprise to me. First goalie here.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Wow. So, really good numbers. Now, again, I don't know how to. I am not a smart Russian hockey person. Really, really good numbers in the MHL though. 1.75 goals against average, 9.42 save percentage in 37 games. But again, I don't know. Like, I don't watch enough Russian hockey to tell you how good that is. But that's really like, at a glance, those are really nice numbers.
Yeah, amazing numbers. I just think overall, also he was, I think, like third or fourth on the goaltending board for I think most rankings.
62 consolidated rank on the consolidated
overall, right?
ranking. Yeah, 62.
And he's also not a big goalie. He's 6 feet, which modern NHL doesn't love typically. I know we got Dustin Wolf out there, but for the most part, everyone still loves their 6'3", 6'4" goalies.
Really interesting pick. Again, like he is the number one ranked European goalie, but that's just from Central Scouting. But obviously, like, that doesn't, they have their list separated like that. The highest I see him here, just at a quick glance, is Schmott has him at 39. Everyone else has him in like 50s, mostly 50s, 60s. Bob McKenzie has him at 58. Yeah, it's an interesting pick.
Yeah, because I always thought if a goalie was going to go early, I thought it was going to be Medvedev, or I don't even know how to say his name, Ravensburgen or something like that. Yeah. Exactly. Even though I don't really love goalies that come from Canadian juniors, but it's just like they must love this guy.
Yeah,
to pick him this high.
Where's Pat? Pat needs to come in here and tell me how he feels. Someone get me Pat.
Right, so Ottawa.
It's going to be interesting to see what they do. Yeah. Interesting.
So Ottawa, Pittsburgh, Nashville, LA, Chicago, Nashville again. We got to figure Nashville might use one of those on a goalie, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked.
So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 or 9 picks. You got to say, if you take out the goalie pick there until the Sharks.
EO is one syllable. Okay, I apologize. I called Georgiev for until this year. So
I called him Forgiev all year.
Yeah. I called him that many times too. I apologize to our Russian listeners. I will always butcher those names. Yeah, said Noah Dobson, $9.5 million, 8-year sign and trade. Now people can actually start talking sign and trade, since like this is a thing. It's not something that happens in the NHL very often, and it's always something that usually comes up, and I'd be like, it never fucking happens. But now it's happened. Like, when it's happened, it's been big though, right? Matt Tkachuk going to Florida was a sign and trade, and now you have Noah Dobson. So it's starting to see something you're starting to see a little bit more in the NHL, but
Rantanen was more of a trade than immediately sign, right?
Right. Yeah. It wasn't they didn't give him the 8-year and then send him off.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the contract terms being dropped by
6 years, right? I think it was 6 years was the max now.
6 and 7 if it's your player.
Yeah, I like it. I think, especially as a Sharks fan, we've seen us kind of get burnt by those 8-year deals. So, yeah, I like it. It's probably a concession that the players had to give up, which I
Yeah,
really think is not that big of a deal. In some cases, it might even work in the players' favors.
I
Just
think
'cause
the
they might
players
get a
are
few
dumb.
more contracts. So,
I think players are dumb because for the most part, when you look at hockey injuries, they're usually pretty recoverable. And I know that's the thing, right? They just want it. They're wired that way. They're just like, no, I'll just sign for 8 years. It'll be fine. But man, like some of these guys, like they could, and I don't want to see like a ton of player movement, obviously, especially when you're a team rebuilding like the San Jose Sharks. You don't want to just walk guys out the door constantly. But I wonder if we're gonna get like what am I trying to say here? I just wonder if we're gonna see a little more player movement. Oh, we have a trade.
so Nashville moved up. So it costs 23 and 67 to move up
terrible.
2 spots. So it's a third. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't love that. I guess a third is not a big deal. It's early third, but
yeah. But it makes me feel better that like we're not talking like 30 and 50. We're not talking 30 and 33, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if they go take a goalie here.
Think they move up for that?
You never like every time sometimes like goalies are weird, right? Like sometimes you'll just get on a run. I don't think that there's going to be a ton of guys that I feel are first round guys, but I wonder if the one, guy kind of off the board going kind of spooked them if they're into a goalie. I don't know what they're going to do. I'm fascinated. I am fascinated. Let's see what else is going on in the chat here. Yeah, I might like again. Like, would it surprise me if they jump up to get a goalie? Just basically with Columbus, maybe spook them into moving up. Finding a guy in 7th like Joe Pavelski, that is the dream.
Yeah, it used to be the thing. It used to be fairly common for the Sharks. Not always quite Pavelski, but you think about some of the guys we got late in the draft. There was Nabby, Braun, Pavs. Who else? I mean, LeBanc was fairly late.
The guys Detroit scooped up in the later rounds, like all of those guys,
Zetterberg,
right?
Yeah. Zetterberg, I think, was a 6th or a 7th round pick, wasn't he?
Stupid, yeah.
Yeah. Datsuk.
3 minutes to announce the trade, another 3 minutes to select, then had a break, and then a weird GM video booth link. Yeah, the booth is weird. Ryan Clough, Ryan Clough's another one.
Good one. I think he was like a 4th or a 5th.
I think it's just like, but the thing is that's different between now and then. I think scouting has come so much further now. Like it's hard to like, I'm not saying you can't be a 7th round pick and make it now, but I think it happens so much more rarely because scouting has become such a big business in teams. Like a lot of teams before, they didn't care about the draft. It was fine, but they didn't really put the emphasis into it. But then when you saw a team, and I think it's Detroit that really changed that mindset when they got all those guys late and won a bunch of Stanley Cups in the like the late 90s, 2000s. And I think that's really where it changed, where I think more teams really moved up, to basically start treating the draft more seriously because they seen how players could be built through the draft outside of just like first overall picks.
Yeah, there's so much more data nowadays. Also, I think it's better scouting in Europe.
Yeah. And that's Dan Moore saying like scouting is so much better these days, especially in those European leagues. It's a lot harder to find diamonds in the rough. And I agree. It's really hard that a guy is completely off the radar. And obviously look at technology change too, right? You have the internet now. There's so much hockey that you can have at the tip of your fingers. You can subscribe to, you can subscribe and watch the junior leagues. You can watch the AHL. You can subscribe to watch college hockey. There's a subscription for everything. It's interesting to see what Nashville's going to do here.
Okay. Another defenseman,
Okay.
Cameron Reed.
It's a good pick.
Yeah, I think this is fairly where he was expected to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty in line here. Where is Cameron Reed on my list?
So Kitchener Ranger. He had pretty good numbers.
Mm-hmm.
14 goals, 54 points, 67 games.
Yeah, Cameron Reed, 19 on the consolidated list. But yeah, really good numbers. Kitchener's a really good program.
Not a big guy, only 6 feet, but he does weigh 193, so he's got to be pretty big, at least in mass at that size.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, Nashville's an interesting team because of how badly they failed expectations this past year after making those offseason moves. And it's like, what do they do here? Like, they're not a rebuilding team, right? But you get a couple of, I guess, 3 first-rounders now this year, right? And then one of those being top 5. So, I don't know. Doesn't have an immediate impact, but I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on with that team in terms of like what to expect out of them. Do they have a bounce back year? I mean, they have a decent number of players in that team that are pretty good.
I think their center depth is ass.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to win with, especially in the Central. Like the Central's such a meat grinder. Probably the toughest division in hockey right now.
They're also all old. All of
Yes.
their good players are like mid 30s. So that's got to be a situation where they're potentially looking to move those guys for futures in the near future.
I'm just going to bring up Nashville here, just see what they...
Because you can't realistically think they're going to compete. Like, I don't think the GM is a fool. The whole Stamkos, Marchessault moves didn't do anything. If anything, it seemed to make them worse. So I don't really know what you do there if you're that team.
Yeah, like so their center depth,
know?
like you have Steven Stamkos, which I think, like, I like Steven Stamkos, but Steven Stamkos really should Steven Stamkos be your number 1 center in the year 2025? Probably not. Ryan O'Reilly, I love Ryan O'Reilly, but again, like, you kind of need someone a little bit higher, don't you? Like, you need someone before that and push those 2 guys down, and then you got Fedor Svechkov at their 3rd line center, and then Colton Sissons, who I like, 4th line center. Like, that's decent, but I just think, like, but I look at that's easily one of the weakest center groups in the entire NHL.
Yeah,
and I watched the San Jose Sharks.
Well, Sandal Celebrini at least gives us respect. And I do love Wenberg as a third line center, but
yeah, I don't love him as a 2C.
No, definitely not.
So interesting. Yeah. So Pittsburgh's up next.
Yep. Pittsburgh, Ottawa, LA.
Yeah, I'm watching the Luigi saying find a Sportsnet stream is way better than ESPN. I am watching. I have the Sportsnet stream on. Obviously, I've got the volume really low so I can pay attention to what we're doing here. Dave's actually there in the at the thing. He's saying, I I can't take this anymore. I'm leaving. Take this format and launch it into the sun. I agree. I think this is going to be a one and done.
Yeah. I mean, you look at the crowd there. This is the first round. It almost looks awkward at this point. That many empty seats.
I'm fascinated to see what tomorrow's going to look like.
Yeah.
As a guy who is going to definitely sit down and sit through the entire second round tomorrow, like, I am fascinated to see how this works tomorrow. Because again, like, probably they're just going to, is Bill Daly just going to read all the picks tomorrow as they go?
So. It'll be like 15 minutes the second round because tomorrow's when it's just like rapid fire pick after pick.
Yeah.
You'll like actually miss like 3 or 4 of the picks because of an interview on when they're on the televised version.
Right. Yeah.
You're just seeing names go up on a board in the background.
Yeah. And just, watching the ticker like a motherfucker. Like, oh, interesting to see. I'm fascinated to see what the Penguins do here. The Penguins have to get some redemption here. Kyle Dubas, man, I don't know.
Did I see it right that it starts at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow?
No.
No?
I think it starts at 9 a.m. I think it's 9
Pacific?
or 10. Specific, yeah, because it's in LA, right? So
Okay.
I think it's 1 o'clock our time. They're on dial-up for each pick. Cheaper to use AIM. Oh man, AIM takes me way back. All right, let's see what they do. They need some redemption here. Kyle Dubas needs some redemption. Fascinated.
Okay. Bill Zahn, he was late first round projection, so I think that's a fair pick there.
That's a good pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Bill. I was he was a guy that I would have liked
to fall to the Sharks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of disappointed that he is off the board here. I like him. Noon Eastern. Okay, noon Eastern. So I have to get it a bit. Damn it.
I'm only going to be able to watch like the first 15, 20 minutes of that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'll be here on the Twitter.
I will be scrolling Twitter as I am actually in a theater.
Oh, is this going to be this was never going to be a 2-hour thing. Like this, no. I knew it was going to be a longer thing, but I thought like we're almost at 4 hours here and we're still like, what pick are we on now?
22.
22.
All right. We are on 22.
We got like 10 more picks. Yes, so, Zonin definitely counts as redemption for the Pittsburgh Penguins. They have redeemed themselves with this late pick. Do you start thinking about moving 30 and 53 for Hensler here?
I'm still not doing it.
I don't think you have to. I just don't think you're going to move up enough to get the value out of moving both of those picks.
I would do maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Would I do 33 and 53? I don't know. And then still have 30? Yeah, I might do that. You end up with 3 first rounders.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
There's just such a mishmash of players still left that I still think you could still walk away with 3 pretty decent players here, though. I don't know. Again, like I don't think, like I agree with what you said, right? Like you're looking at even the guys you're looking at, you're still looking at a middle pair guy. Is it that like, is it that bang the table and start throwing picks away for? I don't know. I'm not really fussed. I feel fine regardless of what they do. If they like, look at if the Sharks make a trade and they move up and they grab a guy like Hensler, like fantastic. Like I'd be super happy, but I'm not gonna be mad if they don't.
Yeah.
Depending on what they walk away with those other picks, right? But so far, like obviously it's still like we're starting to get like the earliest returns on Mike Greer's drafting so far, but I've really liked Mike Greer's draft classes so far, because the Philip Bistad draft wasn't his. Like, yes, he was the guy who made the pick, but he didn't come and rip everything up and be like, okay, this is who we're drafting. This is what we're going to do. Like all those plans were made by the previous regime.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I think that draft was kind of iffy, but I'm not going to put that on him. I mean, you look at that draft, we might get 0 NHLers out of it, maybe 1. But I think everything since then, you look at 2023, right? You got Will Smith, Musty, Haltonen. Then you even have some guys like Cagnoni and Svoboda who both have, Cagnoni probably has more of an NHL future, but Svoboda is a big depth guy. Even Polkamp late in that one, and Rimashevsky, who's always kind of forgotten, is doing well in the KHL.
Yep.
And then last year you had it's easy when you have top 5 picks typically, right? So I'm not even going to talk about Celebrini, but Dickinson, Chernyshov, then Celine Wallenius, he's pretty good. He just signed his contract. And even late guys like Roberts and Miskey, I think are guys who could have an NHL future. Am I banking on it? No. But I think the last 2 drafts, you look at it and we filled out our prospect pool very well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, again, like, and again, it's early, right? It's going to take some time to really, because I feel like you need 5 years to really properly grade a draft class.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that's where you can kind of just start great. But like so far, like I'm way more excited about the most recent classes, and obviously the top end picks are obviously the top end picks, and you're going to be excited. But I agree, when you look at the depth of those picks and like some of the later picks, really, really like it. A lot less weird projects, a lot less just like drafting guys from like high school.
Yeah. Oh my God. Don't even get me started on those days. I mean, that was why I was scared when they kept Berkey around, because I was thinking, this guy kind of loves those Massachusetts high school kids. But
yeah,
I think we've turned a corner in that regard. I mean, you just look at the duds, all those. I mean, we'd be such a different franchise if we just had like even 2 good picks in some of those years. I mean, it hurts that obviously Norris didn't help us much. Like, we obviously traded him to get Carlson, but like you look at those drafts where it was like the Merkley draft, the Kniazev draft, the Ozzy draft. Like, it's just
yeah. And I love Ozzy Weisblatt, man, but like, was that probably the pick there? I don't know.
Yeah, it was a great story in the moment. That was about where
I do love the player, but like, he's just the kind of player that I gravitate to. Again, just small guy, plays big. So it's interesting.
From that draft, I'm more of a Gushchin guy.
Sure,
he's the guy I gotta gravitate to, where he's like small, great shot. I think he controls the puck very well. I don't know if he really has an NHL future. We'll see, but
yeah.
You think he's gone this summer?
Goosh?
Yeah.
I wonder if he gets the Thomas Bordelot deal. 1 year. Prove it.
There goes Hensler.
Oh.
All right, to Ottawa.
It's a good pick for Ottawa.
Yeah, I think they did a good job of getting him at this point.
Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't. Mike Drop saying I Gushin will never play in the NHL either. I don't agree with that. I think there's upside there. I think that there's a player there. But he is like, again, like, there has been a decent effort to kind of, with the exception of William Eklund, obviously, who should be not on the thing, but like a lot of the previous regime's guys have been kind of sent out. But I do think I think Gushin can be like I think he can be like on a third line, put some pucks in the net, give you some energy. Like a scoring third line energy line, like that's a really good fit for a guy like Daniel Gushin. He could be I think a second line winger on a bad team, probably not a contender. There's a path for him there.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's always going to be a super AHL player.
Yes.
And then just in that point where, like, is he good enough in the NHL?
Yeah.
I don't know. He got his chance this year, did not look great with the Sharks. I think he had a few moments, but overall did not do anything to really solidify his position or future there. So I could see Greer thinking, this is not one of my guys. Maybe we move him. But I like the talent. I do like the talent.
I like the player. So let me see here. What do we got here? I'll take the under on 20 20 games, NHL games for Gushin. Well,
Already
he's
got
2 away
18.
from 20. Yeah, he says he has 18 games in the NHL already. So I would not take that bet. I'm curious though if we do start seeing D start falling off the board here.
Yeah.
The run hasn't happened yet. Maybe it happens now.
No.
I don't know.
It's crazy. So how many total have we had? 5 total
so,
defense D-men at this point in the draft is insane. Last year, I think that was the top 11 or top 12.
Yeah. Let's see what we got here. We have Schaefer, Mertka, Smith, Atchison, Reed, and Hensler. Yeah, those are your D off the board.
Yeah. Definitely not a strong defenseman draft.
No. LA on the clock. There's a team that I'm kind of curious to see what they do. They're such a weird team. Like I feel bad because like you just keep pulling the Oilers in the
Every
first round,
single
and that
year.
is just
Is it 3 years, 4 years?
4 years in a row.
4
they
years.
pulled the Edmonton
Crazy.
Oilers in the first round, and that is a tough break, man. And it's hard because I think like especially like this is an Oilers team that despite its flaws were in the last 2 Stanley Cup finals. I just wonder if they play anyone else. Like maybe we think differently about the Kings. And that's why I'm really like, I don't want to like write the Kings off too much. I think the Kings have done things that I really liked in their rebuild. I think they did it. They didn't strip it completely down to the bolts, right? There's guys there that were on the cup teams that are still there kind of leading their next wave of players along. And I think there's something to that. I think that we've seen a lot of teams tear it down to the bolts and never recover. Right. And the Kings have been in the playoffs 4 years in a row. Yeah, they lost in the first round and that sucks. But I think they did a lot of things right. Like a lot of people are like, oh no, that rebuild failed because this, but they keep pulling Edmonton.
Yeah, it's just being okay at a time when there's a team that's hard to beat. And throughout, they've just been dominating the West, right, Edmonton. So I think they have a decent core, right?
Yeah.
They've gotten good players out of those picks. I don't know if
they've had guys that haven't panned out. Like Turcotte hasn't really panned out what they thought he was going to be. But Quentin Byfield's amazing. Like I love Quentin Byfield.
Mm-hmm. And who was the guy they traded to Winnipeg? Was that Veleno?
No.
Who did they trade? Who did they trade to Winnipeg as a part of the deal for the center that they then shipped out for Kemper? Am I forgetting? Am I getting this wrong? Velarde.
Yeah. Okay. That's the name. Velarde, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone update the ticker. I wonder who's got who. I don't want to update the ticker, man. Where's Puckguy? I'll make him do it. Yeah, I don't think like Turcotte. I think at this point, I think you can. I think we're well into bust territory with him. I feel like we're far enough along now that it's pretty safe to say at this point. Maybe not bust, but he didn't turn into what I think everyone thought he was going to be.
No, not for where he was drafted.
Yeah. Sorry, sometimes the chat freezes on me and I'm not moving along. So I apologize if I missed anything here. I'll message Puckguy to update the ticker. Let's see if I can get him to do it. I bet you I can.
All right, LA Kings. Trade alert.
Okay.
To Pittsburgh.
Interesting.
So Pittsburgh's back on the clock.
So
31 and 59.
59.
So we could have done 33 and 53.
Yeah, right,
that means the Sharks could have traded up if
all
they
right.
wanted to.
Now I'm angry. Now I'm banging the table. That's it.
I know, but at this point, Hensler's gone. So what would even have been the point? I mean, are you getting Malcolm Spence? Maybe
Hitler.
I don't really know what you're trading up for here.
Yeah. Gary Bettman living his best life. I feel like it's the kind of dog saying like Vegas was way better. The entertainment value is worth the watch. I just think the format doesn't lend itself to television as well as the in-person does. Like, it's always going to be long because there's always going to be, we got to talk, we got to interview this guy, you know, there's got to be interviews with this guy and that guy and whatever, and it's always going to be like a 4-hour thing. I just don't think this format makes for great TV. That's all. No one's messaging me. Like, no one's responding to my message. I don't know if we can get the ticker updated. I don't want to do it. I type really heavy. All you'd hear is just clack, 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 clack. No one wants that.
Yeah. And it has an impact to the Sharks, really. So
I could, you know what? They're on commercial. Here you go. You want to, I'll give you the rundown of what has happened so far. Number 1 to the New York Islanders, Michael Misa. Number 2 to the San Jose Sharks, Matthew Schaefer. Number 2 to the San Jose Sharks, Michael Misa. Chicago Blackhawks at 3 drafted Anton Frondell. The Utah Mammoth at 4 drafted Caleb Desnoyers. The Nashville Predators at 5th drafted Brady Martin, which is one of the big risers in the draft that people thought. Number 6, the Philadelphia Flyers get Porter Martone. The Boston Bruins take James Hagens at 7. The Seattle Kraken take Jake O'Brien at 8. The Buffalo Sabres took Radim Murtka at 9. The Anaheim Ducks take Roger McQueen at 10. And I love that pick, and I hate that it's the Ducks. Number 11, the first real reach off the board. We got Benjamin Kindell to the Pittsburgh Penguins. And then the Flyers said, hold my beer, and came up to the table and drafted Jack Nesbitt at 12, which is crazy. We get some sanity back as the Detroit Red Wings get to the podium at 13 and take Carter Bear. The Columbus Blue Jackets take Jackson Smith at 14. The Vancouver Canucks took Braden Coots at 15. The New York Islanders, who are winning the draft, took Victor Eklund at 16, and then they took Keshawn Atkinson at 17. The Calgary Flames took Cole Reshny at 18. The St. Louis Blues took Justin Carbonneau at 19. The Columbus Blue Jackets go off the board a little bit and take Pyotr Andreanov at 20. The Nashville Predators then took Cameron Reed at 21. The Pittsburgh Penguins took Bill Zonin at 22. And the Ottawa Senators took Logan Hensler at 23. And now we are waiting for the pick of the Pittsburgh Penguins, who are picking for the 3rd time in the first round. Yeah, I fucked it up.
Will Horkoff.
Okay.
Anyone know who this little kid is that's been making all these announcements? I haven't
no
actually been able to hear.
William Horkoff. Let's see. William Horkoff played on the U18 National Development Team program. 28 games, 8 goals, 6 assists, 14 points. Centerman.
Also went to Michigan midway through the year.
Yeah. Consolidated rankings has him at 37, so a little bit of a reach here, perhaps. He was, Bob McKenzie had him at 27, who is the highest on him. Future Considerations had him at 29. Everyone else has him in the 30s, 40s range. So it's an interesting pick. Oh, it's Chris Letang's kid. There you go.
I do place some weight on McKenzie rankings. I think it was really just the second half of the year that made this guy shoot up a bit. As a 17-year-old, 10 points in 18 games in college is not bad.
It's
so
not nothing to scoff at. Yeah, for sure. The Kings can lose every year at Edmonton in the first round. It's okay. I don't disagree.
Also, something to call out regarding the National Development Program.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty weak year. Weak year. You look at all the guys that are coming out of that program, their numbers were pretty shit. And just not a strong showing considering the past like 10 years or so for that program.
Are you worried about the USHL with the new rules?
I wouldn't say worried because for the most part, I've never really terribly highly rated the USHL, but I do think the new rules make it so that if you're a high-end younger player, like pre-draft, I don't see why you don't go to the Canadian juniors now that you can go to college if you want. Like previously, you'd go to USHL because you couldn't go from Canadian juniors to college. I just don't see the reason now. So I think it actually strengthens Canadian juniors in that 16 to 18 or 19 range. And I could see that weakening USHL.
I guess, and then by like, I guess does that hurt? I guess that would kind of hurt the national development team program a little bit,
potentially.
Which I think has been like, it's been to me like it's one of the greatest things I think that the U.S. did was the national development team program. I do wonder though how it affects. You know what I'm actually fascinated by? If like now that guys can go to college, if we start seeing like Team Canada take a team out of Team USA's book when it comes to like World Junior selections, like, oh, you left our league. Yeah, enjoy college, not the World Juniors. I'm fascinated to see how if like Canada takes a page out of the.
I mean, that's a lot of speculation as to why Musty didn't make it ever, right? For the American World Junior team, he definitely should have been on there one of those 2 seasons with how he was playing.
Yeah, Alex DeBrincat is another guy who comes to mind as like when I think of like some of the biggest snubs, Alex DeBrincat always comes high on that list too, where you're just like, you're not bringing Alex DeBrincat, what are you doing? I know it's kind of going back a little ways now, but that one always really, really stood out to me. So NIL money, this is the thing, and this is why I worry about Canadian juniors a little bit, especially like some of the smaller markets, because I think now like these teams are going to have to like try and compete, and they're going to have to build better training facilities, like more better facilities for these guys to train and practice in and whatever that a lot of places don't have. And like Canadian junior kids do not make money. They get a stipend. I mean, they get like, I mean, obviously like a lot of their gear and everything, they're not paying for out of pocket, obviously, but it's going to be hard to turn down. Like, I don't know how much NIL money is going to be available for hockey. If you're not going to like one of the bigger schools. But it's a fascinating thing to see, like, cause again, there's a lot of advantages that are going to be to go to college, because a lot of these training facilities are way better. So
yeah, as a big college hockey fan, that's kind of one of the areas where I'm concerned, just because you see a team like Penn State now suddenly getting all these recruits where they don't have a very historical hockey program. Right. And it's because the football program, I think, generates a lot of this money, obviously. And I think that's what you're going to see. A lot of these Big Ten and maybe even SEC teams start creating hockey programs, but they're going to have money to spend on players, where some of the other schools that are historically hockey programs and not big in the football space don't have quite that same money to offer.
Yeah, it's gonna be fascinating. Like, I'm fascinated to see how it turns out. Like I said earlier in the show, like I think a lot of people are writing the obituary on junior hockey really quick. Quicker than they probably should, and I think it's still going to be really good. Like, I don't think the hockey's going to drop off precipitously. Like losing players at 18 is going to hurt, obviously, but I don't think they're going to lose everyone.
Yeah, I think McKenna was actually one of the guys who was rumored to be interested in Penn State for next year. Yeah, the only reason you're doing that has got to be money. Why else are you going to Penn State? Very little hockey history. If you're a Canadian boy, you don't give a shit about Penn State. Yeah. So what's the reason for going to Penn State? It's got to be money. It's got to be NIL.
Is Puckguy going to do the thing? Oh, let's see what he's doing. He's putting on the headphones. Puckguy play-by-play. Are you here to update the ticker?
Me? Excuse me?
Are you here to update the ticker?
I thought you said Puckguy play with me. What did you say? Wow. Okay. Wow. We've done the NHL Draft after dark. Okay. That the problem with the ticker is that
It has a limit of characters.
Yeah, unfortunately. So we'll
So take out where they came from and just put the pics. I'm just trying to think of a way to save it. We had a request to update the ticker, and I said no.
No, of course. And chat, give it up for these guys and give them some likes. I don't know where we're at with likewise, but
I don't know either.
Cavs must be. What is with the Cavs? You know what? If you give a super chat, I'll show the Cavs.
You'll show the Cavs. Oh my God. Okay,
all right.
Chicago
That's what this show is turning into now.
All right. Right? Oh my God. So they've now turned into to Ted and Dan and actually, guys, the thing was supposed to end so early. Like the NBC studio set that they had over here is gone. The inflatable where you can surf is gone now. I'm surprised no one has destroyed the sand logo yet, but we're doing all right. And I think you're on your own for getting a video of you coming out of the shark tank. So
there you go.
So, are there people still in there?
There's some.
Have people come say hello? I've been trying to get people to come say hello.
Oh, many people have come to say hello. When in fact, what you don't see, and I know that's kind of why Jules is not here right now. There's the likes of many of our supporters, like Skylar, Pat, Logan, Tyler.
Pat? Go get Pat. I want to know Pat's opinion on the goalie.
Oh, Pat's opinion on the goalie? Okay. Let me see. Is Jules over there? Maybe you can have Jules link up on her other thing. Yeah. No, because someone has to be like Hank says, we're got to be locked in a tank. Well, technically, one person has to be here, and AJ just left. So, and I just currently got locked out. I had to have our contact to get in here. So,
all right.
So, yeah, let me see if I can get Pat. So, give me a sec. I'll see if I can find him.
Ooh.
So, this is the guy I wanted who just went.
Yeah.
He is the guy going to UMass next year. Huge wing. But he's one of the ones that I listed as my kind of for the 30-33 range when we did our live preview show.
Yeah, 42 points in the USHL.
He's a project. Like his numbers don't stand out. He's actually going for another year before going to UMass.
Okay.
So he'll be going to UMass late. But he's raw. He's raw, but he's 6'5" and he can move. And it's just like a guy like him, if you could piece that all together, that's a very, very valuable player. Like it's definitely a project. I think this is a little high, but recently, if you looked at a lot of the projections, he'd been shooting up lists.
Yeah, so just to kind of piggyback off of that, I think the highest he's ranked is by Elite Prospects at 26. Recruit Scouting had him at 28. Bob McKenzie has him in 39. I think the consolidated list he's in the late 30s.
30s, yeah.
Yeah, 39 is where they have him. So a guy who's definitely been rising, but a guy, again, another pick where you're kind of like, back from where the projection was.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be, I mean, it's interesting. Hi.
So we're getting Pat.
Okay.
Jill's bringing him up.
Okay.
We'll have him talk to you guys.
I need to know.
Where are we at? 26. Dear Lord, come on. The guy that's in charge of Sharky, Tim, and I know he's got a big congrats to him for his part of doing the mascot Hall of Fame for Sharky. He's like, I can't believe it's gone on so long. In fact, I think it's gone on so long that our ticket no longer works to get into our suite right now. So
that's awesome.
That's even worse than so we really have to have somebody here to do it. So.
It feels like long, but I mean, we've only been on the air for 4 hours and 10 minutes.
But this only.
Only.
We got 6 picks to go, my friend. Oh,
I know.
Jules is getting it. I'll be right back.
I'm fast. So for those that don't know, Pat's in our Discord. If you want to get into our Discord, which can be there's fun to be had in the Discord. If you hit up Hockey Jerk on Twitter, he is the beacon of the Discord. He will give you the keys. Who are the prospects still on the board that we are targeting? Mark, who you got?
Pretty much all defensemen. Boumediene, Brasevich, Fiddler. Who else? I like Ryabkin. I still think he should go a little bit later. He was originally a top 10 guy before the season started, and then he's got some attitude issues, but his raw abilities are very, very good. So I would
just
love
wonder if after like Merkley, if the Sharks are just like, no.
Yeah. I think at 53, maybe 33. At 53, I think is more realistic. But I think you don't pass on the defenseman for a guy like him, especially with the team needs that we have.
Yeah.
If we can get two of those guys, say two of Boumediene, Fiddler, and Brasevich, we're very happy.
Awesome. Who do we get here?
It's me, Ian.
Hey, Pat, how you doing?
Hey.
I am so happy to see you, buddy. How do you feel about the draft so far? And I know you got Columbus on the back burner. How do you feel about the goalie?
No.
No?
Actually, I don't really know too much about this guy, but I mean, for the other pick that we made, Jackson Smith, I think he'll turn out all right. I did see, before I came on here, Portsline had said, for some reason, I guess Jackson Smith was 4th on their draft board. Yeah.
Wow.
It's pretty high.
Yeah.
How's the mood there? How was the mood there when Misa got drafted? Like, how is everyone reacting?
Logan and I jumped up and down. We were cheering. we had a doomer moment last night where we weren't sure if Frondell was going to be it or not, but
yeah, I know. I was like, I remember last night I came into the Discord. I was doing dishes or something, and I'm just like, I was so depressed.
Yeah. I'm somebody that was always wanting Misa over Frondell.
Yeah.
But
I'm really happy.
But for Columbus, like, what was that pick?
Really good, like decent numbers for the really good numbers in the MHL, but I don't know how that translates.
Well, for the goalie?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And I think Jules was saying earlier that he's still signed for another 4 or 5 years?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to go check.
That's what I heard, right? It was like 29, 23.
Okay.
Yeah.
Goalie's prospect. Awesome. Well, thank you for coming on, Pat.
Yeah, of course.
I appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, of course, Ian.
All right, man. Enjoy the rest of the time.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
All right. I love Pat. All right. So Riker Lee just went?
Yep. Riker Lee went 26th. I think he was mostly projected in the 30s or 40s.
Consolidated 33. Let's take a quick peek here. Another USHL guy, though. So we're starting to see a little run of USHL guys going, which is nice for USA Hockey. Michigan State commit. Decent number. I mean, 68 points in 58 games. Not bad, right? I think I had Riker Lee down on my list of guys I'd be interested. I think he was... I don't have my list in front of me, but I do believe he was a guy that I kind of circled, and then I went in weird different directions when we actually came on air. But I like it.
Yeah, I like it in the fact that it still pushes another defenseman towards the Sharks.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah.
How are you boys holding up?
We're making it. We're making it.
Isn't this the longest draft in NHL fucking history?
It just feels like it because the format sucks.
The format's god awful.
But I'm looking at we've only been broadcasting for 4 hours and 11 minutes.
It feels like it's way longer than
it feels way worse than it is. It so far it hasn't been much longer than your typical draft, but it just feels awful.
Are we guaranteed one of Boumediene, Fiddler, and Brasevich to be there?
So far, so good.
There's 3 more picks before us, so possibly no, but
honestly,
I think so, realistically.
I think with the way things are going, when you look at with the way players are going now, and you're seeing a lot of these players that are coming off they're down on the list a little bit more, Riker Lee just went off the board, right? He was he's a guy who's ranked in the in the 30s for the most part, right? And he's jumped up. So, and we're kind of seeing this kind of a trend that we're seeing. We're seeing a lot of guys that were projected later kind of going now. So I think it bodes well.
I mean, who
for
do you
getting
guys
one of those
want?
players.
Like, who is your pick right now at 30? If you had to.
I like Boumediene, but I'm fine with any of the 3 defensemen.
Ian?
Yeah. I want to get defenseman. I probably like of the defensemen like that I kind of circled like Fiddler, Boumediene, and then like obviously Brushnevich. Like I feel like Brushnevich is still number 3 on that list for me.
Same. Agreed. I think he's a good guy. He should. I don't know. I don't think he'll be available at 33, but we'll see. Like, if the Sharks don't take him at 30, I don't know if he'll necessarily be available at 33, but we'll see. Dude, I don't know anymore. I didn't. Did you guys know the Chicago who they picked? Because I heard he's okay. I haven't heard much on him.
Give me a second here.
Talking about Nestrassel? Yeah, that was one of the guy I was talking about who I had on my preview.
Oh, okay.
He was the one that I said, because he's going to UMass. That's why I'm aware of him.
Oh,
but
okay.
also
Okay,
just
got
like
it,
he's
got
a
it.
6'5" winger. He's got some skill. He's just a bit raw. He needs
Raw,
years,
yeah.
but I think in 4 years he could be a really good player.
2025 NHL Draft, the Washington Capitals are proud to select from the Moose Jaw Warriors, Lyndon Lakovich.
Okay.
Blake Fiddler's still available. So you guys are going to get the
Now
live.
we are guaranteed for one of the D-men.
So
Yeah.
you guys are going to get the live Sam Dickinson Booyum reaction from Jules this year. Just live. But now it's going to be Blake Fiddler.
Yeah, Tiger, I got it. I'm sorry. Let me get Tiger's super chat here. I do have it. Tiger 690 Australian dollars. Thank you, good sir. Fiddler goes to Nashville. I want Boumediene. Thank you, soldiers, for persevering. I am sorry for the Frondell mental warfare. Me too, man.
Found the door.
We have Kevin. Well, I don't. Here, take the headphones. Your turn to
Take
talk.
the headphones.
Where is
Hi, Kevin.
Hello, welcome to the Spectacular SAP Center. Hey guys,
How are you
How are we
doing?
feeling?
Super nervous because it's Blake Fiddler time, baby. So, by the way, the nephew of San Jose Rhinos forward Sasha Lakovic, Lyndon Lakovic, just got picked by Washington.
And former Oakland Skate as well.
Wow.
Oakland Skates, there you go. This place is kind of emptied out, guys, but that's what happens when the 2025 entry draft bleeds into the 2026 entry draft. How are you guys holding up? How's everyone doing out there in the universe?
We have been very, very good. We're managing, man. I'm trying to figure out where this dude
Chugging
is.
along.
We are chugging along. It has definitely gotten into the later parts. I do not see this guy's name on this list anywhere. This guy that just went.
Lyndon Lakovic?
He was in I think the 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
primarily.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm blind.
I
could
think
be blind.
Elite Prospects had him at 10th.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me see what.
One thing that's been happening here, I think, to try and entertain the few people who have
14.
who are left,
They had him.
is that the DJ has been playing more and more music. I think the DJ finally got tired of all the chatter in between every pick. So
I don't blame him.
That's fair.
yeah. It's been a long one. I'm really curious to see the Sportsnet version of this, and
It's better, but not by much because it's still the same thing, right? You got to
the
go in
same
the
length.
booth. You got to go in the booth. You got to have the awkward GM conversation. So yeah, Bob McKenzie had him at 20. Craig Button 23. McKean's had him at 13.
Not gone this low.
Yeah, it's so
Sorry.
almost a steal. at
Jules
this point.
Jules just said that actually as well, that she thinks it's a steal, being this late.
I dig it. Cam Robertson really like Lakovic, yeah. Who else? I saw someone else.
Well, Malcolm Spence is still available too.
So
we got him.
Malcolm Spence is on the board, man.
I expected Pittsburgh when they traded up to take a pick. I thought they were going to be taking Malcolm Spence. I did expect a team to trade up to get Will Horkoff in this range, but I didn't think it would be Pittsburgh for that. I thought Spence was their guy. But Pittsburgh has been very I don't know. Very, very weird in this draft.
For a team that's like starting their rebuild, some weird stuff.
Well, okay, guys. So Kyle Dubas, he left town in Toronto with no defense core, and so I feel like he's looking at this, going, I got Pickering, I've got Brunicky, I've got Kindle now. So I think he's decided he's gonna build from the back end out. But is Kindle your guy?
Not there. I don't think he really knows what to do with that team, to be honest. They're clinging to the last years of a mini dynasty, and the last years of those guys, and I don't know. I think they're in for a long rebuild.
Roger McQueen is at Disneyland. We see it up on the board right now. So they said during the ESPN interview where they literally picked him up and dragged him out saying, you and your family are going to Disneyland right this moment, and he left. They actually have him live at Disneyland right now.
That is amazing. So a couple things in the chat here. Obviously, with the Sharks pick coming up, Spence or Fiddler at 30. Which way do you go?
I think Mark and I have the same feeling about this.
I don't know. I'm very big on Boumediene. So I like Boumediene, but I also like I've said along any of those three defensemen, him, Boumediene, Fiddler, and Brusevich, I'm fine with any of them. I just want to come away with one of them.
Yeah, I'd be totally fine with I just wonder if you can get one of them at 30. I'm surprised. To me, the fact that Spence is still on the board is kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, but I mean, we knew someone was going to fall. If guys like Horkoff jump up and I forget. There was another guy earlier who jumped up, and then the Russian goalie that Columbus took moved. He was projected middle second round. So some players are going to fall here. Pick is in.
Who got Winnipeg on the board?
Yeah.
Did we just get a thank you for hosting? I thought I heard a thank you for hosting.
This is
we were done with
happen.
those this year.
Yeah, damn it. How dare you? I'd rather be at Disneyland than watch this, dude.
Boumediene.
Oh, no.
There it is. So here's what I wanted to say about
Fiddler.
Boumediene to you guys is as Jules comes in and says, Fiddler is, yes, I would have been happy with any of the three defensemen you mentioned, Brustevich, Fiddler, or Boumediene. Plus, Sasha Boumediene's dad looked me up one time on LinkedIn. True story. So, there's that. But the thing is that we've got Cagnoni, Havilland, Salim Valenius. I'm sure there's
a lot of guys on the left.
How many undersized offensive defensemen do we need?
All of them.
I like those players, but you've got Fiddler, a one-of-a-kind defenseman left on the board who's 6'3" and a right shot defensive defenseman. They don't have those in the league anymore, apparently. So
My only worry is Carolina right now. Screw it, because who else is left on the board?
Because they literally are the only worry left for.
Well, no. Also, they're one of the smarter teams when it comes to drafting.
Oh yeah, that's true too.
It's true.
Who else? Are there any forwards left on the board that's worth?
Malcolm Spence.
Malcolm Spence, yeah.
Malcolm Spence is the forward who.
I think it's early for Ryabkin, so I'd say Spence maybe.
They might.
I think it is early for Ryabkin as well. I think he's going around 40, maybe even 35.
Yeah.
But yeah, Malcolm Spence is.
Malcolm Spence. I could see that being a fit for Carolina. Anyone but Brusevich and Fiddler.
I still think 30 is too high for Brusevich.
I do too. I think this is the right spot for Boumediene, but for Brustevich, I do think this is a little bit early.
Yeah, I'd be going Fiddler, I think.
To me, the pick is Fiddler. If you can get Fiddler and Spence 30-33, you laughing.
That's right. We've got 33. So they were just saying, could we possibly get Fiddler and Spence 30 and 33?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There was I think someone had it. It might have been Cam Robinson that Malcolm Spence would fall out of the first round. Crazy. But weirder. The Sharks got Chernyshov last year at 33.
Yeah. That was injuries.
Chernyshov? Find out next.
And then Musty the year before 27. These guys fall. That's what happens.
People want my live reaction to the Sharks selecting Blake Cooper. All right, you guys are getting the Jules cam for this next
the
pick.
Jules cam, I like it.
The Chaos cam. I don't know where Puckguy went. He disappeared into the abyss.
He went to go interview who's about to be drafted. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, he's flying down to LA right now. Pat, you want to come back on? Okay, we just have a whole cam.
That's fine.
Oh, here's
Hi,
Puckguy,
all of
too.
us are now on the pod. Can you tell we've been on for, well,
We've been on
This
for a
draft
while.
has lasted for so long that
Yeah.
Eric is now wearing last year's draft because we got this Benjamin Button thing going on here. You can't see him in the screen, but
I don't see a super chat for the Cavs, so oh well.
Oh well.
guys, everyone say it with me. Don't draft Fiddler.
Trying to reverse
Is,
jinx.
For the 2026 draft now, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. Are we at 2027? Is
Yeah, I
Landon
made that.
Dudepot now available to be drafted?
Cullen Potter's still on board.
Some good, yeah.
I think
Yeah, he's just a
Carolina
little
goes
small.
forward, right? Yes.
I don't know. They've kind of got a history of some good defensemen. Morrow,
tell that to me, Mark.
Nikishin. I'm just saying.
I
just
know,
saying.
but I don't want to hear that right now. I'm joking. That they have a history of good drafting good defensemen.
Oh, yeah.
Scott Morrow.
Let's go. Where are we at now? So it's Carolina going to be on the clock. Here we go. Puckguy.
I don't know about bet, but
Puckguy, Cavs. $5 super chat. Can you tell we've derailed?
we haven't
we're
derailed.
way off the-
Are we
No.
gonna go
Maybe
sweep?
now we've derailed.
I don't think we can see. Hold on. That didn't do anything.
Yeah, his legs didn't do anything for me either.
Okay.
This is so dumb. Let's go in
I
the booth
think
and
Max
talk to the
Circa is the guy for them. Thank you, not Circa. Yeah, the other guy I'd say Seneca that the Sharks could pick here.
What? I think I've got my list on my phone somewhere.
Listen,
All right,
I don't
let's hear it.
If I hear Simon Wang to the Sharks, I'm going to combust.
Oh yeah, I know.
With the strap.
Oh
Hey.
my goodness.
I don't
Hit
think
the
they don't think they can hear that.
I know.
Dickinson Wang
We're
pair.
not going to get demonetized from
Brutal.
that.
No.
What?
Maybe. Who knows?
Shout.
Sharks. Sharks.
Oh God.
Sharks.
All
We're
right.
doing
Can
shout
we
here.
get this on the road? Like we are so. It's 11 o'clock.
All right.
Ian, how are you feeling, buddy?
Tired.
How
I'm tired.
long do we think
I am
round-
running out of steam. I know we got what 4 picks left.
It's
3
okay.
picks
That's why
left?
you have us here now. We
I
got
know.
you. Mark, how are you doing?
I'm great. I just want it to be the Sharks pick already. I'm
Yeah.
tired of all these teams in between.
There's
I don't want to jump in on over
so who
Yeah,
who is
we
our
do that.
consensus? Like, who do we want for the Sharks right now?
Well,
We all
I
sound
want
like
Fiddler,
Fiddler.
but I think Carolina's going Jack Murtaugh here.
Oh, that'd be
Kevin with the
interesting.
predictions.
Okay.
I just don't see Fiddler sliding into the second round.
No, I feel like Fiddler's probably like of the guys. So again, I think you can
Their pick's not in yet.
you can take Brusnevich
At
later.
33.
I feel like this is really high for Brusnevich. Like I feel like I do worry that like you probably don't get him at 53, but although with the way things are going, maybe you do.
I
But
think they get him at
I
33.
feel like he's more of like a 40s guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Honestly,
yeah,
if you get Fiddler, I think it's okay that you don't get both.
yeah.
Right.
I'm
Like
fine
I think
then going forward at 33.
to me, like right now, what I would do if I was the Sharks is I'm taking Fiddler and I'm hoping Spence is there at 33.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think that's kind of the dream hope right now, right? Is to get Fiddler at 33, and then hope you have an Igor Chernyshov
30.
scenario
Yeah.
where you can grab Malcolm Spence at 33.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
That seems to be the consensus. I will
I
say
agree.
Greer's been pretty good at getting these late round sliders. You know what I mean? Like with
Mm-hmm.
Will Smith's here, his first, it was Quentin Musty. And then, Seal, you want to say something to the pod? No? Okay. I should not be saying this out loud. Anyways, what was I saying? Like last year, he got Chernyshov, right? Dickinson kind of fell into his lap.
Mm-hmm. watching some soccer. But if you're watching us at the same time, man, that's great. I appreciate you.
They're still picking. Chicago is moving up.
Oh, is there a trade?
Elliot
'Cause
Friedman.
Eric was saying the time ran out, and I was thinking that happened to Toronto at last year's draft, and they didn't get penalized somehow. But you're saying there's
Sounds like Chicago's moving up into Carolina spot.
Chicago, you
Please, no.
don't get revenge on us for Misa. That's all
don't
I'm
get
saying.
revenge on us for Misa.
Malcolm
Yeah, no
Spence.
kidding.
I'll take that revenge, though. I'll
Not a
take
bad-
that revenge. That's okay in my book.
You know, all I want to say is let's speed things up. So I'll just do the Bettman and say we have a trade to announce. Whoomp.
Yeah.
And let's get going, guys. Like, come on.
Plus with the trade, now put them
No,
back
I'm
on the
not
clock,
nervous.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chicago's clock would start from 3. It's only 3 minutes though.
I'm gonna kill someone.
it
Why
actually
is this
starts
taking
then.
so long in HL?
This format's terrible.
It is. It is. You know, they really are not showing the crowd at all, and it makes me wonder, like, how few people
I
might
think
actually
half
be
the
there.
people left.
But that's what
Yeah.
I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty bad, the crowd at the in LA.
Well, like,
I know Dave was said that he was there, and he was like, he messaged in the chat. He's like, yeah, I'm over this. I'm out.
I don't blame them.
And
Just
this was
the way-
like in, yeah.
This has not been a very fan-friendly format, and especially not a casual fan-friendly format for anyone who, like, I've got friends who are excited to watch the Sharks draft second, 30. They don't really care about the rest of the stuff, but they'll keep it on at background noise. I guarantee they've turned this off at this point, and
Yeah.
they'll just wait for me to text them who got drafted at 30. Like,
AA Sports. Okay, yes, football. I apologize. Not soccer. I understand the contention there, but you have to remember that, like, here football is a completely different sport. You don't even play it with your feet, really. It's kind of dumb. Kind of carry the ball and you throw it. Yeah, you kick it every once in a while, but
so
not nearly as much as use your feet and whatever. Okay, can we get this fucking show on the road?
no, we got to announce a NASCAR driver now.
God.
Yeah, seriously.
And as you'll see, he's right in the middle of the race at the Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Oh boy.
Maybe they, Mike Drop saying, who does Chicago need so bad to move up where they have D already? Probably Spence, right? Maybe.
Yeah, it could be Spence
okay.
if they want to trade up.
I don't think you can have enough of anything, though, because, again, like,
No, when you're rebuilding, you just take best
just take
players.
everything.
Yeah.
So we have a trade. So I guess they want to get their celebrity picker out.
Oh, God.
It's a NASCAR driver?
Chicago wants so badly that they would pick up here.
I don't know.
And 62 in the 2020.
44 and 62.
So one thing I wanted to mention just about these trades in general is look at last year. Like Minnesota acquired pick 12 from Philadelphia, I think it was, for 13 and like a high second or something along those lines. And this year you haven't seen trades anywhere near that. And I think it just speaks to how it's kind of a crapshoot for as far as where players are going to be here. Like, so many players who could be at 17 could be available at 34. Like,
Yeah.
I knew they were going to go to commercial again. Do we have any sponsors since the NHL has gone to commercial break here?
No.
No
Oh,
free ads.
no. All right.
No.
No free hats.
No. So it's and I'm sorry if I'm replicating everything.
Nope.
34, 62, and a fifth in 2027 to move up to 29.
Seems kind of like an overpayment for 5 spots.
I mean, I'm
curious to see what they do because, like, again, you're banging the table. So
Yeah,
I wanna see.
I don't know what they're going to do either. I mean, I would think they're going forward here, but I mean, like you guys said, they could even go for Ravensburger, the goalie, you know?
Yeah.
That is true. It is Chicago. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think anyone thinks Spencer Knight is their future.
Yeah,
there.
no. That's the weird spot.
All right, Tom is trying to break my heart. Tom C 5823. I'm watching you. I saw that comment.
We'll see, man. We will see. This draft is going to end at midnight Eastern time. Huh?
It really will at this point. What,
Boy,
4 more picks?
We really know how James Duthie feels during free agent frenzy.
Jules is not stressed at all, by the way. For those of you checking in at home, Jules is very much so not stressed. Thank you for asking.
Yes, Jules was so calm today, the way she kept texting me about, you don't think they're getting Frondell, do you?
Listen, I was convinced the Sharks were going to take Frondell. We had a Discord conversation, like 18 of us, basically preparing for that.
It was bad. I was doing it was so bad. I was like, I'm depressed, and I'm like doing dishes.
Like Caleb Desnoyers stuck in there. Sorry.
I love Caleb Desnoyers. I would still be mad, but like, at least like, I said this earlier in the show, but like, there's like players where it's like I've seen wow moments with them, and then when it came to Frondell, like I've never I know like he's obviously a highly touted prospect. I see what's said about it, but I never had that wow moment when I see him.
I thought Desnoyers and Frondell were players that you trade down for if those are really who you want. You don't take either of those players at 2.
Not at 2. Yep, 100%.
Is this 30th pick more stressful? No.
Not at all, because there's players
stress was higher.
It would be more stressful if there was one player and then the crop drops after that. Okay, we're not at that point.
Pick us in, everyone. The moment of truth, and you guys get live Jules cam right now. It's great, right. Great content.
It's not even our pick.
It's not even. I know. Don't fuck us, Chicago. Don't do it.
Yes.
Mason West!
Wow!
That's the quarterback.
Fiddler to the Sharks!
Wow!
Fiddler to the Sharks! Come on! Mike Greer, if you're watching, which please don't be watching this right now, what the fuck are you doing? Blake Fiddler.
No, Mike Greer, do what Doug Wilson did several years ago. Come on, Fiddler! What are we waiting for?
We want Fiddler!
Mason West this high is crazy.
Yeah,
Mason West this high is insane.
He might play
He's
football.
He's a quarterback, right? It's a quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. He might play football. We don't know.
Football.
Well, so he did commit to Michigan State, I think.
Yeah, I think. So he's supposedly playing hockey, but he's also highly recruited as a quarterback, which is a high-paying position,
but not to the same level of schools that he was looking at hockey.
Yeah.
Like I feel like the schools, from my understanding of it anyway, is that he a lot of the schools that he was getting quarterback offers from were not your top tier.
Sure. Yeah. It's going to be fascinating. I don't remember the last time that there was a football hockey combination to sport.
No.
Weird.
But yeah, look at Tom Glavine, he drafted higher than Joe Sakic, but
wasn't Danny Ainge a crossover between basketball and baseball?
He's a basketball player,
with
right?
and I thought he was a Blue Jay for that. So
114 points in high school hockey career.
You're at the draft, if I'm not mistaken, you said. So hopefully you are
5,217
sharing
passing
info,
yards
not being Nostradamus. Okay, sorry. My bad.
All right, so we'll see who the Sharks are going to. Don't fuck this up, Micah.
All right, Jules got something to say.
Fiddler, that's all.
Okay, well, yeah.
Chris Crichton09 saying just came home from the draft.
I did not think Fiddler would be available to the Sharks.
I'm going to rewatch all of this. That's how much with Teal Town. You are the dedication. That's the kind of dedication I can get behind.
Good job, Crichton.
If to come home and to watch this thing, I think it's fantastic live. I don't know how good this would be on second viewing. However, if you want something that is good,
it's great.
If you want something that is going to be good on second viewing, Sunday when we recap the draft.
Yeah.
Our Misa reaction. Watch our Misa reaction. That was
watch the Misa reaction. Yes.
Yeah, watch the Sunday show, not this round of the draft.
Oh, man. Jules, what were you saying right before?
What was I saying?
Yeah, they were talking about Mason.
Jules doesn't remember what I was saying, but all I was saying is that I did not think Blake Fiddler would be available. So for the fifth year in a row, not fifth, third year in a row, you're getting Jules on drugs, not on drugs, but severely wanting a player.
Okay, so
there is like a concern here, right? Because like again, like this is a player like he's a quarterback, but even still, football's a gnarly sport.
Football is a gnarly sport, and he'd better have. Hey, the next draft picks of Chicago better be all offensive linemen for whatever high school team, college team he's playing for. We gotta. All right, they're raising up the noise here.
All
Love
30
it.
people who are left.
How long has it been?
Yeah, where's your?
I'm 30 now.
Since the last time the Sharks drafted, it's been 84 years.
I love that we're getting more football highlights for this kid than hockey.
So
ones.
I think the big concern is that interview that Mason West said the first thing out of his mouth was, "Well, I'm a quarterback." Whoa, I would want to hear about your hockey career first, being drafted by the Blackhawks. I'm just saying.
Yeah. It's a risky pick at that, but it's a hell of a swing.
I'm gonna start a fiddler.
Yeah, please hold. We're gonna mute because otherwise
All right.
it's gonna derail.
Yeah, I think we all want Fiddler, but
This will be funny on replay as we rewatch you guys descend into delirium and madness while the first round took a year.
We're losing our minds here, guys. Oh God.
All right. Can a person be drafted in both
Listen,
the NHL and the
Sharks
NFL? Why
fans.
not?
This is what we've been waiting for.
All right, they went quick. They really did go quick on this.
Fiddler.
Okay, good.
Fiddler. Headphone users, be advised of the next 45 seconds. Wait, can you film it, Puckguy? Oh, this is gonna be comical if they don't.
They're gonna go Bristevich. Just so we go the same. Like
I'm fine.
They go some random.
Oh,
word we've never heard
Ravensburg.
Okay. Bailey's good on Bailey for
He's
still.
been there that entire time.
Yes.
Oh my God.
We want to hear Western Hockey League Edmonton Oil Kings.
One eternity later. I'm pretty happy.
With the 30th overall selection in the 2025 NHL Draft, the San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the Prince George
Oh.
Joshua Ravensburg.
No.
Ooh.
I was joking when I said that.
Why? Why?
Look at.
I don't know. It's fine. This is fine. Look at Ravensburg is the top rated
goalie. Yeah. No
this
doubt.
isn't terrible.
It's not a terrible. It's just
not
It's not a terrible pick. It's more of like a shock moment.
Boy, hey,
Yeah.
yeah, it is kind of a shock moment, and Shakir Muhammadulin had better take a step forward, a healthy step forward next year.
But look, I still think again though, but Fiddler could be on the board still at 33.
Fiddler,
Yeah,
that is
possible.
true. Fiddler could still
Could be
be on the
available
board
at
33 at
33
this point because you
I'm
got.
still trying to process what just happened.
Yeah, you've got Malcolm Spence.
I literally say watch them take Ravensburg if you rewind the tape.
did.
Literally 20 seconds
I
ago.
heard that.
I don't hate it. Again,
Hold
maybe
on.
not
I
the
gotta see
player
this
that I
guy's reaction. I'll be
wanted.
back. I have no comments. I'll process it.
I want to know, did the Sharks have some kind of intel to think that the teams picking at 31 and 32 might be going goalie?
Yeah. I'm look at the Sharks. The one thing, this has always been a weakness. They've never really gone after the top flight goalies in the draft. So I do like this change. But
I absolutely hate it.
You hate?
Absolutely hate it. I have always been in the no goalies in the first round camp.
Yeah.
We already have our future goalie, and not only that, we're pretty terrible at developing goalies over the last 10-ish years.
But where have we drafted them? They're all third round,
I
fourth
know,
round.
but goalies are such a fucking toss up. I don't know. I hate it. I'm not going to be upset about it because, again, it's a weak draft and it's pick 30. But
yeah.
All right.
My God.
I was going to say, sorry, I think we might need to go to Taco Bell Cantina.
Taco Bell Cantina
with our for Jules' $67 slushy again. That's a surprise,
Hey,
guys.
how big is Ravensburger? Is he like 6'3"? 6'3", 190?
He's
6'5"?
6'5". He's big.
Yeah, he's big.
All right. I mean, hey, Askarov's got to have a goalie to back him up, in a few years.
I would just you know what?
I honestly
Again
low-key
here,
think Mike, we're trying to build like an elite goalie tandem with this pick. That's the only way this makes sense. Or they just felt like,
Or they're already concerned about Askarov's injury history.
That too.
Sure, I think there's that. Like, here's the thing too, right? And here's the thing that you have to remember, the Nashville Predators had UC Saros and Askarov, right? Like, sometimes you can just turn into. Sometimes you can either, if a guy doesn't work out or if a guy works out really well, and Askarov's the guy, and I do feel like he is the guy.
Yeah,
I do have some concerns, obviously, with the injuries this year a little bit because he did have a few too many for my liking this year.
Yeah.
But you always kind of and goalies. I mean, if you want to talk about the position in the NHL that is hardest on the body, it is goaltending. I don't know. I don't hate the pick.
He could be the Canada goalie in the World Junior Championship. I guess that's a positive.
Yeah, they are kicking people out here immediately. But I think I'm in between you guys. Like I'm not just because on the screen I'm in between you guys, but I'm like, I don't hate it, but I don't like
question
it.
I don't hate the pick. Like he was one of the top rated guys of the goalie pool. I just didn't think the Sharks would actually take a goalie.
I thought 33. That makes more sense at 30, and I realize it's only 3 picks we're talking about between 30 and 33.
Yeah, and it's like they can make it up and tomorrow. Like it's not a bad pick. It just doesn't make sense for the Sharks, and that's what confuses me, right?
I think
but
it
also
does, though.
Peter did say he's going BPA
no
matter what.
I kind of think it makes a little sense, but
you have to have depth in every
Freer
position.
said that he's not going to draft by position, and he's going BPA, and this is exactly what he did in this draft.
Sure. But no, Ian's right, I think, in that we do have to have some depth.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially because already the Swiss goalie that we drafted last year's already not looking so hot. The Russian kid Korostelev, I believe is his name, in the 7th round was already. But still, you're banking
that's how
on
the
7th round.
always do, right? They've never really taken the top flight guy. They've always had to trade for whatever. And again, even if let's say Askarov's fine and health injuries were no longer a thing, you trade him and then you get something that you need.
Dan Moore wrote that Fiddler's not going to be the answer at right D. No, but we weren't expecting him to because we've got Dickinson.
Everybody that you're taking in this point is probably all these blue liners that we've been talking about. They're all probably middle pair at best guys.
Yeah, that's why I'm not really pissed. Honestly, this is a weak draft. The people that are going right now are not high-end players. But again, I just don't see the logic behind this pick. It's just my personal opinion. I do not like goalies in the first or even really the second round.
Henry Bristevich to the Kings.
Really? That's too high.
Above Fiddler.
How has no one taken Fiddler?
It's too high.
Okay. I'm okay with it. And good on Isaiah Mustafa for getting to announce both a trade and a pick today. That's why he's the Old Spice guy, right?
Right. I think it's fine.
I'm okay with that. So now we're back once again into there's only one team in the way from us getting Blake Fiddler.
I don't know.
I think that this is too high for Brushnevich. I think it's too high for Brusevich. Honestly, I feel it's too high for Brusevich.
Yeah, I don't know. So I heard someone down on the floor earlier today say that they thought Bristevich needs to prove himself. Actually, it might have been one of you guys said, yeah, you right there. Said Bristevich probably needs to prove himself, with away from Dickinson, which is exactly the same thing that I said about Will Smith last year, saying,
Yeah.
oh, he needs to prove that he can play without Ryan Leonard and without Gabe Perreault. And I thought that made a lot of sense.
I again, and like Mike Drop saying, that's what you get, Mike Griff, for
Sorry,
taking the
I'm still
goalie over Bruce.
processing what just happened.
Henry Brusevich should be going the 40s. This is too high. Like Brusevich was the guy who was targeting more with like 53 if he fell that far. Like
no.
Right, she probably wasn't falling that far. I think this is really high for Brusevich. Like I'm not fussed at all.
I got him about. I didn't finish. I did my first 30 picks. I figured Brusevich about 34. So I think it's
I don't know.
range.
I feel like it's high. What
Sure.
do you think,
No.
Mark?
Yeah.
I mean, I had him, I think, in the 30s, maybe 40s. So,
Okay.
but again, it's like if you look at the defensemen that are available, he's in that next tier. So if you want a defenseman, then I can see the logic behind that pick.
Yeah.
Thank you. Super excited.
Well, at least for Brustevich, he's going to make the Kings fans happy here at the draft versus Vegas. What happened last year with Vegas?
Well, last year I think you, me, Shirk, Pat were contemplating if we're doing Top Golf or
we
were,
but
or
I meant
going
in
back to
terms of
Taco Bell
like Vegas
Cantina.
trading their picks and their fans like being upset, and then Logan Thompson going like, no love for Las Vegas from the home team perspective. So LA at least gets that. But yes, no. So what are we doing after the show here?
I'm
Top
hungry.
Golf an option?
I'm hungry. Is that one still? Never mind. I won't say that one.
Oh, rats. Oh, too soon. Too soon.
What do we got here? So what's one more pick?
One more pick, which will take 30 more minutes after another commercial break.
We're at 8:24. Oh.
Yeah, I think at 8:24, I need to probably work my way home before it's pitch dark outside. So,
yeah, I don't know. I think for going back just to kind of recapping what the Sharks did so far, obviously Michael Misa too was the play, and that's the right thing to do. I think Ravensburg, look at, if you're going to take a goalie, take the best one on the board, and they did. And then, and the Sharks are going to pick again tomorrow at 33, and then they're going to pick at 53 for the second round.
Yeah, I mean, we still might get Fiddler out of it, so who knows? I think
I'll
you
be
have to
disappointed
come at
if they
it
don't
as
get
draft
Fiddler
as
at this point.
Yeah.
So. I don't know.
Did they just get the boot?
Yeah, they did just the boot. We'll give them a final grade. It's too early to grade based on right now. They did well. I think they did well. I don't know if I want to give them a grade yet. We'll give them a grade Sunday though, for sure. Who's up? The Calgary Flames.
We've made it, gang. We've made it.
Barthes Battalion says, I'm legit cheese. Brisnevich and Fiddler were right there. Again, I think it's fine. Fiddler's
None of
still
these
there.
players are worth getting that upset over.
Yeah, it's not.
That's the point.
Yeah. I don't think at this point in the draft, like, it's worth being super, super upset about. What if they went Fiddler at 30 and a goalie at 33? Would you have felt better?
If that's me, my answer still would have been no, because like I said, I don't choose goalies in the first two rounds.
Yeah.
I do not choose goalies in the first two rounds.
No, I don't really care, right?
Yeah.
Said they didn't get Eric Lindros.
Finally done.
That is fair. That is my favorite comment.
that is the comment of the night. I love it.
Here we go.
All right, the last.
Oh, Laney, no. Come on.
Congratulations to all 31 players picked in the first round. To the players that have not been picked and believed they were going to be in that first round, I say,
Oh boy. Let's be honest here. Well, you talk. to the 171 and countless others that have been here, thank you very much for joining us.
Tuning in and watching us descend into delirium at this point.
Right. And just being a part of it. And I'll also shout out the handful of people that are still near our suite, including behind us right now. So, but here's Lanny.
The Calgary Flames are proud to select from the Arizona State
Colin Potter.
Colin Potter.
Yeah. Okay.
They can take Fiddler at 33. We're fine, guys. We're fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, I look at so far so good. I think that when the Sharks do it, it's good. The Sharks will have done good. We're back.
We're back.
Jules.
Oh my God. Wow. Wow. We literally turned off the audio up here. Oh my God. Okay, everybody get out.
Sharks draft another goal. No, probably not. I like Ravensburger, man. I like the player. It surprised me because I just didn't think that they would go goalie. So it surprises me, but I'm fine with it. Not enough to be. I agree with Mark. I think it's this. There's nothing right now that could happen that you should be overly cheesed about. All these guys are coming and whatever. You know, like all these guys are all like. There's time. They're going to take time to come. There's no one you're getting right now that's like a year away.
Yeah.
They're all gonna, you know, these guys are you're getting into your 2-3 years out guys at this point. So, I don't know, man. I think it's gonna be fine.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it was. None of this matters. We got Misa at 2.
Yes,
right?
we got Misa at 2.
So we got that. We got the best goalie in the draft. Despite my stance on goalies, we got the highest consensus goalie. So credit to the team for that. You know, it's a good day. And then tomorrow we've got potentially Fiddler, potentially Spence. You know, first pick. We're on the clock. It's just not 24 hours, but tomorrow's clock.
Tomorrow.
I will say. It's going to be really funny when Mike Greer picks Fiddler at 33 after I just put up a fit that he didn't pick him at 30.
It's going to be fine.
Look, regarding the Sharks overall draft, I think they did well. Like, listen, Greer said...
I'd probably be really angry if it was like Frondell and Ravensburg.
Yeah, that would have been worse.
I think I would probably just rant for...
But
I might have just clicked out. my screen would have gone black if it was Frondell and Ravensburg.
I don't hate it all that much to a certain degree, but I do. It was definitely a shocking moment, right? But at least they didn't necessarily reach, right? They took the best goalie, I guess, in the draft. You could argue. I know there's another guy that people were looking at. I just didn't really look at goalies because I didn't think I needed to.
Yeah, I think I'll come around to it. Despite my stance, I think it was more so shocking is the best way to put it. I think I did. That was the last name I
wasn't expecting
in that spot. So my brain is still trying to like compute that it happened, but it just wasn't expected, you know?
Oh, okay. I also read that he was born or like played in the same area that Celebrini did. So maybe Celebrini knows him.
North Vancouver.
Vancouver,
makes sense. Yeah.
So, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm going to read from Sheng Peng here. Joshua Ravensburg, the highest goalie draft pick in Sharks history. Previous high was Terry Friesen, no related to Jeff, in 1996, selected 55th.
Yeah. And then, again, man.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
agree.
They'll have the choice between Spence and Fiddler. I'm shocked Fiddler fell this far.
Yeah.
But I honestly, I know they went Ravensburg, but I think now the best player available probably is Fiddler or Spence. It's not even...
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see what Greer says regarding the Ravensburg pick.
Yeah.
Also, Puckguy are in matching
Yes,
jerseys.
no, thank you, my dear. She's a sweetheart. She got this from...
Listen, we need matching jerseys, me and Puckguy.
Yes.
He's basically my father. Not really, but...
I mean, yeah. Yes, and kudos to AJ.
Why did the Sharks just tweet out an eye emoji? But yeah, overall, I'm looking forward to what the Sharks do tomorrow.
And I want to stress something too, right? Like, I know everyone's like, oh my God, but they need D. They need D so badly. They need D so badly. drafting is one piece of the puzzle. It's not the whole puzzle. You can trade for guys.
Yeah, and it's not hard to find middle pairing G-men.
Right,
So,
like,
if a guy
again,
is really
all these
projected to be
guys-
that to begin with, yeah, it's not worth getting upset over.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ravensburg and Celebrity know each other per the Sharks.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
So it says 11 a.m. tomorrow Eastern time.
Victor can't have his brother, or William can't have his brother, but Celebrini gets a friend. I mean, that's what happens when you're number 1 and not number 7.
Can get his friend is what you just said.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, if there's free agency, there's trading, like there's other ways. Like, again, the draft is a part of the puzzle. It's a big part of the puzzle, especially when you're rebuilding, but it's not the whole thing. So I just chill. It's good. It's fine.
What are your guys' early winners of the draft?
It's
Islanders.
Islanders by miles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought they had a really good draft.
It's the Islanders. It's not even close. The Sharks did good.
The Sharks did
when
fine.
The Sharks do good. It's good. But it's the Islanders for sure.
I hope everyone enjoyed my reaction when they didn't take Fiddler at 30. I think all of our reactions were really good for that.
I was too busy having my own reaction to even really capture it.
All right.
I like it.
All right.
We should sleep, all of us.
You guys.
No, I'm hungry. I'm ready for.
I want Taco Bell now with all the Taco Bell we're talking about. It's
You
killing me.
guys were talking about Taco Bell without me?
Yeah.
No. Okay. Move.
Oh no.
Move. No.
Oh no.
I'm joking. Ian, we're gonna be on here till tomorrow morning.
AJ, the team with 3 picks in the first 15 are the winner. You don't say no, but here's the thing, right? Like, we watch teams that have had high picks in succession that completely blew it. They made the right picks in the right spot. Like, yeah, it's good that they moved up to those spots, but like, we've seen teams. We saw a team not draft Thomas Chabot, Kyle Connor, and enter another name here.
Yeah. It was also top 17, AJ.
Yeah. Top 17. Yeah. Yeah. So there.
In your face.
Guys?
Stream tomorrow. Where's Jules? Is Jules doing a stream? I don't want to do a stream tomorrow, man. I'm tired.
I will not be on a stream tomorrow, but
No.
I will be tweeting.
Yeah, I'll be. Are you doing a stream tomorrow? Are you really doing
Maybe.
a second round?
We'll
No.
If we get enough likes on this video, maybe.
No.
I don't know. That's my answer. Maybe.
Maybe we'll see. See what happens.
Depending on how many likes we have, I will.
I will probably like come and hang out. But whatever. We'll see.
Gotcha. All right, gang, we're gonna get kicked out now. So, we love you. We appreciate you all, and we just hit the 5-hour mark. So, woohoo!
Yeah, we're getting the fuck out of here.
All right. Have a good one, gang.
All right. Let me. Boom. All right. Well, we are at 5 hours. Let's get the hell out of here. Oh, but I look at, you know what? As long as this felt like it took, it's the same length that it took every other year.
Yeah. It's standard first round of a professional league draft, not the NBA, but like the NFL also takes forever. The NHL draft always is 4.5, 5 hours. It is what it is. So yeah.
All right. I look at so far. I'm happy. I'm content. Obviously, getting Michael Misa is such a huge win. It was the pick. It's what they did.
Once that happened, playing with the house's money was the way I thought of this first round. I didn't really care who we took. If we traded out of that 30th pick, I wouldn't have cared. Once we got Misa, I'm ecstatic. That's all I needed.
Same. All right. So again, I don't know if there's going to be a thing tomorrow. If Jules comes on, I might come on. I might not have a voice. We'll see. However, again, just to repeat for anyone who hasn't been here the whole time or whatever, we are going to do a draft recap show Sunday night, 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern, where we are going to go through all the picks and kind of just give our thoughts of the overall draft class and grade it and all of that fun stuff. So if you are looking for a more condensed version where we have time to kind of collect our thoughts and do all of that stuff, you can find it there. So yeah, we're all picks 30 and after a lottery. They're all lottery picks, man. Nothing's guaranteed. We've seen guys get drafted first overall, completely bust out, man. Nothing's guaranteed. We're all lottery tickets. All right. Any final thoughts, Mark, before I get this out of here? Because I'm done.
Good day. Celebrini, Misa, down the middle. for years to come. I'm happy.
Oh man, yeah. Oh, thanks. I mean, look at if you were here the whole time with us, thanks for bearing with us. I hope you enjoyed the delirium at the end. And again, we're gonna have more coverage as we go. But oh my God, am I gonna do this? Yeah, what the hell ever. In case you missed this or you want to watch it again, you can always find our stuff on tealtownusa.com. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can leave a comment below. You can leave us a like and subscribe and do all the YouTube things. That helps us out. And you can also hit the bell if you want to be notified whenever we go on the air. Other than that, though, guys, I am so happy that we are finally through this. I'm happy that the Sharks didn't fuck it up. And I'm happy that we can hang out again on Sunday. Thanks for watching. See you next one. Have a good one.